with any bolt
Bam!
shoes either.
How about now?
I think the berry band is
everything
pretty
now?
heads up from Utopia. And you mentioned like these guys haven't made a huge impact yet this year in monthly finals. They're not in contention for postseason. But I feel like
How's
in
my voice
2027,
compared to stream?
I'd be looking
Is
out
it,
for
like,
these
good
guys.
audio?
They've
Is
stuck
something
together
need to be
for
turned
most
down?
of this year. They're putting in the work and have obviously done their homework here a little bit. So that makes me feel good. But I don't really feel like there's potential for an upset here. And it looks like everyone at home agrees.
Not everyone. 3% are believing in Utopia, and it wouldn't be the first time where
stream is
Team
too loud?
Electros unexpectedly
cranked it
drops
up.
out of a quarterfinal
bam.
to then not even make it to
crazy.
Brawl
How about
Cup
meow?
back then, and now potentially drop down to seed 2. Again, Tribe Gaming is only 12
Well,
points
Cordy.
behind them, so they only need
could
to
play
make
Brawl
it
Stars
one
right
step
here.
further than them, make it through to the semis, for
Brawl
example.
Stars!
They now drop out in the quarters, and they would be through. Now, first up is going to be Layer Cake. What do we expect to see here? Maybe that Mina you mentioned.
Yeah, I think also we're going to see a bunch of player on the walls. Of course, that is why
Even
it's
more
called layer
10%
cake. You have
less?
different layers that you have to advance beyond. Just play around the blue star.
That's
also
40%.
plenty of aggressive brawlers that should be available here to get it first. And then, as with most bounty maps, it's going to be about getting the blue star and backing into spawn. If not, finding a way to break the enemy
Knight says
defense
it's
and
too
get
low,
in with that
Diane.
first kill.
For our first map for the first quarterfinal of
Please
the
unban
last
Cartoony.
monthly
Bro,
final of the
Cartoony joined my
season.
lobby and
Layer
threw my
Cake.
game yesterday. Why would we unban him? Toons can't be throwing my games all the time.
No
Nifty guy, go
more
talk to your boy
regional
Toons.
battles after today. North America to round out the summer split and also this 2026 regular season. After that, we're going to Challengers, LCQ, and
Well,
Worlds.
chat, we all know
Layer Cake,
Electros
our
is going
first
to
map here, first
do a
pick here
clean
for
sweep.
Ethiopia.
Yeah, look, you're looking at Ali and Kazi. I think they're two of your
Cordy, are you in
highest
my
priority
club?
brawlers here, especially with Shade and Brock both
Oh my
being
God,
banned
Cordy, I
out.
didn't even know you're in my
Aiden
club.
has
We're gonna
also
do
shot
Mega
up
Pig
in
tonight, dude.
popularity, as well lately.
If you want.
And Rico also is pretty decent on this map, and it's been a Utopia pick. They have shown that already in scrims these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, speaking about the Rico specifically, he's going to be great around walls. It can be quite troublesome to counter. Now, Utopia do have the
It's
last
really
pick
low
here, so they
chance, yeah.
can opt to
T,
go
I don't
for a
think T is
thrower,
losing
but
this.
there are still wall breaks in the game, and Rico's really not that bad if the
I don't
walls
think
are
so.
broken down because he is a
Hey, Diane,
pretty,
can you go to my YouTube
well-respected
short?
sharpshooter on the lane.
Willow, a brawler that
For a
Team
second,
Electros
I wanna
have
test
shown
something.
often in scrims, especially when their Barry was banned out, who he is here
Please?
in the global bans. Since we're in NA, in scrims, I actually noticed we see a lot of Jessie in the monthly qualifiers as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we get to see her today again. I believe she was only picked up a single time
Meeple,
across
Willow.
the other
I see
three
these guys a
regions
lot.
we already witnessed. Maybe not on Layer Cake, but later in Hot Zone, definitely
Yeah.
a pick here for the right side. Now, they usually really like the Pearl, and combining a Pearl with a Max would be an insanely good choice because Pearl also is
No,
a
Michael,
counter
I'm
to
in Texas
I'd call
right
Max a
now
lot.
at the
That would
Vatic
make this team
bootcamp.
pretty just broadly
and I can't
effective.
stream
They
to
can
TikTok
play
on a-
poke game,
on a
but they've also
MacBook.
got determinism in the late game with the speed, the Pearl forward, and also being able to feed those hypercharges is pretty important when you want to just overload a little bit of damage. Sometimes, like, you know, if you're thinking about wall break, Griff is also a pretty reasonable option now. His wall break gadget is far more reliable, and the hypercharge cashback does.
So see
go
the
through
chat,
walls.
Diane?
So, you can obviously
If I
ignore
make
that
this
aspect
chat
of it, but
bigger,
something to dive
like
here. The Kenji's
this,
picked up, but this is kind of already
is that obnoxious?
prepared for because the Willow defensively
To make
here
it
is
like
pretty
that
good at
big?
mind controlling the Kenji and just sending him back
Like
to
that's-
his side of the map.
I
Yeah,
call
huge
that
part
half.
of this is going to be getting that Kenji forward, getting him the blue star, and then backing away. Then having Rico reflect his shots off the walls as they play defense. Now, there is a method for Team Electros to get in here. They have that last pick in their back
Half is
pocket,
good.
but also the Will will be able to
I think
fire
I can
off the
actually
walls.
make it
They
longer,
can play
too.
around that to punch through the defense, and they fully intend on it. I've seen a lot of gameplay of Ruffs from Duin specifically, so I wonder if he will be the one playing it, but wall break is a huge factor here.
I kind of wanted to see like the alley plus mansions of Meeple like combo where you can actually jump over the mansion if it's like, you know, in the bush. It can be a little bit hard to land because the bushes are only layered
Here we go.
That would have been fun.
Since you have the Willow, you do have something
What up,
to
pancakes?
make sure you
What's up,
benefit
Probbie?
out of those mentions of Meeple. Good
Team
comps
Vatic,
on
let's
both
go.
sides. I don't know how much value that Kenji will actually have on the right. We said he's kind of already addressed on the left, but go for it. Utopia, if I were in your shoes, I would also go for some comfort
What up,
picks here
pizza?
if I played against the #1 seed in your region. First match
Tunes
of
be
the
nice.
day. And we're on Layer Cake.
All right, after the races, there's going to be an early blue star here for the Kenji as expected, but Memin's more than happy to take the fight. And Nerf is going to have to very quickly pull the plug as Mantis of Meeple comes down and does exactly that to that middle section of the map.
Yeah, it'll be breaking open the walls. It's really the main objective here is that Utopia can't manage to fight their way back to TE's side once they've lost that blue star. So how are TE going to crack it? They are able to throw down some asteroids on the left side.
Yeah, he's a super troll probably. If you're good with dealing with him, then I'll leave him alone. He's being really bad lately, though. He's kind of begging for the ban.
Every last one, and Junie caught on the right side, over aggressive, dodges those shots beautifully, and the body block from Nerf looked quite solid. They got a kill to trade, and Utopia remain in the lead.
Yeah, not too shabby there. Nice thing about Utopia is wink on that little off angle, at least able to take a 1-4. Hossamaki healing, pretty darn good gadget in a pinch to get you back fighting fit, but much of the map's been given up here by Utopia. Wink drops a little bit low. Nerf trying to clear Memman, has to TP back to safety. Now caught inside that mansion. Doyen can throw some shots.
Okay, and there's the first kill for TE on their offense. They'll get to slowly slink back.
I mean, if Electros loses, that would be cool.
Punish any aggression on the right side if possible. It's going to be a lot of hesitation from Willow, but eventually goes for it. Tries to feed this Kenji over to Memman and Snoy, and it just goes perfectly for TE.
Yeah, and that's like the main value proposition for Kenji being invalidated in that brief exchange. You're picking a Kenji straight into a Willow, so to a degree you have to understand that that's a risk you're going to take. But it's kind of hard to
I respect that, Robbie.
Control out because it's still going to get used to
respect, buddy.
Free kill.
It's exactly that. Ginny will have some invulnerability with the super on the right side. The Sashimi slashes aren't going to do too much for him, but Snoy is deathly low. With 10 seconds to go, Utopia need to push in now. It's a hypercharge for Wink on the right side. Would love a super to combine with it, but won't be able to do so until now. Has it 1, 2 kills, and they need one more onto this Willow. It's enough defense to keep TE alive. What a photo finish after just game 1.
TE are so good at these
Meeple super solid.
right?
I didn't even see it. I was too busy dealing with tunes.
Overly flashy.
Couldn't watch it because I was babysitting.
We saw them pick up the Willow, and that was almost to be expected. But they are so good at making these rather unflashy comps look good on an individual level. They're playing Rafsa and Meeple, and I'm enjoying this thoroughly nonetheless.
The TE, the synergistic-based comps sort of have become their trademark here in North America. They just play so well. They have excellent team play. They know how to body block for each other. And that's why they're able to play something that doesn't get the blue star. They just trust in their ability to eventually get it, and they have a few conditions to do so, especially around the mansions. If they had one now, it would be amazing to use onto Nerf. When to almost go down, he was just down to 200 HP, and the mind control on the right side will nearly, get that kill confirmed on a Nerf, and now the match is back in TE's hands.
Yeah, devastating. Only 4 shots required for the Kenji to find the elimination on the max there.
Okay.
And even though
Let me actually watch this for a second.
It's traded out instantly. This keeps Team Electros ahead by a hair. Max Super is still available here, but TE once more can think to play around the cooldown of these Rux and Meeple gadgets and make use of those here. Another super for Doyen means Junie is going to be held in place. It almost ticks down to the poison.
Yeah, very, very close, down to a sliver of HP. Thankfully, he was able to get away and hold this blue star for Utopia. They're still down by a single blue star at the moment.
What up, AZ?
Ready with her hypercharge on the right side. Junie keeps on trying to force the issue. When he did this in game number 1, it led to him being taken down by both Snoy and Memman on the mid and left lanes. But so far, everyone just...
Dan, just so you know, we had 2 timeout cartoons on Twitch already, so...
Towards those last 20 seconds when they'll fully commit.
Kind of the downside of being the blue star carrier, because you're also the one
he's really close to just catching a ban everywhere.
Knows that that blue star's going to get handed over a couple of different times, but it just involves a level of volatility that can be hard to play around. Still, it's a slim lead for Team Electros. The map's starting to get broken up a little bit. That's a big match. It's a Meeple and the super that comes down. Not a whole lot Wink can do about this. He's going to be blown to smithereens now. And Nerf doesn't have much to do. He's going to try and go with the hypercharge here, but there's a supply drop being picked up, and now Utopia had to go for it. They need a full team wipe to get back in the game.
Damn.
Well, that's one. Could be on to Memman. They will get one kill confirmed, but they needed 2 more in order to mathematically get it done. It is set number 1 over to Team Electros. That game number 1 was
Diane, can you just ban Cartoony from everywhere right now?
They show up every single month as 8 seed, and then they get slapped around by number 1. But they always put a pretty good fight up.
Yeah, I really do think that Utopia are a team that next year I'm looking out for. In 2027, they'll have gotten to the point where they've done that critical mass of work to start to become true competitors in this region. That's exactly what Electros did last year. These guys were Maturino merchants for the longest time, and honestly, they're young, but they have so much experience behind them as a team. It's LAN experience they're still looking for, of course, after not playing at that Brawl Cup. But these guys have been around and they really understand.
I'm in Texas right now, Spicy Toast. I'm at the Vatic team.
Top 8 of NA yet again, 3 times out of 6.
Is Libby, Bilal, and Ducky are in the living room.
I can't wait to see them again next year, even if they're not playing for a postseason spot right now.
And I'm in my bedroom.
They can still play. Huge spoiler here for Team Electros.
Yeah, I'm primarily looking at here because it wasn't the greatest show for him. He had a tough matchup where he gets the blue star. He has to hold on to it for the team, so he can't really go aggressive. And then there's always a Willow waiting for him. Of course, she's really putting on a show here for Team Electros.
Yeah, I'll try. I've been distracted by trolls.
We've seen Wink and Nerf play together so many times over the last 3 years. Their third seems to change out quite frequently. This time it's Junie, so that's who I'm putting the spotlight on for this match in Utopia's perspective.
Yeah, and we already saw coming into this that the Kenji probably will be addressed quite well by the side of Team Electros. So maybe a tiny little bit of a draft mistake here on the right side. The picks for our next map are already flying in. Your mechs is going to be picked up on the right once again. Pearl to address the mechs, we mentioned it already. Really good counter against
for this map. We're going to see a rushdown comp.
It's easy to hit your shots. And
knockout.
Once that
Byron, Pearl, for Electros.
So much damage. Now also with a healer in the back. Great composition so far from Team Electros.
Electros played this same comp basically.
Pearl's pretty strong right now.
Has been banned here, which is very
although Max is insanely strong. I was playing last night and I was getting crushed by Max. I forgot that Max had like their buffies now.
They can also go for Brock.
Because I haven't played them, but they're destructive.
Available to them here, but this is like very much TE's bread and butter. There's so much data on this team. We very much know what we're expecting here. And Mandy is the top performing brawler for Utopia on this map in scrims. They could round this look out with a Jayon
Utopia's got
alongside the Max's
Max
option,
and Mandy.
They also like to play the Pearl. They've had that denied for them.
For Utopia here specifically, out of the 6 times they have picked it in scrims, they had a 67% win rate with this Mandy. It's a little bit off meta right now. It's not so much in the conversation, but that super is still going to be pretty serious. A mech to round things out should give them some defensive potential, also just great survivability, and the chance to rebuff any aggressive pushes in by Team Electros with at least the first use of the mech gadget.
Both those two teams not really trying to get into the map over the left-hand side. No water. They do have some wall break on the left, which I really rate quite highly on this map. So with that, Team Electros is going to have an easier entry in that second round, whereas Pearl has broken down those walls. Squeak coming in here as last pick. He's very squishy, but we don't have anything too aggressive on the right, so I quite like it, especially into the mech. With her bigger hitbox on the mecha, Squeak is going to do an insane amount of damage with super especially.
Okay, I mean, this is the slot that Brock could also occupy for much the same reason, right? This is another brawler that...
True, he's not bad.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean... this is probably just a stylistic choice. Brock is reasonable, does the same thing, right? It just you know, blocks up the choke with a lot of those incendiary fields and denies that space, but it doesn't give you a...
I like the Squeak pick.
Without the Brock, you don't have that free way to get into the map here, is the only concern I have, but I think it's fine.
I just look at the compositions for both teams, and I grow concerned about what story Utopia's comp is telling, because you can't use that max speed on the Mandy so effectively. It can be useful for the Meg, but she's actually going to get broken out of the mech on the left side. Utopia has been entirely pressured
What's
out
up, Ali?
A TP for Junie to get over to the other side, trying to be a playmaker solo on a Snowy, but he needs some assistance from the rest of the team, otherwise he's going to get pinched. Wants this advancement around the left side to regroup with the team, and it's actually worked quite well in getting them back control of mid.
I like this map control that Junie's been able to get just by...
win queue on the Mandy.
Over the water side and throwing some shots in. So we're able to dodge that super though that comes in from Wink, and now it's a bit uncomfortable, for the...
Oh, my bad, Toast.
In the wrong direction.
I have to keep moving it up and down. I don't know where's a good spot for it. Here. I move it down here, and then when they're drafting, I try to move it up.
And that actually leaves Electros for a time down in numbers. Now Stoey's got to tend to Memen's wounds, get them back in fighting form, but this is much better from Utopia.
Memen in with the super, no contact.
Put it above the chat.
Pretty meaty for a pinch, but no one comes around the right side. It's just Junie, but he knew he was going to TP back. Leave you cross-eyed out here, shooting at the trail behind him.
Is that better?
Excellent play.
I feel like I still might block something.
Everyone from Utopia was spawn trapped. He TP'd over. He's playing around this new max gadget so intelligently.
Hyper from Nerf, and the swing catches Memen, but the healing's going to come in there for the...
I'll try to move it on draft. I was still dealing with trolls.
And that's the TP back to safety. And now both sides will have a chance to heal up. It's going to be Byron and Squeak again up against Wink and Junie.
Where is Wink going to place his hypercharge super? Ideally,
it was
they survive
cartoony
until the last few seconds, and then he's practically guaranteed hits. Everyone on TE preparing themselves for this. Juni even with the TP back.
That's an
get out of the way.
choice to get that
Yo,
space
Utopia
up,
needs to do something.
inside the residue field. Didn't want to hang around.
Gotta use that hypercharge, otherwise it's gonna go to waste.
Very important exchange there.
At the right time on the
It's gonna be
Byron.
a lot of room gained by TE
There it is.
here.
Boom.
Hypercharge out, double
There it is again.
contact,
Boom.
for another,
Oh,
they
but
find the gap
missed.
in between. Wink
No,
looking for
that's
the kill,
GG.
and Juni's the last one alive once
That's
again. But this time he
GG.
slowed on the right side,
Missed
just
the
gonna try and take the
hypercharge.
super for the next round. Snoy also in
Juni used
possession
to
of
be
that
in
hypercharge
OJ's clan
Byron
60
super.
years ago. Those who know,
Excellent
damn.
for staving off one of these aggressive pushes from Utopia.
Genuinely insane use of that super there from Snowy. He
Hello,
heals
Thunder.
him up after getting hit by the first iteration of that Mandy super. He does obviously get cycled, but they dodge that
Thank
second
you.
shot.
He even's got Aeroc on the back. It's custom
At the
jersey.
end of the round. Snowy's now going to take some of this map control. But again, you definitely have to worry about this Byron super, which functions like a thrower in situations like this.
What's up, Kareem? Kareem?
Johnny knows it. He's trying to get away, but no, he's caught by some of those splayed elements of the Byron super. And this is gonna be an easy
Meg was
lockup for
too
Team
greedy.
Electros.
He was completely
Way too
bombarded on the
greedy.
right side. Focus
Overcommitted.
fire
Damn.
from Team Electros. Again, this is their trademark in North America, is how effectively
Yeah, they sold for
combine
sure, bro.
forces as a team. Still, I saw moments of greatness there from
No, we didn't do
Utopia,
the jersey
Juni
giveaway.
standing out as an individual. But that's a problem. Brawl Stars is a team game. You cannot carry
Thanks,
the entire
Ali.
team
Thanks for the
on
lurk,
your
buddy.
back. Also, just how the Max Super plays around this, because when I look at TE's composition, I see, like, you can just grab a fistful of Skittles and it's always going to taste good, but you grab a bunch of jelly beans and okay, like
Fistful
the
of
s'mores
Skittles.
don't really mix
What is
too
Ready
well
Set
with the
talking
lime.
about?
Utopia have some good, solid flavors in there, but I'm not sure if they work together so well.
Yeah. I think Johnny getting them back into the map is a pretty big deal, but this area denial that the Squeak is offering, especially with the residue gadget, means that you're forced to give this ground up more often than not, which then forces you to kind of play further into the Squeak and the Pearl strategy. Wink does get hit by that overcooked there. It is going to tick down very low, but Snowy just ruined there by Nerf, who's only desuited for his
Utopia's
trouble.
got a shot.
Yeah,
Can you
huge
imagine
heads
if
up there
Utopia
from Nerf.
beats
He's even gonna get his
Electros?
mech back because that was from the gadget on the right side. Very aggressive in from Doin, looking for even more. Will be able to get some burning action
the
on
squeakers.
and an escape plan over towards the right side. Meanwhile, it's Memen's job to hold things down on the left.
The Mandy
They're
can still
very,
pop
very
off.
wary of Wink's
Possible.
position. Doin's gonna have a tough time dodging.
What
the
up,
super.
Trey?
It means that Wink's gonna get half of it back as long as he makes contact.
Yeah, if
Gonna go
Electros
for it
gets
onto
cooked,
Memen.
that would help.
How much of a
Not
difference is
entirely,
that
though.
going
They
to
still
make?
need to
Huge
worry about
knockback on the
Bobby's
right
team.
side, and Nerf has now made this possible for Utopia to win
Ooh,
the mid.
ooh, ooh. Mandy's tapping.
Shot. That's nicely done from Wink.
Holy.
Able to string them together beautifully.
Came
to get
through.
Utopia start this round with a win.
Utopia show up every single month as seed number 8.
For Vatic to
Yet
get into
this is a
LCQ,
gameplay
they need to
are
worry
putting
about
on. I
Bobby's
can't wait
team
to see what
right
they
now.
have
They don't
next
need to
season.
worry about,
For
like,
the
if Electros
remainder
loses
of
right
this
now,
match,
that
they
might
get a
help them in the
game winning
future.
here, it would be absolutely massive.
depends-
They have
depends on
Wink
Bobby's
back
team.
With the hypercharge and Nerf pushing up aggressively on the left side. Nope, that trick's not going to work again, my friend. You cannot hit Doin with that mech once more. TE were ready for it. They have Snowy in position to bombard. Memen also with the hypercharge equipped. Once he gets a super, they can pull off the same move they used to end game
Squeak.
1.
Very aggressive here, though, from Electros and Memen. Almost got taken down by Wink's gadget.
Oh,
but
Squeak's popping
that's
off.
going to do it there for Snowy. Dumps that in on top, and Memen also has a nasty little super bomb. Nerf out of mech in deep trouble now. It's on Judy.
Meg's selling.
The Electros taken around back.
She's selling, bro.
A couple of hypercharges built.
Utopia have some utility of their own.
What up,
Still
Hyper?
hanging on to the hypercharge for Mandy. Looking for a target. Juni going very aggressive, but it's because he has a
That max
guaranteed
gadget's insane.
back with the use of the gadget.
Oh.
Hypercharge out for Wink. No contact. It's gonna
Wink
be
got
devastating for
nothing.
Utopia.
None on the hyper.
Hypercharge thrown out by Electros, and no elimination as a result. There was hope yet for Nerf and Junie. Of course, that mech hypercharge means a big range increase on that swing, but Junie has to recall that, and they're pretty darn quickly. Going to take a lot of damage from these bombs, and Doing's going to start, or Memen rather, going to start cycling these super.
Yeah,
amount of
Vatic needs
connections
it
they are
bad.
getting. This one is all but over now.
But like I
Wing
said,
with
it
the
doesn't
super
like
field
it doesn't
goals,
matter
and
about
Doing able to
Electros
shrug
too
off
much
some
right
of
now.
this
If they
damage
lose,
thanks
it's
to the
not
healing of
bad.
Snowy.
Man, Wink
It helps.
just barely off the mark with these shots. He almost got a kill onto Doin earlier, and now
But we need
Snowy
KDS
shuts
to
him
lose.
down.
We
It's
need
a second
Bobby's
set
team to
locked
lose.
away for
What's
Team
up, Vatic?
Electros, and yo, just sipping the coffee. It's another
worries.
day. Go ahead, get hydrated, get
Took me some time
caffeinated.
to
It's
fire up,
quarterfinal
too.
#1. It's a long day ahead of you, TE, if you plan on taking this grand final alongside
We
all
almost
the
got
other
the
ones in
wallet.
this
I didn't even
summer
tell
split.
chat.
Giving us good games are Utopia. I think it's a great warm-up. for
Chat,
Team
how many
Electros as well,
monthly
going up
finals has
against
Team Electros won this month?
quality
This
team.
year?
But again, Electros remind me of an EMEA squad. Like they will just pick a
He left it in the Airbnb.
with control brawlers, but then Doyle will do something like just walk
Toast has
straight
two.
through that choke and fight someone one-on-one.
No, Toast, you're selling my
These
points.
guys have insane skill, expression, and this is a team that also
He left it
can
in the
pick
Uber,
up those,
in the Uber car. Sorry.
Mortis-esque brawlers, those Minas, and also
Ducky lost his
incredible, but not
wallet
that-
like an hour
Even
before
Snark played
monthly
quite
finals,
aggressive
and
at
we're all
times,
freaking out.
Despite being a Byron, usually
He said
wants
he
to
was
stay back and just heal
99%
his
sure it
teammates
was
from
in his
behind.
bedroom.
He also the one
And
with
then
the
he
most
left it in the
kills.
Uber driver on
Byron,
Friday.
actually kind of an underrated brawler.
1% is
at
crazy.
the moment. Not really picked up to get kills. He's just there to heal teammates. Picked up more often with a mech, for example. But once he has a super available, it's super hard to win a 1v1 against this brawler.
Yeah, he has
He left it in the Uber car on Friday.
Want to really approach the
We ended
lane.
up being
It's
able
tough
to contact
break
the
out
driver,
choke.
and he checked his
Doing
car
is
and
always
found
going
it.
to hit you with fire if you,
So we sent
like,
Elvis
overstep your
an Uber
position.
to go
So
to that
Snoy,
Uber driver's
with
house
that
and pick it
super
up
is going to be
45
getting
minutes
kills
away,
more
and then
often than not.
45
He
minutes
needs
to
be
bring
the
Elvis
one to
back.
start things off. And
Crazy
you
work.
saw he was able to get a pretty
Super
much
lucky.
winning hypercharge in both games number 1 and 2. It was a combination with Squeak
Yo,
throwing
Win
over the wall.
does look
They
like
used
Toxic
the same
Genie.
move twice. But if we see Utopia hang back so far, it's pretty much a guarantee that something like that is going to happen on out in the open.
I mean, and Byron obviously is the kind of, I talked about EMEA, right? It's the kind of pick that like Humble, for example, would show us all the time because you've got someone who has anti-heal, can heal teammates, has a self-heal, has a super that doubles as like a thrower ability, can sort of, ignore those.
Nerf looks
walls
like
in
Jordan
general.
Peele
Just
a little
brawler
bit.
can kind of do it all in the right pair of hands. It really empowers the team composition.
This was Team Electros' map pick. We're now heading over again to Utopia's map, Dueling Beetles. And they have quite a successful run in scrims on this map. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they also picked it up. Now in this one, I mentioned it earlier, Jesse could finally have a showing.
Oh my gosh, Vatican
Not
active?
really picked up in any other region.
Vatican?
But so
Ban
we
Jesse.
had a Bonnie yesterday in SA, picked up a couple of times. She has a 100% win rate and she's completely rated as one of the worst bowlers across the game in
begging
every
for it.
other region.
They're begging for it. Every time I see Jesse played, it is into an 8-bit.
The extra credits.
Yeah. just has a potential to delete a team if you can lock the extra credits. Team Electros are fully capable of playing it. Might be a little bit more difficult with some of the premier wall breakers taken out of the mix. Now Colonel Refs is still here. He can break walls, so maybe
We
they'll
lost
have to pick that
Elvis?
up on
No.
4-5,
What are you
but
talking
things are
about?
still up in the air at the moment. Right now, they're just dangling the possibility of Jesse in front of Utopia.
The
Can I
great-
just say, I'm happy Gray is
I just
back
text
out.
Elvis.
For once we see these comes
Oh my gosh.
There is the Jessie that we've been talking about. Again, an absolute and a special. You don't really see her anywhere else. In the monthly qualifier, she was picked up so often and had an abysmal win rate.
Cartoony lost
for
himself.
This team, though, in Utopia, it's their most picked brawler, and they would have a 100% win rate in scrims.
I don't know what's going on, chat.
I think that plays really nicely into this. You can control those
Oh, I
side
gotta
lanes
move
quite
myself for the draft.
effectively. You've got a super that's going to be important to lock the star
There we
Nova
go.
down, potentially find easy damage.
Lemon
Obviously,
finna hit
Jesse
vape
shot
mid
good
set.
bounce sort of off Scrappy, right? And now you can do the same thing as 8-bit and punish anyone who gets too close to that turret. So Stu here seems plenty reasonable. Some with high mobility. Jesse's projectiles move quite slowly, right? Very easily dodgeable.
And Stu also just one of the most popular brawlers in the meta right now because he's playing good. He's hovered around like the high A tier for quite a long time.
Run
and
the
he's going
predicts?
to supply the wall break.
Predict
that
what?
8-bit
Like who's
needs
gonna
to
win?
succeed on the left side. So Kenji to continue to push things forward, get on top of that Jessie is going to be quite helpful. Now she does have the little friend. She has Scrappy that will be able to slow things down when she pops her gadgets. So that's her counterplay.
I low-key think
But
Elvis
still, I think that Kenji will
ran
be
out
enough
of
to keep
data.
her back quite consistently, allow 8-bit to set up the turret, and exert dominion over the left lane.
Play Maisie here, maybe? Something with decent range.
That would be a crazy shout.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is a Utopia brawler. I do like it because obviously, you can sort of chain pretty powerful hypercharge like super. Okay, Charlie, I can also sort of see the thinking behind that here. Something that can sort of keep both the Stu and Kenji at bay should it be required. It does mean that, like, you haven't picked a side lane that's overly dominant just in terms of like having that really solid range, but 8-bit can certainly provide for you.
Charlie's especially strong against that Stooge. He has a super slow reload speed, so with the gadget alone, you have him controlled for a bit. Jesse is targeted towards that 8-bit, and then Starnova is actually quite good at keeping that Kenji at bay. So not the worst of comps, but we don't see it too often. Now, does that mean it's just not meta, it's just not good? Or did they actually find a solution to this very strong comp from Team Electros?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine right here, because we've seen the Jessie work so well for Utopia, but for other more seasoned teams actually playing Jessie and 8-bit, we saw it for KDS in the qualifiers. It almost led to them losing.
Oh man,
their upper
Stu just
bracket
owns that
finals
zone
match.
right
On the
now.
right side, the action is already getting kicked up. Junie trying to defend against Memon. He's chasing him down in the back lines.
Memon's
but this has
distracting
provided
too
so
much. They're holding the
pressure
zone
for
so
TE.
long.
They've already gapped by 40%.
Yeah, look, that's just a massive lead to have. And doing wisely sort of steps back a little bit, sets up another speed booster there, knowing that Snowy would eventually get taken down. There's a Sashimi, excuse me, is well apportioned.
I was learning Stu a little while ago,
Jimmy's
but
got to get back
I
to
gave up
safety.
on him for
And
a
Memon
bit.
just heals up and is ready to fight yet again with his star power once again.
You gotta be
active.
like very fast.
All eyes on Duin on the right side.
Man.
That was filthy. Cleanup from Snowy, looking for one more onto Junie. He's trying to play intelligently around this, but will end up
Ooh.
getting staggered. Actually,
That's a decent
does manage
trade,
to
at least.
That is good value for Utopia. They at least have a 2v2 to fight at mid here. But once Stu comes back, it's going to be a little troublesome. 2 hypercharges ready for Utopia. This would be the moment for the retake.
Electros
Getting nuked down here by the
is
Snowy
just gonna.
damage, and it
Is
should be
Electros
easy
gonna
enough to
3-0 them?
Johnny trying to dive deep and pressure that 8-bit position, but pulls up a little short. Here's
I
Memon
might play a
on that
little bit
backside.
later, Trey.
Nerf
We'll see.
trying to shut him
Depends how
down, but
tired I
really
get.
no one's respecting the Charlie. Even with that hypercharge active, they will fall.
Yeah, right,
Team
Spicy
Electro still
Toast.
have a very healthy lead. It's just a matter of doing some janitorial work, and it will be
I would
back
have to tag you in, buddy.
Hypercharge Scrappy out here. Turns out it loses to a hypercharge 8-bit turret. And turns out this is not a
This is
hard
just
counter
a
at all, but Utopia will
stomp.
still manage to overwhelm the point. Junie gets one, looks for another onto Memon, who can't take down Wink in time. It was a real chance.
doing a little
of
comeback,
Utopia
but
bringing this
nah,
one
you
home,
can't.
But they're going to have to
Not
endure
that
this
far.
hypercharge
Surely
from
not
Stu.
that far.
At this point, we're just eating onto the point
They
of
just
Team
gotta get in the
Electro, so
zone.
they
Yeah,
don't
it's
spend much
over.
more time here.
It's over,
And doing
chat.
a great distraction to keep Utopia tied up.
Electros is
The rest of
just
Electros clean them up.
slaughtering
Match
right
point
now.
for Team Electros now, and the Jessie has not been enough to slow down this perpetual motion machine that is Team Electros. They pretty much clawed their way through every single bracket to the grand finals.
They need a good start to
win
have a
it,
chance,
at least on
yeah.
the other half of the season here in the summer split. They've won every single grand finals so far. Could they go 3 for 3? It starts with this quarterfinal. The only ones who can stop them right now are Utopia.
Memon just rushes them too hard, though.
Speed zone placed in that prescribed location here by Electros, and very quickly Utopia are forced back. They don't have any map control, and they don't really have a foothold.
Nothing I can do about it,
Wink
Ali.
doesn't do anything here. He's too easily outranged and kited by the Stu.
Stu on the right side, getting some healthy taps in.
I don't
on
think there's
Wink,
anything I
and
can
we'll
do,
see the
dude.
Super forward for Junie, near kill on Memon. Thankfully, he was able to heal up in time and continue to push in from
No,
the
I just
right.
have lots of
Junie
snacks.
with an aggressive play on the left on 0 HP.
see.
He wanted to get behind the corner on the left, but ended up getting taken down alongside Wink. It is a 60% lead to kick things off. Utopia haven't managed to get a foothold on the point this entire game so far.
No, that is a huge Sashimi Memon. Should be able to cycle super pretty quickly now. Should it be required?
Vatic active.
Tosamaki healing gadget, and there is yet another super built up, but he isn't going to need to use it. 88% and counting. Utopia haven't been able to find a way into this round, and frankly, they haven't been able to find a way into the top 4 of any of these monthly finals, because there's always Team Electro standing in their way, and they frankly have bigger fish to fry.
No reactions here, folks, especially Memon. Just looks the same as ever. Might get a chance to, stand up off of that same couch that we see every single month and stretch for a moment. For Utopia, this has also come to be the expectation. They show up, they face #1 seed, and they get shut down. If they're ever able to make it through the upper bracket, then they would finally get a chance to face a more ideal matchup, or they can reset for the next season. But unfortunately for them, this is where it ends in 2026.
And honestly, it's been some good gameplay. The drafts, I think, obviously been interesting. I'm glad that Sunny sort of got ahead of the Jessie picks. We weren't completely blindsided by it, but you can see how much it suffers against these highly mobile compositions. Jessie is, Memon and Duin just don't need to play within Jessie's range. They can kite those shots, and 8-bit outranges her ridiculously. For me, what's definitive, Sunny, is watching the 8-bit turret blow up Scrappy. At that point, I was like, don't be playing this brawler.
I want to actually point out that stat from Stu, the percentage gained by that brawler in the
I don't know why it's so
because
delayed.
For the most part, at least in game 1, it looked like Utopia had everything under control. They actually came out on top in most of the team fights, but they just didn't play for the objective this
3-0'd.
as well as Team Electros. That's Stu, despite roaming around, getting taken out a couple of times, he was always trying to play in that zone. 53% by him alone taken.
Yeah, the survivability was just absolutely peak from Stu.
So obviously Vatic's going to win this next one.
Every single player on this Team Electros roster blows me away independently. It's like they're just such cracked players. I can't wait to see them on the global stage because they are locked for World Finals. Still, they're one step closer to locking in seed number 1. We'll have to check in with Tribe Gaming later to see if they really have it after all.
You know who blows me away independently? Welcome, Spoo, to the NA Monthly Finals, the last Monthly Final of the season. How is that feeling?
Wiggly
It's super
Spoo.
exciting for me, and kicking off a game like that where already we get to see so
What up,
many
Broadster?
different NA flair ideas. I mean, you mentioned the Jesse pick. We talked about this a lot during a production meeting as well, that this is a very NA-centric pick, and what a better way to start than to see Team Electros just completely brutalize and just rip it to shreds. I don't know if the rest of NA is watching, because after a performance like that, where you refute NA's most interesting idea, will they still follow up on it?
Let's see if we get to see Jesse a bit more often, also in a quarterfinal number
Mini plays?
2.
Yes,
Vatic
obviously. That's a hard
versus
yes.
Legacy
You got a random
Esports.
legendary,
We have
you got to
another
buy it.
team that is fighting for so much today. Their only ticket into the postseason is LCQ.
Zem,
And currently,
Zulan.
another 12 points behind their opponents. 12 points behind KDS means they just need to get one placement higher than them. So if they make it through to the semis, they can then hope that FA Bobby, now KDS, is dropping and don't make it through to the semis.
Vatic are going to have to hope that there is the hard route. If they want to enforce their own destiny, then they're going to have to do something that they just have not been capable of doing yet, which is beating Team Electros. It is proven to be pretty much insurmountable by even the other best in the region for Tribe Gaming. But if you want to make it to top 3, then you've got to be pretty close in performance to Tribe Gaming and Team Electros.
Is the last chance for them to catch up, and throughout the entire year, look at the trend that they've just faced. They've literally only had to face off against Team Electros or Tribe, and I don't know if that's considered fortunate or not. You do get a lot of experience playing against the best of NA, but as a result, your points are a little bit lacking behind, and with the injection of points from Brawl Cup that KDS has, they've been able to maintain the lead.
Still a very good showing from them, and for example, unlike their direct competitor and now KDS, they actually qualified for every single monthly final. KDS didn't show up last month. This has hurt them badly, but they're still ahead
If
of
Vatic
them.
wins
Now,
monthlies,
once
I'll
again,
change my Brawl
Reddy
name to
had the
Vatic
chance
Active.
to talk to Livy. Let's see how they're feeling about this matchup.
Livy, talk to me about the adaptations that you've made between last month and this month for the matches today.
Yeah, this past month has been kind of weird. There's been overall less scrimmages, I think, as a whole in the region, just because people don't want to give away strategies against teams they may be playing in the monthly final. And so there's been a lot more non-gameplay preparation as opposed to just scrimmages. So I guess that's kind of the main thing for us.
And that applies for the entire North American region or just for you guys?
I mean, I could be wrong, but it's definitely for us. I'm pretty sure teams overall have scrimmed just a little bit less.
Clockwork Kaze?
Wow,
that's a sick
really
skin
interesting.
mini.
I don't know if I've ever observed
Holy,
that
I wish I
also.
got that one.
Now, as we look to today's matches, odds are that you guys are going to have to beat Team Electros today to make the last chance qualifier. Now, last month in the semifinals, y'all managed to take them to double match point. So how's the team feeling now, knowing that you're that close to beating them?
Still
Yeah,
L1, Trey.
They're not unbeatable.
What up, QWERTY?
To beat the best, to be the best, you have to beat the best. So all we can do is give it our all and play our best and draft our best, and hopefully it's enough to beat them, and hopefully not another double match point, because I can't take that.
Yeah, and good luck also, because you guys have had some pretty tough breaks this year, facing Team Electros 3 times previously, and now this is number 4. How do you grapple with that mentally, facing this one team so many times?
Yeah, the brackets this year have been kind of annoying, but I mean, it's in no one's control but our own.
VGT's drafting for KDS.
For playing the best team in the region over and over again, you do learn a lot from them, and it's always a good match. It's always fun to have that type of challenge and that mentality to, if you beat them, then that means you should be the best for at least that month. So, I don't know, we'll just have to see.
They're still behind KDS at the moment, despite KDS not qualifying for one of the monthly finals. But KDS got to go to Brawl Cup. And those Brawl Cup points now come in handy Team Electros didn't go to Brawl Cup instead, and now Vatic might have to beat Team Electros to still beat KDS. So there's so many implications in this bracket today alone. And as Livia has said, many brackets this year have been, he said, annoying for them, a bit unlucky.
You want Wukong Miko? You have to wait until Lunar New Year, and then you can buy it, Mini. If you save your gems, I think Lunar New Year is like February or something, so you gotta wait till like next spring. That's what I had to do, because I did the same thing. I wanted it as well.
Today they can act as season killers for Vatic.
Yeah, Zulan and the squad here have kind of showed
What's up, Pando?
multiple times, and they've mostly finished inside the top 8, but that 1 month that they did manage to snipe Team Electros out was what doomed their run for the Brawl Cup. Indeed, they played spoil sport, and they will be able to do it
Thank
here
you for the
as
lurk.
well.
Appreciate it.
And with the global bans coming in here, have they studied up what Vatic have prepared? Lu and Glowy gonna be two coming out, and the Glowy is something that really strikes me as a little bit of homework done for them. I didn't see it
Vatic's
too much
playing
play in
Legacy.
qualifiers, but they must have spied something in the data, in the scrims for them to make this ban.
So Legacy is the reason why Team Electros didn't go to Brawl Cup.
We're cheering for
Is
Team
why
Vatic.
KDS now has extra points, is why they're 12 points ahead of Vatic. So they are truly the season killers for Vatic overall.
Yeah, what I'm hearing also is that Team Electros, this is all your fault. Like, why did you sell in April? And why did you screw up all the points? Everyone who went to Brawl Cup got such a healthy pad. Vatic have Team Electros to blame, but they also have to make it past this match if they want to place a little bit more blame on them, because then they can say, well, why'd you beat us in the first semi-final? But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It is about Legacy. They did manage one time to get an unexpected victory. Everything else has been a top 8 finish.
It was Team Electros at their weakest, though. This is something that we have spoken to Team Electros about on interviews. They said that was a month that they kind of, you know, skived a little bit in that spring split. They won one monthly final there, and then afterwards, they kind of just felt, you know what, we don't need to scrim as much. Then Zulan did his Zulan thing. He won.
Can Vatic keep the dream alive? One last shot at the postseason. They need to make it out of the quarterfinals against Legacy. Pinball Dreams is our first map. We don't get to see Brawl Ball too
Serious?
often currently, I feel. Pinball Dreams is our first map though, so I'm already excited for it. You can play some throwers here more often than not. It's Willow. Sirius is going to be the first pick here instead. Barley banned out, so Willow is still technically
That's an annoying
but
pick.
doesn't have the same amount of range as Sirius, so I do believe that's a fairly good first pick and a pick that Legacy plays so often. Usually want to pair it with a Lu. They're having global ban, so let's see what they will show us later on instead.
Yeah, this is a map that is outside
Whoa,
the
person.
comfort
Whoa.
zone. I think for me, the comps that they like to go for are usually very tank-centric, and I think, yeah, that's why they've kind of leaned into these two very, very comfortable picks for them.
Oh, we're getting star drops.
That can indeed work on Pinball Dreams. I'm not too sure about the matchups up against the Sirius, though, because you do have to run the gadget that allows you to jump over those walls.
His Livy's a
Sirius
monster
spaces
on the
you
Rico.
properly, it could still be a
Those
problem.
who know.
The Rico, though, that's something that we saw a lot in South America and throughout a bit of East Asia as well. I'm really convinced this is one of the strongest brawlers in the patch right now. It's very difficult to beat this guy. It's a lane demon. Even when overtime kicks in with Robo Retreat, it functions very similar to what Max can do.
Yeah, you have quite a bit of range also at mid. As long as you just bounce your shots off of the boxes that you spawn in between, you can reach deep into the
Those
enemy
who
base and hit them
crow.
back
That's
quite
me.
Consistently. Meeple is going to be here to deny any of the aggression that can come in on that last pick, but is it going to be the mid? Because I think he'll actually have a tough time breaching the Rico with the range being a consideration.
I do think we're going to see something aggressive here. I quite like the Mo on
Yeah,
the
Ducky
lane,
just got that
but
spike.
Also Ash, a brawler we saw quite often yesterday, can come in into a map like this and wreak some havoc.
Yo, Elvis still
honestly.
not answering me.
They have a well-rounded comp here with a mid, a thrower on the right, and then a Ash on the left. Now, Larry and Laurie coming in.
I
as
wish
the
I had the
last
spike
pick,
plush. I
just
did get a
here to
Colt plush
address
recently, though.
Sirius. We saw him yesterday once ready. We all didn't really believe in him because we haven't seen him in such a long time. But these twins are actually better than you'd expect.
No,
I
he
believe in it.
couldn't have run out of
I saw
batteries
Rico
because I
plus
gave
the
him
Larry and
my
Laurie
battery
pairing. I believe
bank.
it's just the pinching
And my
command
battery
that
bank
comes
was full
out.
charged.
And the reason why you go Larry and Laurie over Willow is just the sheer damage that he can output. Unexpectedly
I
so
want
with that
any
hyper
plush.
charge as well. It becomes a decent matchup with the Ash.
I think yesterday Barley was open. That's why we were like, why you pick Larry over Barley? He was banned here though.
All right, boys.
LCQ on the line
Ash.
right here. Vatic need to finish ahead of KDS.
Oh, Ducky's aggressive. Ducky's being
Top
aggressive.
team in the region from going to a
Boom.
land before
Good night,
earlier on
Ash.
in the season, but Vatic are already off to a great
Holy.
start. They have a team push on the left side.
Holy,
That's
these
up to
boys are
Ducky.
locked
It's
in
a
right
guaranteed
now.
goal within
Oh,
just
Ducky
the
even's
first 23
flexing.
seconds of the game.
This is what the Vatic comp is perfectly designed to do. You just pinch onto silence, and that's why you're seeing the immediate lane swap coming out here. Zulan going to be going up against Bilal on the left, but with that super coming online, he has to immediately fall back. Yeah, just spent so many shots. Bilal's going to pursue for with that gadget. That's just so much pressure they have.
Bilal's locked in right now.
They're confused now. They're just saying, you know what? That lane swap didn't work. Let's swap again. But I don't know if it's a good
Livy
idea.
is a monster on this. There's Rico. Uh-oh.
Mid Zemp also looking for the punish, but he
Still escapes,
Zeus
though.
have these shots. It ends up just getting as Livy down to minimum HP, and he has so much
Yeah,
speed
Ducky's
to
a
work
goat.
with right now. This is the best situation for him, in fact.
Oh, but he's gonna hurt right now.
Save
Little
from
rats.
Ducky there, throwing Zemp into the Shadow Realm, saving his captain as Livy from the surety of death there. It will allow them to reset here, but Zulan is beginning to aggress here. There's a Shadow Realm there from Ducky that can immediately take him out of the equation, but they rather put it on the series. They're rotating Bilal over, some more musical lanes going on here. You see Ducky just still looking for the target. He's got that hypercharge super.
Oh, Ducky
That
took
should be
Ash to the
enough damage go on
shadows.
Zulan. It's
Not
a
able
tough
to take him
matchup.
out,
Let's be
though.
a bit careful here. For the time being,
Bilal's
just not
pushing the
forcing
Sirius
issue.
back.
Ducky bounced in while he was in the Shadow Realm, and Zulon
Boys could be in
forces
trouble
it
right
around
now.
the left side.
Oh, no.
Bilal doesn't really have much he can do here except for play for super.
Yikes.
Legacy converged on Vatic from every single angle to secure this very first goal.
The missed communication there, didn't really communicate the Shadow Realm positioning there of Zulan, and with his Livy going down there was just no easy way for them to defend. It's sort of the weakness of the comp here. Once Zem comes online with these mansions of Meepo and gets those critical supers online, he
Oh,
can
Bilal's
do it.
hypering.
Well, Bilal's coming in
Bilal
with a
wants
double
blood.
hypercharge super.
Bilal
Now,
wants
the
blood.
Bilal is coming in from the left side.
That
Zeus
might
is
be
the
it.
first to fall.
This is
Some
GG,
aim
boys.
from Livy around the right. Need to take down
Oh,
Zulon. He's gotten
man.
him down to very little
No,
HP,
his Livy, he's
but
too
Zem
low.
has the defense, and there's not enough health from Vatic to finish.
Damn, so
The
close.
retreat will secure him out there. We are headed to an overtime.
Hello, Mayhem.
Where in all theory, as Livy should be the strongest brawler on the map, I'm expecting him to maintain the speed, keep up that robo retreat, don't heal up just yet. The ball's nice.
3 seconds.
Sam takes down his Livy there in the nick of time, right before overtime. Mistakes to start this one off.
Yo,
It's gonna
come
be
on, Bilal,
challenging
Duck,
in
let's go.
OT. It's 1 and 2.
Oh,
Ducky needs
the
his pass
Meeple,
over to the left
Mansions
side,
of
and he
Meeple
has
is
to put
pretty
someone
slick.
in the realm. It's going to be a tricky and delicate execution here as Livy also ready with a hypercharge of his own. First hypercharge popped. It's Zemp on the left side. Zulon also
Is
trying to
Livy,
block
is he gonna
shots
cook?
with the rats
He's
of
cooking?
his own, and Ducky closes in for the kill.
That's
on
it.
Zeus.
That's GG,
It's a
chat.
full team wipe for
Let's go,
Vatic
boys.
as
Well
they
played.
slowly pocket this in the right side to get game 1.
Clinical there. From
Bilal's
Vatic in
yawning.
that first
He's not
goal,
even-
but a bit
not even
sloppy with the
stressing.
second. For me, personally, that overtime there as Livy was well positioned with robo retreat, but just kind of just went a little too close there to Zem. I don't know if this is early signs of nerves, you know.
Hello,
Vatic
Mr.
knows
Thunder,
that
again.
All the marbles, their chances at LCQ still rides on every single match they play, and I'm sure that they're feeling it in this match.
Yeah, a win is a win. For a match that Vatic are really heavily favored to win, it can be a little concerning to go to overtime. We'll see the initial interactions. Zulon soon to fall on the right side. Zem.
Come on,
is
Ducky.
positioned
That's
perfectly
GG
for
again.
Ducky to take
That's
him
rap.
down, and the last one to go
Ducky's
is useful.
flexing.
Once again, if they hadn't hesitated right there, it would have again been on the 23-second mark, just like they did in game 1.
Absolutely beautiful for me, and that's the early game power of this comp,
Active.
where
I put
Mansions
Vatic on
of
the
Meeple
TV.
not
That was
online,
me.
No critical role from that Meeple. No shadows there from Zeus on this series. This comp really suffered. And another slow there onto Zulan.
Kinda
plus the
complex,
Shadow Realm.
Broadster.
Wow, just throw the whole kitchen sink at
Basically,
this Ash. That's
it
what
really
let
matters
them
about
down.
Bobby's team because
Vatic
Vatic's
still
in 4th
holding on to
place.
defense.
Bobby's
Meanwhile,
team is in
Bilal
3rd.
gets cozy on the top
So we
right
need,
side.
if
Zeus
Bobby's
can't
team
rotate over
loses
because Livy is suppressing him,
and
but the
Vatic
box
wins
is
this,
going to help a good amount.
then
Still, no one really to take
I
this
believe
matchup
Vatic's
versus
in.
Ducky on the left side. And the musical lanes have
So
subsided
Vatic's gonna
for
beat
now.
these
Ducky
guys,
going to
and
get
if
that
Bobby's
initial
team
bit of damage
loses,
in
I think
and
that's
finish
like
off
best
the
case
kill onto
scenario.
Zeus. Alongside his Livy,
Surely.
it's crazy position. Zip down as Livy just needs to
Just
walk
gonna
this
walk
one
it
on
in.
through, and
That's how you do it, boys. Lock in.
That's the strength of the Cordelius. You just change the equation, change how defense
So
is
yeah, I'll talk
made
about it,
there.
Broadster, when we get there.
Send Zulan through the realm, and Ducky literally just stood there by the wall, said, you guys got this, right? 2 versus 1 here. There's no way to stop this. Is Ducky praying with the spike. Like, doesn't even look pleased with
It's
himself
his
after that game.
That's his little helper. That is actually the Vatic drafter.
Best case scenario is
Oh,
Vatic
the
versus
spike is
KDS
drafting over
finals.
Vatic. Is that-
He's a plush
No, that's not
viewer,
best case
Spike.
scenario.
He makes really good contributions. He's more
If
of like a
KDS
mental coach to
loses,
think about.
Well, the
If
data tells
KDS
me he's
loses,
never
right,
been
like their
quick. Well,
first
maybe
game,
that's
then
like the self-insert.
that's best
Maybe
case
let's bring
scenario
Sunny
for
back
Vatic.
in to tell us a bit more about what she thought about that game.
I mean, I love how Ducky's cuddling his spike. I do think he's probably the drafter, and he's doing great so far.
The
Vatic
spike.
had a really good draft in this one, as already mentioned. Rico super strong in the current meta. Cordelius, one of Vatic's most picked brawler on this map, worked out wonderfully. That Ash pick
Ducky.
might be a bit too early in the draft.
2 days left for
And,
Pro.
I believe it was also after Cordelius.
Dude,
so
I was just trying to
probably
hit
didn't work
L2.
out as intended here for Zulan.
I
Yeah, I
kept
just wonder what are
winning,
we
losing
so
L2.
concerned about with
Back
the
and
Ash?
forth,
I
back
mean,
and forth.
He's fairly decent in his own right. The hypercharged robotic rats are great for steamrolling to the
Nah, that
enemy
guy's a
side,
troll,
but
QWERTY.
Is Damien too much of a consideration right now? in
Vatic
the
and
Ash
KDS need to
matchup
earn it.
specifically?
That would be a legacy match
Perhaps,
active.
I don't know if I
That would be
really
like
go Damien like that
for the
into a
cinema.
bad matchup. I mean, you
Uh-huh.
pick up the Ash to block out.
Yeah,
that
that's
pick,
cinema.
but even then, like, you've already got 2 matchups that are pretty bad. You mentioned this Meepo
QWERTY, your
versus
friends, they
Rico
just troll too
matchup.
much.
And yesterday in South America, something that I did say is when there's a Rico on the map, you really need to have
He's
a
being
mid that
annoying
can
in
just
Discord.
play
That's what he was
equally
doing.
passive as him. This is not it. When you don't deal with the Rico pinches to the side lane, pinches with his Larry and Laurie, pinches with that Cordelius, changes up the equation of all these matchups, and suddenly you're in for a lane collapse situation here on
Come on, Trey. We're obviously
Didn't
cheering
mind the draft too
Vatic.
much, though. I don't think it was just that. Vatic played it really, really
I'm in the
well.
Vatic house right now.
Hideout now up next. This is Vatic's map pick, so in theory they should be 2-0 up already after this one. Let's see if this is actually gonna be how it's played out, as their opponents here also have quite a decent win rate in scrims at least.
Mina.
First pick here just to snatch up that blue star. Mina is gonna come in with more to spend out of the way. Kaze is really the only
You went
one that
all in
can
for
be
Vatic Mayhem?
faster
Let's
still.
go.
We'll have to see whether there is a race for the Blue Star. Mina is
Pearl?
going to be kind of the first contribution to that conversation. Pearl is also going to be coming in here as a way of deterring any overly aggressive pushes in. It still can be played around that Blue Star. Also, potential with a Byron to synergize. We saw Glowy is actually a ban here, and I think there is potential for the Glowy to do some really good stuff on a double-up lane on Hideout, but he's not the only one that can do it. You can still, as I said previously, do it with the Byron. You could even have a match on that lane too.
And they're gonna snatch it up. I think they also realize they can't afford to let that Byron slip into Vatic's hands. It's another very,
Byron's
very
good pick.
comfortable brawler for them. Aside from Mina being, you know, this pocket pick that they seem to pick almost everywhere on Hideout, they do pair it up a lot with Byron. They pair it up with the Grey as well. I don't expect to see it here on Hideout. But if there's something that Vatic have shown me is that they're really, really good at picking up these balanced compositions. They will almost always never, you know, go for like something cheeky like double tank here, for example. And so with Brock right open, I think they might consider, nah, the sharper option there, the queen of sharpshooters itself
Piper.
shows up this Piper matchup. It punishes the Byron, it punishes the Pearl. That's
Yeah.
very skill testing.
I'm
Piper
surprised we're not
destroys
seeing a
Byron.
Pierce earlier on here. Still one of the best
Two shots.
snipers.
Piper
did
can
see
two-shot
a damage
Byron, right?
buff, so she's now fairly strong as well. We have a bit of everything now on the side of Vatic here. It's not long range, and also that blue star as first. I would like to see something a bit tankier, maybe also a healer on the left side. But
There we go.
there he is, a
Gene.
healer
Yep.
and tanky.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll be able to pull some brawlers out of position. Pearl, not oftentimes a brawler that you want to pull, and the damage could be a little bit lacking for Vatic, but not really the worst option. Also gives them a lot of pressure. They don't have to worry so much about whether there's going to be a thrower that comes in. Of course, Piper can break open those walls, so there's counterplay there to begin with. Something I want to point out, which is a specific interaction.
I got a bundle
here,
with
is that
Chaos
Piper
Drop, and
is
if I get
able to
Ultra,
two-tap
everybody has to
this
like the
Byron.
stream.
But now Bolt comes in as a final selection,
I hope you
and I
get
just
Ultra.
don't see anything for Vatic that can deal with this. You do have a jump for Piper. You do have knockback, but she probably wants to go homemade recipe even still. And Gina is able to blow people away
Bolt.
with the lamp blowout. But once he uses that super, there's not all that much.
It scares me. It really, really terrifies me. You're a Prestige 3 Bolt, and you look at this comp, and it is a juicy one to play.
Yum.
I mean, really. And as you said, it forces gadget changes. It forces this Piper to ruin her own game. You know, without homemade recipe, those matchups against the Byron, against the Pearl, it changes so much. So, very good last pick here from a Legacy. It is one of the few brawlers we neglected to mention. It's faster than Kaze, gets the blue star so quickly, and it allows Legacy now options. Do they want to go aggressive here, try to sneak in some push pick?
Just because I got the blue star first, that's not going to help. help them.
Or do they opt to play defensive for the rest
Oh
of the
man, the bolt is going to be
Problem for
annoying
Legacy is that Vatic
AF
has so
though.
many ways to break this
Ooh.
defense. They're able to
Oh,
poke
Bilal
around
be
these walls quite
tapping.
effectively, but 2 shots gone awry for Bilal.
Oh, man.
He's barely missing Zulon as he's hiding behind the wall, healing up Zeus and keeping
What's
Zimp
up, Fred?
alive as well. Bilal also ready with his first wall break. He's had to work hard for it, and now has the potential to break over the back line. He's going to go for it. Perfect
Ducky-
jump into
Ducky's
that
hurting.
safe and sequestered space on the
Hold
left
on.
side
Let
and
me
away
move
from
this.
Zimp on this
My
one.
bad, chat.
Then we're gonna go straight. Jumps in there onto his Libby. No way for Lamb blowout.
no,
to
there we
save
go.
that
Tied
one.
it up.
But
Bilal got the blue.
unfortunately, with the blue star, yields it right back to the
Wow.
easiest cap there. Bilal's life here. But I honestly think that's a pretty good trade there for the side of Legacy. They're a comp with the bolt that should be playing aggressively throughout this match.
Yeah, now they just don't
And
have
just
to
a
worry about the blue
wasted
star
super
going
from the
over to
Byron.
Vatic. It's no longer on
Ducky
Zimp.
wants
He
blood.
can't play with this super. Need to see Unstoppable come into play. It'll give him 1 full second of immunity to CC with only a couple of exceptions in the entire game. So who's he going to go
Bolt's
for?
got a
Pull
super.
up,
That makes
jump,
him
Ducky
dangerous.
dash. Ducky could be
Bolt's
close to
super is
super
very
as well
dangerous if
as
he
a
wants to
whole.
engage.
So which is going to be first? Is Livy could try and snipe him with that
Here
pull,
from
but
the
just having
Duncan
pressure
stream.
is actually worth not using at all, at least for the time being.
They are still behind of that blue star and only 30 seconds left to make a play happen. But I'm with you
I'm
on
told
that.
my
I
stream
don't
has
think
a
he
little
should
bit of
be the
delay,
first entry of the
but I can't
team.
fix it
He needs to
midstream
run
now.
that,
I just
make
gotta
plays,
ride with
attack,
it.
get some taps
We just
before
gotta
him, and that's
experience
the whole
it
main recipe
as
is
it
gonna
is.
miss. Yeah, Zemp
Heal
is
that
just
Bolt
going
chat.
live
Come
himself.
on,
He
Bilal.
should get traded out here. No,
Oh my
Bilal
God,
didn't have the
no.
ammunition to bring him down. He's gonna
We
get
need
a
some
stake
aggression
there.
from Ducky.
Ducky looking for a huge play, some respectable damage onto Zeus. It does keep
Come
him
on,
in an
Bilal.
overextended
Come on,
position,
Bilal.
hypercharge in, but his Livy still has the chance to get a
Oh.
pull. It's 1 kill for
Easy?
Vatic and 3
Anyone?
seconds to go. A pull onto Zimp. No, completely misses.
Wow.
With a 4-star lead, game number 1 of set 2 heads over to Legacy, and might I add, Zulon's rocking the beard. I've always seen him clean shaven. Do you think that's the buff this month? Is that the upset beard?
Is it the Angel Boy beard? I mean,
Yeah, well, he's also copying
Yes.
Zimp, I think.
They're all rocking the beard.
Ups
but-
that beard, I love them.
Well, I mean, Reddy, you should take some notes on the way Zemp is running this
Goes
ball.
there
by the
quick,
way. This
steals a
gadget
star.
selection by him is absolutely brilliant. It's one way you can dodge home
okay.
racecipes.
They're gonna bring
You
it
can
back.
Fake out the lamb blowouts, and that's why I think
The
Vatic,
Bolt is just
they
adds
gotta
so
make some
much
adaptations
chaos.
here. I think you just
The
can't
Bolt's running
afford
like
to really play
Usain Bolt.
defensive into a ball, even when you're ahead. I expect to see them just still continue, keep up the pressure.
Oh,
go for
oh.
trades.
Yo, he's in
Really
trouble.
that
Bolt's
fashion.
in
They
trouble.
should be able to chase
They gotta
this
go
one
down for him.
though. I mean, he's pinched out to both sides of the map. He's starting to be able to heal up, though. Okay, it's his Livy over there with
Boom,
the
boom,
lamb
boom.
blower. They're gonna be able
There
to
you
get this
go.
one. But Ducky
Ooh.
was sacrificed there in
Ducky
the
got
back. 1
cooked.
versus 2, he went down.
Our boy
It
Ducky.
turns out okay for Vatic, okay, because they still have the lead.
Uh-oh,
Legacy have no
uh-oh.
choice but to play
No!
into them. Got too aggressive versus Zeus, and Zulon finishes off the kill on
We
his
got some
Livy.
work to do,
It's
boys.
Legacy
Holy
ahead by
crap.
4 stars once more. Vatic have to play aggro. It's far from ideal, as Livy's going to have to switch up his philosophy around these pulls. Use one really hastily to try and get
Damn.
Zimp. Didn't go his way earlier.
Damn.
Might just want to go ahead and try and pull Zeus, even Zimp on the right side, if he's able to snag that correctly. He's looking, he's tracking, trying to get
Come
Zimp
on.
with the land blowout. Now
There it is.
finishes
There's a
off
good
with
pull.
the
Good pull, easy.
to get them just 2 stars closer to equaling and surpassing with the blue star Legacy.
That's still just so
Man.
much pressure that he was able to get.
Oh,
the
that
Bilal
Byron
now
super is gonna be
low with
nasty.
Zulon
The
coming
Bolt's
with
too
biggest
cheesy,
hyper
bro.
charge of his life. He's gonna catch 1, 2,
Holy.
3. It's a complete team wipe there for the side of Legacy, and a very, very, very big protesto going down there. They know with this last pick, they might just have this one in the bag.
Narrow margin for error for Vatic right now. They can only afford to lose one brawler before it's a guaranteed game over. The next brawler that dies. Zeus is exerting so much pressure with his hypercharge and super, and Zimp is in with the super. Vertical super for Bilal, but it's just a gimme for Zeus with the burn. It's going to come down to
man.
Livy on the right side, but he's gone in solo. Could we see some stunts
Holy.
for this pull? But Zeus can still
Ducky,
pull.
do
Zimp can
magic.
go down too. One more shot
No,
for
Ducky,
but
Ducky, you're
it's
being
gonna
too
take
aggressive,
more than
bro.
that. The blue star keeps
Damn.
Legacy ahead alongside a near 20-star finish.
Rough.
That's pretty painful there for Vatic there to drop a set. Zulon's pretty pleased with himself that one, but if I'm gonna be real, I think us here on the desk,
Cheeky.
the whole of Vatic, we all forgot about the ball. The ball was very
How
much
many
open there
LCQ
throughout the
World
entire
Finals
of the
has
draft.
Zeus
Looking at the
qualified for?
setup there, love the Byron Pearl 2-3
2?
that came out from
Are you
that
sure,
Pearl
person?
there to really just block it out, and Byron to support Zemp when it was needed. These are 3 brawlers that I don't think
Wow, okay,
are
thank
the
you, person.
worst into the vault, but the fact that they all had to change their kit, to change for Spirit Slap, to change
Person's forever trusted now.
homemade recipe out for that pin, for the auto aimer there, I think it's pretty
It's okay.
painful for the draft.
I'm not worried.
We saw
It's gonna
that
be fine.
Byron twice today already, and after watching Zulan and Snowy on those brawlers,
Bolt is
I
too
kind of have a
cheesy, causes
twitching
too
in
much
my fingers.
chaos.
I want to hop on Brawl Stars and play Byron. He looks super fun. And again, I called him underrated before. I will say it again. He's so strong, not only as the healer.
Yeah,
for
he
Zap,
texts me.
He didn't actually.
I don't know what
lose
happened.
kills here, despite being
told me he was gonna tell me
constantly healed
later.
by Zulan. It was so fun to watch that Bolt just roam around, getting low.
They'll be alright, Mayhem.
Goes back to spawn.
I
to
think it
get
was just a
healed
Bolt
up,
thing.
goes
It was a
out
Bolt
again,
problem.
gets low, goes back to spawn to heal up, and so on. But the Byron actually with the most kills here. Zulan, of
Bolt's
course,
so
also with that
cheesy.
triple kill in game 2. Really well played by Legacy overall. And now we're heading over to yet another map pick here by Legacy. The map is called Jesse. I mean Ring of Fire. Sorry, did I mention Jesse? It's Hot Zone. Jesse.
Ring of
Okay,
Fire.
we'll see if 8-Bit is in play because it's the only context in which I've personally seen Jesse played, with a few exceptions that I don't think should have happened to begin with. But, you know, there is room for experimentation in Brawl
Jesse?
Stars.
Sorry.
This is not the place where you want to do it, folks. Ring of Fire. Could it be home to the Bolt once more? I do see potential.
I think it's on to Jesse.
You think they go the Jesse?
Has it been mentioned?
8-Bit is banned.
Oh,
But
no.
Jesse could be
Yeah,
a pick
Jesse.
here. We're in NA.
Max
We're in
ban,
NA?
8-bit ban.
No. 8-Bit is banned. Go next.
Charlie's open. That's what else is picked into.
That's just as Livy's cheeks.
Bolt.
Lola.
It's not great. Come
Lola
on,
is
guys.
one
Drop
of-
the act here. I mean, we're all here from other regions. Only Reddy seems to be on the train here. I'm a Jesse player myself, and I love it. But I don't think that it's
Thinks.
that great. I think it's an NA idea that has emerged as sort of a pocket pick that does work into
Ring
some
of Fire.
picks. But if we look at the win rates across the board, it's only working into lesser teams.
Lola is one of the most picked brawlers from a Legacy on this
Thinks
map.
this is a good pick for this map.
Jesse's really good into Lola, so don't give up that Jesse hope just yet. We saw her once today, didn't perform too well though, so I wouldn't be... Yeah, I personally wouldn't pick her, but I would love to see her because we don't ever get to see her a lot.
Things
in
can control the
MME.
center with a super really well,
Mac coming in
especially
here
the
on right-hand
hypercharge
side.
super.
That is a Ring of Fire special. You could
Meg is
pair it
annoying
with
'cause
a
they
heal on the
last
back. Chloe's
forever.
out of contention here, but
The mech will stay
Byron
alive
would
forever.
Still be left open. Poco too.
Mid selected already for Vatic. You usually would stack a couple on mid here on Ring of Fire, so it's not going to be totally remiss to get something else. But also Stu has been banned out. It's one of the more popular ways to keep a distance.
Who do I think is
from
gonna
the
win?
enemy.
I'm
Nothing
hoping
too
for
much
Vatic
just
to
yet.
win.
Meeple is going to keep things at long range,
That's
also
the
deny
plan.
aggression and keep things open. Just
I
really
think-
a safe brawler. I don't think it reveals too much.
I think the
It's
only
also
one
just
who's going to
two
give him a
brawlers
problem
that
is Team
also make
Electros.
Bolt's very uncomfortable to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see it in East Asia, I believe, played on Ring of Fire. That was a bit of a pocket strategy to just go on the side lane, just be really annoying, roll around literally the Ring of Fire, and then flank around when your teammates are pushing up. You buy a lot of space, and that's why this Meeple and this Meg both are proactively dealing with that. But Vatic, they don't have to really go for it here. They could punish this Meeple just purely by virtue of range, and that's why I think they've gone for the Pierce here. I was thinking whether Byron could have also been a good
Well,
shout,
well,
given that this is hot
well.
zone. And now looking at these two brawlers, I think
But
we need
isn't
something
Master
a bit
Kronos
more tanky, just to stand in
Not
the mid.
necessarily. I would like to see them play some wall opener. Now, together with those two snipers, I think a Griff could come in handy, and is also really good into the mech on the other side. No, it is going to be a aggressive pick after all. Kenji coming in here just to cover those lanes. They have two brawlers now to stand in mid, but two brawlers to stand in mid, and Finks and Pierce are very rarely picked together for that reason, because yeah, they both kind of fulfill the same function. On the right side now,
Meeple.
we have a bit of everything that Meeple and Mech.
Meeple's a weird
could also
pick.
be something aggressive now, honestly. For them as last, Damien would be open.
There's not that many walls to him.
Damien is wide open, but Sirius is the method to this madness. It's going to be able to get some shades off of Ducky over here on the Kenji. And in the range game, it should be able to take down Bilal quite respectably, utilizing open range.
Why they're not going
Fire
Bolt?
walls. You know, you got a little
They just
obstacle to
played Bolt
hide
last
behind.
game.
What do you make of this?
I'm worried, right? I'm worried for the side of Vatic here because a lot of their team's potential seems to ride on this Pierce. He has amazing matchups. If he plays like Lukey or if he plays like Guesty here, I think they could pretty much crush Legacy here. But a couple missed magazines here and that could leave themselves wide open. That's my concern.
Headed
Let's
in
see.
here, it's 1-1.
See if
Vatic
Easy
and
can pop off
Legacy
on the
tied up, and
Pierce.
Vatic is the one with postseason dreams on the line, but they were denied a chance
That
to
Sirius
get
is gonna be
closer
really
in the
annoying,
last
though.
set. Zemp is already going to be kicking things off at mid with an early gadget onto his Livy to gain the position for Legacy. The shade from Zulon is going to be troublesome to deal with for
low-key
pretty much
free
everyone
bolt game.
on the squad. Ducky doesn't want to get close. Bilal and his Livy are single target brawlers. It's going to be a challenge.
Ducky here can't get value there against the Meg as well. He's trading it out there with Hosomak healing here.
Yeah, Ducky's struggling.
But Zep literally can just outlast him. He's even got a mech here going forward there. Tries to bring it down there. Goes into the small bomb. There's a Slashimi that just goes into the air. Doesn't really connect with anything. And Legacy have already 50% of their name.
Hello, active.
Not really much that Vatic can seem to do to get in here. The Mansions of Meeple are troublesome for his Livy. He can't shoot around them or through them, but Bilal can slow down some projectiles.
There's
the
the
time
slow.
warp coming down, speeding up his Livy's shots, and all of a sudden, there are no targets to shoot. Everyone's back into the bushes, and there's no vision on anyone.
I guess be patiently as well.
Man, that mentions the Meeple gadgets. I understand the Meeple now. He's just holding them out of the zone.
Not just going to be going in there. A little bit too aggressive there from Zep.
Holy.
Mechanical misplays coming out. Shot one, shot too many. Didn't have one left over for the mech. But the Sirius is just doing so much, getting
Yeah,
so
the
many
Sirius is
shadows
getting too many
off that.
shadows.
Ducky, he's having to assess whether he can even go in on the left anymore. Bilal trapped at mid, boxed in, and piercing through the walls. As
Yeah,
Livy's
this
still
draft
on the
does not
spears
seem
at
ideal.
mid. He will actually be able to avoid a shot from Zip, but cannot seem to make contact with these shots. Zip is so fast and wiggly, he can't seem to get anything
This one
landed.
hurts.
And Bilal and
This one
Ducky
hurts.
won't be able to contribute much to this mid-fight as Legacy count up to 100. I agree with you, Spoo. The series was just too much. Kenji wasn't really able to do anything there. And then when the Shades did make it through over to mid, they were too challenging for Pierce to deal with. But the
That draft was rough, man.
More than anything else, it seemed like there was not really much that Vatic could do around it.
It's a rough draft
Yeah,
blitz.
they only had Pierce, right, as a long-range brawler here. And, I mean, I don't want to say as Livy played bad there. Landed so many shots down to Zen, so many supercharged shots as well. But this is the power of the mech. There's so much staying power. Look, you can just take one shot over there easily.
There you go,
Goes back
Ducky.
into the
That's how
small
you do it,
ball.
buddy.
Yeah, even
If
takes
Ducky can
another tap.
control that
That's
bush,
such a tanky
try to
brawler.
spawn camp them a little bit.
Ducky
He
on
needs
the
to
top
heal,
left
though.
will assist as Livy
He needs to heal,
pressuring
backing
Zulon
up. Yeah,
into a
yeah,
kill.
Ducky, yeah.
Another one with a
Yes,
super
Ducky.
from his Livy
There you
on the
go.
right.
He's doing a good
Now
job
Legacy
dodging.
could stand a
He's
chance
doing a
of
decent
getting
job
spawn
dodging
trapped
in there.
here
He's
on
owning them.
fire. It's a very
He's
real
just got to
thing,
keep
and
him
it
back.
can
Yeah,
hurt
get
you.
it, Ducky. Go
Ducky's
eat,
going to
buddy.
make his contribution
Let's go,
as
Duck.
well. D-macking Zep
There we go.
on the left side, and another super is ready. Meanwhile, Zeus on the left is just trying to get those first taps.
Holy
in on
Ducky.
mid, but Ducky is absolutely
Ducky's
slaughtering
carrying right
everyone in
now.
Legacy spawn.
This is what
Ducky's
Kenji
carrying
was
right now, and he's
intended
doing
to
such a
do
good
here
job
when he's
dodging in the
beating
bushes.
the
Oh
Sirius,
my
when he's
God,
able to
Ducky.
shine there with
Dude,
these
Ducky
huge
is
slashes.
him in this
He
map.
is capable of staying alive. There is no rage.
Boom, the
quit.
hypercharge.
Hypercharge there from Ducky. He's gonna
Yeah, get
so
that
much
Sirius,
value.
Ducky.
Now
Shut
Lucky
him
down
down.
for a second. Steamy slash there. But
Holy,
in the mid,
this was
Zuma
Ducky,
finds
bro.
back there onto as Livy, hoping a second hypercharge
This
there
is the
just
Ducky
to stay
game.
alive.
Zulon now hypercharged.
Ducky's he's
Super
him, bro.
onto the right side where he's able
He's
to
John
walk on
Wick.
water. It's fine. You know what? Vatic say.
He's a
"We'll
one-man
just keep on
army."
Spawn killing the rest of your team. Ducky is up in Meg's face, and on the left side,
Holy
Zeus is on his
comeback
last
indeed.
legs.
Okay,
It's
that shut Ducky
15%
down.
to go
It doesn't
and one
matter. It's
final
over.
shot
They
for
don't come
Legacy
back
to
from
attempt to
90%.
push in, but it's going to be
His Livy
completely
just gonna
stunning
sit
from
there and
Vatic.
own the
Yet
zone.
another team kill to
Holy
finish off game
Ducky.
number 2 and equalize
That's
our third
insane.
set.
It all just came down to that
Wow.
early game, as I said. If they can de-mech Zemp
Look, Ducky, he's gonna have no facial expression.
If Ducky
Oh,
on
he
this
knows.
Kenji can just
He
get
knows.
into the back lines, bypass
Holy.
that one slow Sirius has, and dive the back
That
line,
comeback
dive
was
the Meepo
wild.
when he doesn't have any of these
Yeah, he had a
abilities
little
on him.
smirk.
Remember,
He had a
no
little smirk. He's
rage
kind of like,
quit
oh,
to stop this Kenji. So even though he does a lot of damage, he can heal out most of it and basically out-sustain.
that's even a clutch
his
dodge.
icon.
Double
It's a trade-off
dodge.
that you make. Zulon
Oh, the
is
shadows
gonna
are
have
rough.
to trade those close quarters defenses
Mayhem
for the
Ducky
long
basically
range
just
and
like
large area
spawn trapped the
control.
team
So far, it's worked
entirely.
out
He needs to
quite
do it
well.
one more
Zeus
time
wins
though.
the 1v1 on the left side, pushing back Ducky, but he still has to be mindful
Come on,
of
Ducky,
the gap
get that
he keeps
serious.
between
Get him.
himself and this
No,
Kenji.
no, 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 no,
Zulon
no,
is
no,
able
no.
to get one tap
Damn.
on the left side. Zeus completely defended, and yet another box onto
Bilal
mid,
looks
whereas
offended. He
Livy
got
has no
carried.
choice but to back away and wait for Ducky to try again in getting into these left lane bushes.
A missed super there
Ducky's
from
the key to this,
really
though.
painful there. Zemp
He needs
there,
to do
though,
that
gets
again,
big
and the
shot
series
there
is
from
rough.
as Livy should be able to buy space for Bilal to get back in.
Oh,
That's
and
where
Zulon's
Ducky is
protecting
also
him,
trying to
too.
make some space for his team. But with Zulon pinching him out there, he can't seem to get into that
His
prime
Livy
position
doesn't
that
got
he wants
enough.
to be in.
He can't be
When are
pressured
they
too
gonna
much.
switch it up, if at all?
And the
Ducky's
Meeple
gonna keep
gadget,
on
I
bashing
understand
his
the
enemies
Meeple
this
now.
left side until it eventually works. He knows
Oh
that
man,
he can get
Ducky's
this
got to
one
put in
check
some
if
work
he's
over
just
there
able
on
to
that
position
Sirius.
himself on
It's
the
hard
left.
for him to
Or
engage
maybe
though,
if
because
his
every
Livy
time he
gets a big
goes
kill
in,
on
Zulon
mid,
shuts
but
him down.
Zem's shield is going to keep him alive for a moment longer. Ducky now decides.
Yeah,
this is
Ducky's
the
like
opening,
going right side,
over the
buddy.
right side, and Zip is
Oh,
waiting
no.
to use his super as a result.
Oh
Perfect
my
timing
god,
for
that was
Zillan to
actually
box to
really
the right
clutch
side
meeple
and get
gadget and
piercing
super.
damage through the obstacles. Bilal
It's
also
not over
falls, and
yet.
it's Liddy's the
Ducky,
last one standing for the
if Ducky
roster.
can do some
So Ducky
magic.
spawns and tries yet again
No.
to interrupt this
Too
left
slow.
lane.
As if he's just literally running in
Oh
with
my
150
God.
health, knows he's got a range advantage. A big Pierce Super will go out to regain some semblance of control here. But with this mech coming back online and the match to people once again,
Bilal's in
beautiful
trouble.
catch there
Damn.
onto Bilal. Ducky's gonna just run it down here to try and keep his teammates in this game. But that's such an easy toolbox for the mech to rebuff.
Yikes.
As Liddy needs to hit some shots here, 9% to go. Legacy
This was a
staying
hard
alive,
draft,
Zip
man.
popped out of the
Yeah,
mech,
Ducky
but
used
he's got
all
the
of his
juice to straight
power
running over the right side.
in game
Zeus
2.
tries to walk in,
All
and
of his
Zulon
power.
wants to do the same. He's going to be alive by a sliver of HP, and Bilal cannot shoot through these walls. Zulon just needs to dip his toe onto the point, but he'll let Zip do it instead because it's just
Damn.
easier that way. Set number 3 headed the way of Legacy. Could they once again deny a team entrance to land at the 11th hour?
One more set will do it. Zulon could be the ultimate kingmaker here in NA. He'll send Bobby prematurely there to the LCQ without much of a fight here. And Vatic, man, I mean, this comp
It's
coming
very
in
stressful.
there,
It's
there's
not
some
it's not
promise
over
in
yet,
this
but
one.
it's
Game
getting
number
very
2, it
stressful
really
now.
went pretty perfectly
Oh
for
my
them.
God.
Making Zamp early, getting Ducky in the backline. There's some promise, but afterwards, I mean, they just ran the same comp the second time. It didn't hit anything.
Getting Ducky in the backline, that's the key word. They managed to do so in game 2 and game 3. How often did Ducky die?
Yeah.
They controlled him so well, as you put it, Reddy. He just bashed his head into that left lane.
Yeah,
Was taken
Ducky
out
was
by
having
Zeus
a
and
hard
Zulon
time in that left
pinching
lane, man.
Time and time again. I would love to see the
Every time we went up there,
ratio
Zulon was just
of the
tapping him
brawler
like
right
as
now.
soon as he went
Yeah,
for
it
the
would be
serious.
interesting to see for
The serious
Ducky
is so
specifically,
annoying.
just because again he
That was
only had to break
outdrafted,
through
though.
one time in order to make it work, but Zulon was ready by getting
could be
some
right
shots in
active,
from
I'm not
mid lane.
sure.
He was really quick
I
and
know that
smart
that
with
was like
rotations.
the
Zeus
main
also,
problem
you
for
gotta
them.
give kudos to this guy because he was the playmaker for his
Person.
Tribe squad last year, and he comes onto this team as well. He's able to play this delicate matchup with Sirius versus the Kenji quite effectively, pushed him back a lot of times, and the shades that resulted from it got a bunch of pressure on the point too.
If only they had chassis. I'm just kidding. I don't think that would have been better at all. We're heading over to Kaboom Canyon now. We have a heist map. This is once again Vatic's pick. They need to win it now to prolong this one into set 5 and keep their postseason dreams alive. Otherwise, this is the last time we get to see this Vatic play.
If
They're
Legacy
not looking
if Legacy
professionally right now.
wins
The
this,
morale in the teams just
could
seem
be
to have
over, chat.
dropped after 2 sets there, where I don't know if they really will agree with us when thinking that it's a drafting problem. In
Let's
the
see.
gameplay department, it was suffering as well. A lot of pushes from Bilal and his Livy just not really coordinated there. Ducky going in there, as you said, bashing his face and not getting space for his team. And now, I mean, the whole team.
Yeah,
they
that
look
was definitely
really
outdrafted.
demoralized.
It's quite rough. I know that Ducky tends to feel the pressure quite a lot. He was fresh onto the roster after month 1. In fact, they dropped Rafiki to bring him onto the squad. Bilal wanted to play with him, so they're very much a duo with as Livy's experience commanding the helm. Now as they come into this very 4th
Griff.
set on Kaboom Canyon, once again, if they lose this set, that's it. There's no LCQ, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Their season
Yo,
is
what
over.
up, King Boy?
A Carl could come out here on the side of Legacy. Quite like this brawler, have a pretty decent win rate with him too. Kaze is usually what I go first. She's
Dude,
bent
surely
out
Legacy
here,
doesn't
so
win
strong
this.
in a map like this one. Easily makes her way through to mid, and with the super, a lot of damage onto safe. She is banned here, so not an option. Now this is an interesting one. It is the most picked brawler for the side of Vatic. Legacy picks her away here, and could just follow up with another damage dealer here. Again, Carl could come out here. We saw Finks very often as that mid-control brawler. He's out of the way, but
Lola.
Lumi, for example, could come in to do that same
I haven't
thing,
seen much
just
Lola being
hold
played
down
lately.
Those pushes in mid.
The
Yeah,
chuck
Diane.
is still
They gotta
open
win
as
the
well,
next
and that
two.
was
They
the
gotta
weapon
win
of
Heist,
SA in
and then
their
whatever the
choice
next
as a
game
last
mode is.
pick here. Don't know if that's something that Legacy Esports will want to set up. Now they're gonna go for that Lumi instead, as you gladly mentioned. Now onto Vatic though, they have shown Jesse in the past. It is in their repertoire, and these matchups aren't the worst. It's decent into the Lola. It does outrange the Lumi, but you know what it loses to? Better players. You just dodge the shots, guys, and just walk up the mid. Will Vatic consider it?
I mean, it's possible. They're definitely thinking about it right now. The hitability of those shots has been helped out by her projectile speed.
Thinking about a
being
base
buffed.
race?
That's why she's even in the conversation at all right now.
Bonnie.
Oh my
the
God.
SA special from
Let's
yesterday,
go.
and now makes an entrance. She'll be able to diff the range. Oh my.
Sonny got chills for that.
I got
mean, you just like
goosebumps.
Hair
Bonnie.
standing up on end from a Bonnie. And it will provide a lot of pressure. But getting into mid, I think, is going to be the tough thing. She is quite slow. She'll have to use a gadget to get in
This
there.
is such
If she
a
doesn't win it
weird
based off of
draft.
that, it's going to be a slow and painful lane game to grind your way to the enemy side.
And I like it. I think the way that Vatic are
I don't
approaching,
understand the
see
draft at
movie.
all. This is not like
Literally
what a
says,
draft I would ever
"Guys,
see.
Backs against the wall. We've got nothing else to
Carl.
play for, with nothing to lose. What do you guys want to go for? I see a good matchup there. I go
Everything
for it.
on line
Sonny,
go
you called
Bonnie.
up
Is
Carl
Bonnie
earlier
that good?
going
Tell us
into
what's
the
Bonnie
Zula.
good for.
This Vaticom, it's all rounded. It's really what they're
Average
comfortable
NA
with, but is it gonna
draft.
be enough?
I'm so curious about this Vatic comp. They never scrimmed with Griff, even once. Their most picked brawlers are Lola and the Lumi that
You
are
don't
now
even
picked
know?
up from the right side. They pick up Griff. Their most picked brawlers are picked up by their opponents, and then
Like,
they show us the Bonnie. Also
Who's their
never
safe
scrimmed.
damage?
Clearly
Is the
picked
safe
that
damage
from
just
the group of SA. Mac now coming in for some mid control.
Is the
here.
safe damage
But yeah,
Bilal?
Vatic,
Just
why did
Griff?
they kick things off here with the Griff?
I think that just being able to get into mid is definitely advantageous for them, but
Bonnie's good.
again, you say
Who's
that
the
it's
safe
not something
damage
they
though,
really
Pancakes?
scrimmed.
Who's
As
cracking the
Libby said in
safe?
interview that everyone's been really cagey about playing their ideal brawlers in the scrims. People not sure about playing scrims against certain teams, whether they're going to play, what they're going to do on game day. Everything is being concealed, and you can see that Vatic needed every last drop of that secrecy. They could be upset by Legacy. It would be Legacy's
All do
second
okay
upset of
damage?
the
Like,
year.
yeah, okay.
Coming into it in Kaboom Canyon with this comp. Their
All right, let's
dreams,
see what
their
they
LCQ
can do.
hopes are still alive here for the side of Vatic. Well, Legacy want to play Kingmaker for their boy Bobby waiting in the wake.
Initial interactions favor Legacy as they're able to get into mid.
Bilal's
Utility
got a
Earn
lot of
has been on the
control, that's
side
for
of
damn
Vatic.
sure.
Zimp's looking pretty damaged as he moves backwards, and Zulon also has to move away from this lane. He does boast the range advantage versus Bilal, who now looks for the switch up, handing this over to Livy to try and clip the shots around onto Zimp.
Icy
But when
balls.
this first super comes in from Livy,
Ooh,
that's when
Livy.
things are about to get interesting.
Legacy's comp is purely based on control. They have
Carl can
to
go for the save of the
secure
gadget.
mid, and that's the toughest part for them right now. They are landing more shots here on this Lola, and Darky's making
Holy.
a really aggressive move there onto Zeus. It's similar to the Kenji all over again. It's just a match that's just not working in their favor. Now is Livy going for a big
This is your
jump
favorite
there
map?
onto Zulan. It's a mad scramble for the mid.
They
and
just
no
open
one
up
really
mid
having any
entirely.
staying power for the time being.
Bunch of trades just going back and forth, but Vatic seems to have gotten the upper hand. Ducky on the right side.
There we
Zeus
go,
doesn't have any
Ducky.
counterplay. He's going to look for that kill.
There we go,
And once
Ducky.
again with the super to get
All right,
out
start
of
hitting the
way.
safe, boys.
Oh, but Dindok's behind the obstacle. I'm not
Nice.
sure what was the thinking
That's some-
behind
that's
that,
some good save
but nonetheless,
damage.
Vatic will be able to slink back just a little bit into these bushes after getting some pretty healthy damage on the save.
Throw up the ones for
man,
Vatic.
nerves. I mean, Ducky's got to chill here. He's got a pretty good comp here going into this one. Zulan's got a nightmare matchup to go into, and that's a beautiful hypercharge super there from Bilal to just shove Legacy out of the mid. Vatic now
That was
looking
smooth.
absolutely dominant, as Levy's even got this hypercharge online, and Zulan's most certainly the prime target.
Zulon on the left side, he's alive and healthy. Here comes a hypercharge dedicated specifically to him, and as Livy's going to keep this one going with a bit more damage onto the safe. It's
Yeah, Kronos, every
definitely
time
blocked
I'm
by
like
Zeus,
in
freezing his
Legendary,
ego
it's
in
just a
front
base
so
race.
as to
This
prevent
is
that
clearly not a
really
base
nice
race.
play there from Zeus on one of his signature brawlers.
There's still a ticking time bomb here for the side of Legacy. They've only got 30 seconds left to get back mid and equalize this. With Bilal throwing out a super here just to zone for the time being. Even chucks the piggy bank there onto Zeus. Really want to get them off the point here. Ducky's just going to make an aggressive move forward there just to
Ooh.
buy some time for the team.
Ducky's been doing a good job cleaning house. That's game. That was smooth. That was very dominating this time. Bilal has really good control.
But it's just too long of a distance to go for as a
Oh, man. Livy just got popped.
in this match with a game #1 victory here on Kaboom Canyon.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see Livy do much on the Bonnie. I didn't have eyes on the Bonnie. I had eyes on Carl and eyes on Griff.
Weakness for them. But I also think that they rounded up the comp in a weird
How was
way.
Bonnie
They're
helping?
coming in to fulfill a similar role for the Lola, where it's literally I walk in the mid, I have a lot of health, I walk in, I spam auto aim, and I just force my way in. But you're trying to force your way into a Griff and a Carl, it's just not really working out for them.
Karl is going to be taking that early positioning, looking for the ideal matchup onto Zeus, where Zulon was very much expecting this. Ducky just trying to absorb some of the shots, keep Zeus low on HP, and he doesn't really feel like fighting. Zeus gets to migrate into
Pawn
the
is just
bushes
consistent.
as a result, and Vatic have to fall back quite a bit into this ego from
Ooh, they're getting pushed a little
Zulon
bit
on
too
full
much,
HP,
though.
and Zimp similarly so on the right side.
This is a terrible position that Vatic
yeah,
got
that's
in.
not
You
good.
don't
That's not
wanna
good.
be
We
in a
need
spot where
some.
you
We need
feel
some
the
Griff
full
super.
control of the mid. They get Zulan out. That's a good pinch from them. They're stymieing the bleeding for the time being. Getting
Okay, that was
big
good.
shot there
We gotta
from
get some
Bilal
safe
that
damage
almost
now,
brings
though.
down Zeus, but with the ego in play, they keep him alive. And Zemp now, he's trying to snipe Ducky out of Oblivion here. The little phone will get the crack here, and that's Legacy in the lead.
Legacy stand firmly in mid. They have Zulon with the super. Could be concealed.
Meg's a little annoying
information.
with her buffies
Vatic
for
don't
sure.
really wanna make the
But, like,
first
that's
move.
every
They
brawler
know
with
Zulon
buffies
has
now,
this
right?
ability. If they can get his Livy onto the Lumi, that would be perfect. Bilal gonna get stuck on the right side. Near
Ooh.
kill on his Zulon. His Livy's gonna go for it and right back into the cannon form. A gadget popped immediately to get some damage.
Okay.
Ducky also
Okay, he's
with the
getting some
kill,
damage.
and now Vatic
He's
have
tapping a
real
little
chance
bit.
of setting up an outpost at mid.
Full control inside the mid, but with most of the bush broken up, Legacy still have a shot to break back in. Zep commits the toolbox gadget out there, and that's no time for Ducky. Goes in
Ducky,
with the
oh,
spin,
Ducky,
gets down one. He does
oh.
fall down to Zep,
Sacrifice.
though. These trades are still positive for the side of his Livy, who
Wow,
will
his
jump in
Livy
and try
with the
to get
hypercharge.
crack. One more shot,
Back in the cannon for a little bit of
surely
health.
they can get this. No!
Wow, wow, his Livy. He's putting in work. Holy, with one health.
Might be
With
hitting
one
himself
health.
now because a hypercharge Griff
Oh,
super
he
could have
got
done it,
him.
But they've got plenty of time to get back there. Still, they just don't have possession.
Yo, what's
of
up,
mid right
Jalen?
now. Lol with his hypercharge super. It's going to be a big deterrent, but Legacy aren't really that focused on
Low
getting
chance.
forward as they are holding mid. It's the most defensible position on this map.
Oh, you're right,
Forward,
Toast. They didn't
not
crack
really
it, 76%.
some spacing.
30
Big
seconds,
bank
they
as
gotta
well.
push
Ego
forward
on
right
right
now.
side as Livy's getting his shots blocked by Zeus's ego. 20 seconds to go. Legacy in for their final move now.
Livy goes in
Oh,
there,
not
deletes
enough.
Zulan there, but
Come on,
they are
Ducky.
still
We need
down
Ducky to
by
race
a
the save.
crucial
14
1%.
seconds?
Only
That might be
40 seconds
game.
left on the
No.
clock. Hypercharges will be committed.
No, I didn't get
Bilal
lunch.
and his
I have a lot of
Livy.
snacks.
It's literally a mad dash for the Legacy save. They need to get someone on it. Ducky goes in, the pickaxe goes in, a 1% differential comes out
safe's
here,
cracked, but it's not
still
enough.
too little. 60%
Damn.
of the Vatic safe as they will lose this game, tying this up 1-1.
Match point for the upset Beard. It is one more game, and Zimp knows that they can make it to a semifinal. Zimp has been grinding so hard to make it to a grand final this year. He seems to
I have
decently
all the
often make it
snacks
to the semis,
for this
but
stream.
just can't finish the job numerous times, only being one game away. But
Draft
taking
is
down
weird,
Vatic,
right, Kronos?
eliminating their dreams of
I'm not a
making
pro
it further
player, though,
in
so
the Brawl
I'm not
Stars
supposed to know.
Championship season would be a huge badge.
And now once again, Zem, the power of the mech just running in there, forcing out the entirety of the Vatic comp here, while they're desperately trying to get this lane swap online.
This is 1-1 already,
Waiting for
bro.
Ducky to get back,
This
flying
is
out,
it.
Waiting for his Liv to get the jump. He does have it now, but Ducky prematurely going in one.
Vatic
again,
needs
gets
this.
One, though. Maybe spoke
They
too
have
soon
to
here,
do
gets
this.
Another there with the pinch from Bilal.
Yeah,
That's full
get it,
control
Bilal.
of Vatic,
A little bit
much
more
better
Bilal.
for
Yeah,
them in
another
game
shot.
three.
Good.
Really nice. Bilal also finding the angle to get a couple of projectiles from each barrage onto the safe. He knows exactly how he plans on doing maximum damage with the Griff onto the safe. Now Vatic sinking into a comfortable position. Some of their bushes have been broken open, so it's not as easy to defend as it would have otherwise. But they do have some
It's definitely
utility.
getting harder and harder to
Hypercharge,
balance
super
Chronos.
Ducky, Bilal with the super
With
of
every
his
new
own.
brawler,
Wants to
every
get
new
forward, though.
buffy,
9%
the
is
balance
not gonna
becomes
cut.
harder and
An
harder.
interesting choice there. They're opting not to break that central wall. That's something that they're doing differently here. That does
Okay, nice,
leave only
Zulon.
2 choke points on the map. It makes it easier to control the pathway into the mid. Zempia will still be able to force his way in just by virtue of how much health he has, but Bilal's immediately there just committing the super, zoning them out. Vatic, they have a very, very small
Vatic's
lead
gotta
right now,
keep
but as long as they
insane control right now.
the mid, they
60
will
seconds of
have
insane
this one in the
control.
bag.
Vatic
Please.
looks really healthy on HP. They have a couple of hypercharges right now. If Legacy
Ducky's
make
got a
the first
hypercharge.
move,
Izlivi's
Vatic
got his
are ready to punish.
hypercharge.
Zemp's gonna get his mech back on full HP
Boom.
pretty soon. As Livy on the right side.
Nice,
Hypercharge
Izzy.
stun
Nice,
onto
Izzy.
Zeus, and
Let's go,
knows
Ducky.
that
Put
it's
some work on that
inside
safe,
your
buddy.
time to move. On the right side,
Oh,
looking
no.
for a
Oh,
kill
no.
versus Zip. In close range,
Okay.
will be able to snag it. Has a super
Good
to rotate
smooth-
away
good
from
movement,
Zeus.
good
Meanwhile, on the
movement,
left side,
Ducky.
Zulon's making a desperate
Hit that
push
safe.
in, and is Livy doing as much as he can
Okay.
to defend. Will be
Been
able to
cracked
pinch
twice.
alongside Bilal. The Brawl now moves back to mid once more. Is Livy with the super aggressive push on the right side actually rings true. And the last ditch
30
effort
seconds,
from
bro.
Legacy
30
is
seconds.
going to be
Hold
getting
strong.
the hypercharge in from
Defense.
Zip. He will get his super back while in the hypercharge, but 20 seconds, that's not enough wiggle room.
They need 20 seconds to get
We
a
got
full
good control.
crack of the
20
save
seconds.
here, plus a little bit more, but
I think this
Bilal
is it.
onto Zulan
I think this is it.
immediately
We're fine.
there. Snipe there onto Bilal. You can see the nerves there from Vatic. They're literally throwing everything at the kitchen sink. Tries to get down Zeus. They're just running bodies,
They can't.
running down
They
the
can't.
clock, running down the time. Hypercharges there.
We're
from
still
Bilal.
alive.
5 seconds on the
We're
clock,
still
and
alive.
Legacy do not mathematically
What's
have
up, Gargamel?
any way to claw back this one. We are going to a set 5,
Woo.
ladies and gentlemen.
W
One
defense.
more to decide it all, and for deciders, it's the one map that no one chose, a random one. It's going to come down to everyone's general preparation here in Brawl Stars. We will see how it turns out, but man, what a finish.
And what did Slippy say earlier? He said, can we please not go to set number 5? Like he said, my heart can't take it. Look, my heart on this desk can't take it.
Ducky's
Poor
clutching
guy
that
grinds
spike.
So hard. Yeah, well deserved. Take a sip of water. That the whole team, please
White
stay
Monster.
hydrated.
He knows
here.
ball.
He knows ball, yeah. I mean, for sure, that's a well-deserved sip. But this is what I want to see from a team that's been behind this entire set. You're now going into this set number 5. Yes, it's nobody's map, but surely, with all the pressure on your back, you need to convert that, turn into a diamond in this moment, and go into that set 5 with some confidence.
In the interviews, as Livy mentioned something so interesting. The region seems to just not scrim. They do not want to give away any secret picks. And I can confirm that. I actually saw that, for example, Tribe Gaming, who had almost 600 scrimmed sets, 580 or something in the previous months, is now on 230. Not even Tribe Gaming is getting the scrims they usually want to have. It's
The SA drafts were more wild.
How KT everybody is, and then I look at what those two teams have shown us in scrims, and once again, Vatic's most picked brawlers are Lola and Lumi. Both of those have been picked up by their opponents. They're like, "Are you actually scrimmed? So we're gonna steal your brawlers." The thing is, if you play this comp very often, you also know the weaknesses, and they abuse those.
Yeah, the Bonnie was, again, pretty heads up. It was, yeah, once again, brandished so frequently in South America to kind of like occasional success, I would say. And it was used beautifully here. Just a brawler that's been off meta for a very long time, still in his Livy's repertoire. It got him victories versus the Lola on the right lane versus
They're just
a
playing
brawler
Poco
that
everywhere.
is really well accustomed to. So you're
Hello,
watching
Tic Tac.
high-level Brawl Stars right now, folks. If there were any question about it, but it's going to get more dire. We're moving into out in the open for the 5th and final map. Everyone gets one life. The consequences are serious too. It's postseason on the line.
Hence my goosebumps, by the way. I just loved seeing that come full circle. Bonnie, the brawler that we mentioned so often as the SA special, now picked up also by Vatic in a very desperate time where they really need to lock that set down.
Half the Water Walkers immediately banned out there by Vatic. They are cooking something. I've not seen an Ali ban here out in the open in ages. I mean, the Angelo and the Naja bans are a little bit more characteristic for them. And me on the side of Legacy, they surprisingly took out the kit here. I think they respect the combination of this kit Lou a little bit much here, but that does leave Vatic's very
Byron knockout.
first pick here in the form of that Byron.
Byron's comfortable, but it has counters. I still see the potential for Piper to be picked here as a response, as we observed a lot yesterday. I think Brawl had particular trouble as he was two-tapped repeatedly by a Piper, who's in the conversation right here. It's not going to have that cozy 8-bit matchup that it could go into. You can see that Legacy actually decided that they don't want to play into Brock, but you can't just ban Brock. You also got to get rid of 8-bit at the same time because no Brock makes 8-bit way too good. So they've gone for a big commitment with their bans. Pearl's going to be taken away as a possible combination for this Byron also.
Would have also been my shout here with Brock out of the way. It's the best possible option to break open those walls still to get an easier pathway into mid, at least in round 2 and 3. Piper coming out, as you already mentioned. Really good answer here to the Byron. Just the better
Yo, what's up,
sniper
Mason?
when it comes down to pure 1v1. Byron, of course,
You're on
offers a lot
vacation
more
right now.
support for the other strong brawlers in the comp though. Let's see what these brawlers will be.
I don't know if Ruffs is going to be in consideration there for Vatic. Just get bags on the ground there to really deal with this Piper. There's also this little bolt consideration that both teams are still thinking about. Is it good here out in the open? I don't know. Technically, it does function as a decent wall break for yourself.
SuperAiroc draft's better than Zeus. I don't know about that.
Inside your base, and with the Piper there. It's a cheeky last pick if Vatic don't have the damage to deal with it. And this Eve, it's so old school. It feels like as Livy's leaning back into the good old days almost, banning out Water Walkers and just thinking that it might be enough. I don't know. I haven't seen Eve win in a very long time.
Breakdance,
Just don't put the hatchlings on the spring pad, and we'll all be fine.
Don't send your kids to space, folks.
We have seen it before, everyone. Mina's going to be cranking up some of that momentum. Also, she'll be getting some early game pressure, probably throwing down that bubble shield that the rest of her team can play around. We'll see if it's enough to keep Legacy inside their own spawn. Zeus is going to be ready with the Pearl for as soon as it breaks down, but he should be able to establish a bunch of positioning. I'm a little concerned in the damage department, however. Does this look boltable?
It does indeed.
Okay.
There he is. I was thinking the same. The comp of Vatic is just...
It's true.
Yeah,
I don't see Ali that
listen,
often either.
Look at my face. Like, I'm like...
Can't really deal with that bolt at all, unfortunately. They do have the Eve who
One
can
stun.
dodge him on the water, right? But yeah, the Baron is going to struggle. The Mina, I guess, is fine if she can dodge out of the way, but they can't take him out.
And it changes the clock.
In this one, if the Spike is drafting, that little plushie for Vatic, I'm sorry you had better drafts than this, but hey, Vatic, lock in. Last chance for your ticket to the postseason. You get to go to LCQ if you make it through this match.
And such a grueling game mode to finish things off as well. Knockout, ridiculously punishing. If you're the first one to fall on your team, you've practically doomed them.
Bolt
to a lost
again?
round. A 2v3 is difficult to win.
How do we
here
even
in
stop the
Brawl
Bolt
Stars.
chat?
And Legacy already have the Bolt up and running. He's doing circles around the back left. Ducky wants to help out with his pinch onto Zeus. And Zeus
Ready?
for the two
He's
tap. It's
doing
gonna be an attempt to
circles.
escape from his Libby.
Oh,
Only a
no.
drive-by, and that's the tap from Zulon onto Bilal. This is dropped to a 2v3.
Free Eve?
And Legacy had the advantage.
Let me break it down for you, folks. On the side of Vatic, with this Bolt coming online, they wanted to play a much slower
Bolt
game.
just
get
smash
these
into the
packs
wall?
online and then maybe just chew them out inside the end game. But once the Bolt is out, they basically have no way to win the end game. When the map closes in, this Bolt at max speed will definitely chew a hole through this Byron, through this Eve. That is why you're seeing Vatic play so aggressively there. It's not an intentional effort there to
Bolt
feed or
is
anything.
a
This is what you need to see.
problem.
The Bolt just rolling over his Libby. He can even jump out of there, but you're jumping into
Damn.
the path of roadkill there. And is this really the way that Vatic are going to lose their shot at LCQ?
It was really well timed by Zemp, by the way, because he knew that Eve couldn't jump back. She'd be going into the poison. And he did also, admittedly, escape with just a shred of HP. Hatchling's going to go down. Should get a little bit of position.
Bolt strikes
for
again,
Vatic.
Chronos.
Zulon and Zeus have to shrink back, but everyone from Vatic needs to conglomerate together because they have to put together enough DPS to deal with Zip, who has a super, by the way. A super from Bilal would be able to change the outcome of that 1v1.
I call out here that Zulan does not have any protection that he
Bolt
is
straight
using
cheese, man.
the homemade recipe plus
Straight
the
cheese.
ambush. So this is the most sneaky Piper that you can do. And it makes sense there. Combining that with a Bolt run over could be a kill. Now, the question is, who is the target there on Legacy that Vatic have to push into? They're currently looking at Zeus, trying to get him down through this Byron matchup. Big jump there from Zem, though. Is it a little bit too overzealous?
There we go.
A
There we go,
freebie there
Bilal.
from Bilal.
And well done from Ducky with the super down to keep Bilal alive alongside getting the kill onto Zip. Zulon and Zeus going to get crunched around the top right.
That's a
And
GG.
this should be an opportunity for
Tied
everyone
it
to
up.
farm up their supers from Vatic. They're looking pretty good right here. An Eve hypercharge is going to push back this Piper so much as Libby pops it immediately.
Not yet, Mayhem. We took
They're
care of
gonna
Bolt
try and
once. We
punish
could
right
take
off
care of
the
Bolt twice.
Yeah, they know that they do not want to get into an end game against this pull, against this ball. Hatchling's going to be going out there. Zemp might just sacrifice himself to roll in there once again. They've gotten so much positional advantage here going inside the base here. Zemp
Oh, man. Can you imagine if
the
Zemp hit that
space
springboard by
there, but
accident?
Zula really pops the hypercharge there, but Darky spies one there onto Zeus, tries to get him down.
Oh, we got some
The
poison on Bolt.
hypercharge.
That's
It's a
valuable.
nice position for Vatic, but no advantage garnered just yet.
Hypercharge Bolt, though,
Ducky
is
might
not
be
a good
wishing that
sign.
he actually had that super for when Zip pushes in. He has the hypercharge for Bolt, which means
Oh,
he'll be able
let's
to
go,
through to
Ducky.
the right side. Bilal gets a huge pick. Zip knows it's go
Oh, no.
time. In with the hypercharge and super. Ducky reduced to low HP, but not down and out just yet. And Zulon's ready with a homemade recipe that's not going to go anywhere. Everyone from Vatic fell back. That ambush wasn't going to make any impact. It slowed down once
Not
more.
over.
But in the 3v2, this one is Vatic's to win. They just got to get a couple more kills here to go on to match point. And Zip is rolling away. Zulon backing into the back left corner. He doesn't have a play
There we
here.
go.
A hypercharge out for Bilal. And
Clean.
yes, in fact,
Even
we
with
are
the Bolt.
going to match point for Vatic.
Even with the
Thank
Bolt.
you, Zemp. Thank you for not being the world's best Bolt.
Crazy.
It's not infallible. I mean, Legacy, let's be real here. This comp from them, it is brilliant on their regard. It is absolutely brilliant. But Vatic are the one, as Sunny called out, they've really got to lock in. And I love the fact that they're punishing these mistakes. The moment that Legacy makes the slightest of missteps, the slightest of openings, Vatic just chew on it and go in all the way. In that
Bolt super scary.
Just feeding a freebie for them. A hypercharge converted down the line into pressure in that second and third round, net them the win. Will it happen again here, though?
It's quite Bolt-centric story here for Legacy, as Zimp needs to be their playmaker, but also Zulon can get an upset pick as an individual. Vatic are going to contribute Bilal quite confidently into the bushes. Around the right side, Zoom's ready to punish with a gadget. Bilal just dashes forward.
Wow, Bilal.
For Zimp. Didn't manage to get the stun, but the deterrent
and
is
the poison,
all that
we got poison on Zeus.
3v2 for Vatic.
Legacy still the villain
Bilal
here
on the mean is aggressive.
Vatic, our main characters of today, could still play for the last chance qualifier. And to win
Ducky's
this
pretty
round,
tough
they would
for
be
sure.
one step closer in doing so. Zemp will still attempt to try and play spoil spot. No,
Ooh.
1 versus 2. He gets one there.
2v1.
Down. It's a dicey
I don't think
endgame.
that
Zeus,
Pearl's
1
gonna take
versus
these
2.
boys.
He's been in situations like this before here, but with 2 members pinching from there.
Yeah, he's
no
going to
chance
smoke.
for him
Bye-bye.
to yield to the
Ducky's
smoke
like,
here.
thank you, sir.
Concede the round. Vatic can smell it. They can taste it. They
One
just
more.
want to get out of this one.
Need to eke past Legacy or become their food, their second upset of the year. Match point,
I think Vatic's got it.
is all that they need.
I think
Zimp
Vatic's
has
got
a
it. It's
super.
over.
He's ready to open things up. Zulon would love a gimme.
They gotta
To
just
start
be
things
super
off is
smart.
Libby with the jump away, but no way to escape from Zimp now.
Oh, boom, and Bolt's done. This is over.
3 versus 2. Legacy.
This is
have
over,
Zeus with the
chat.
super on the right side, and Zulon would love to back into these bushes to make use of the ambush once more, but he cannot afford to give it the room.
Vatic are so close here. It's a 2 versus 3. You can see the call there made by Livy saying, chill, play it slow, play it slow. Don't get too aggressive there. Bilal's got a hypercharge. Ducky has got a super. I have a super myself. The end game
over,
is
chat.
coming. The end game
GG.
is nigh. The only way that Zeus wins
Now we
here
just gotta worry
is to
about
get,
what happens
the
to
taps of his
KDS.
lifetime here. And with this hypercharge coming online, I don't think he has it.
Hatchlings in, Ducky and Bilal swarm alongside all of these space fleas. Zeus has no choice but to back away, and Zulon already knows that it's over.
Good night, Legacy.
Celebrations out from
Good night.
Vatic as they have once more secured their
Let's
way to
go.
a semifinal. Postseason is alive. They're ahead of KDS now. Now it's your turn, KDS. Win your quarterfinal. We'll see if these two go toe-to-toe in the semifinals across different halves of the bracket.
If KDS
What
loses,
a
we're going
way
to LCQ.
Finish. The look on our faces when this bolt came down, it was horrific there. Thinking to myself, is this really the way that Vatic are gonna go out? No, spoiler alert, it isn't. Legacy here once again, another set 5 from them ready throughout this entire year. They always put us
Legacy
on the edge of
is
our
done,
seat.
Steez.
How many times has this happened already?
Yeah, it's happened so many different times. I mean,
Who's
I
the
don't have
MVP?
tally
I think
for
it
you
was Bilal,
exactly,
was it
but
not?
Vatic in the most recent
definitely
monthly
seemed like
final,
Bilal.
okay, back in July, they went to set 5 versus Team Electros, and they went to double match.
No, it was
point.
Ducky?
It actually looked possible, but it looked like an outdraft.
I thought
as well.
Bilal was the
But if they
playmaker.
can do it again, they're going to have to do it in the first semifinal later on.
So many 3-2s on the ways to the point where Slivy even says, please no more. But they actually managed to win this one. Insane. First with a Bonnie on Heist, now with a Eve on Knockouts. Brawlers that we haven't seen in ages.
Now we're just
Old
gotta see what
school is
KDS
the
does.
way. You got an old school. Is he old at this point? Can we call as Livy old school? I mean, he still looks beautiful, still looks young. I think he's one of the most handsome players I've ever met.
No,
in
he's not
person.
old.
He's not.
He's not old.
He's not old. He's not you.
I'm not old either. Neither of us are old,
I want to
guys.
say this.
The Bolt
last
wasn't making
sets,
plays.
Once again, goosebumps all over. Absolute cinema. It was beautiful to watch. I absolutely loved it. Thank you, Vatic, for that. I'm sorry that you had to go through another
What's up,
3-2.
Stealth?
Also, huge GG's here to Legacy. Once again, a top 8 finish for them. But
I'm
what
kinda
a
glad Bolt
run
lost, too.
From them still. Really good year. I hope none of them is
Bolt doesn't seem like an
retiring, but we
honorable
still
win,
get
you
to
know?
watch them next year.
I mean, it is Zeus and Tyrant, who've been around for quite some time. I think disappointing not to see them part of the postseason at large, but changing of the guard. We see teams like Electros here, players like Zamp especially showing some promise. So hopefully the veterans like Zulan and Co are around next year to lead the young.
A little scary, Charlie, for sure.
Because we got to see some crazy plays, because we have one of the first 3-2s in a while outside of Vatic matches. Actually, we didn't have 3-2s in NA for quite some time, and because it's the final weekend, I want to press the button.
I've been good, Stealth. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while.
Let's do it together. I can lean over. It's fine.
Now there'll be second best in Unk's OG versus Tribe.
event.brawlstars.com. If you haven't finished the reward track,
Big red button.
Yes, we have some beautiful
200
rewards
points
for you at the very end. One that looks like ready, if you know what I'm talking about. So you better want to get it. Now, let's have a look at our predictions. We all
Chaos drop
right here so far. It came
Chaos
close
drop
in that quarterfinal number 2, though, if I'm honest.
I mean, we did, I think, in the pre-show mention that that's a danger matchup for Vatic. It's a potential upset. So, okay, we're all intact so far, and I don't think any of us are going to diverge in this next game. We all feel confident in Tribe. It's that last quarterfinal 4, which is extremely contentious and extremely dangerous for KDS.
KDS, they can still make the LCQ. Remember, folks, the condition is they just need to tie with Vatic. They're not in any pressure to surpass.
Haven't played Brawl all this summer. Gonna pick it up in College Stars. What you been doing instead? Oh, you moved across the country.
That's a pretty painful thing to think about.
The Vatic Discord server is hella active right now, I bet.
Incentive for turning up to Brawl Cup here, but I believe in Vatic. They can go further.
Hello,
the
Audi
quarterfinals
Clash.
now still are coming as close.
What up,
as
DK? I was a little nervous, DK. I was a
versus
tiny bit
Brawl,
nervous.
Potentially the best logo in all of the Brawl Stars esports
Once we saw
scene.
the bolt, but the boys handled it flawlessly.
They are locked in for the World Finals, but as we established before, becoming #1 seed is such an important task they have today, because you just skip day 1 at the World Finals.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a massive edge to get. I think in order to achieve that, though, Tribe are basically going to have to win this monthly final, right? They need to finish 1 place ahead of Electros, and the way that Electros are looking, these 2 teams are likely to go head-to-head in that grand final, notwithstanding anything bizarre and any big upsets occurring.
Yeah, I'm with you for that. I mean, not counting out Vatic against Electros just yet, but just looking at past performances, looking at the way that Team Electros have been playing here.
Yeah, Zemp wasn't able to make those plays that smooth.
Grand final. Tribe are very similar in that sense. They've made almost every grand final this year, just haven't won it just yet.
Tribe stands out to me as the team who is scrimming more than any other team across the entire globe. Now we just heard from Levy that the region actually didn't scrim too much, and this month even Tribe didn't scrim more than
HQ's been chill. We've done a lot of content.
Sets. So let's see what's that all
The boys
about.
were scrimming all weekend,
It's a lot.
and then I was making content with them all weekend. It was very busy.
Grand finals 4 out of 5 months so far, and you lost the last couple of them to Team Electros. Is this a grand finals problem? Is it a Team Electros problem, or something else entirely?
I think it's preparation. Like, we don't prepare well enough. I think it's that. Like, when every time we get to the finals, we don't manage to like be one team. We are always like in different ideas or opinions about raps, and yeah.
Well, now that you've recognized that issue, is that something you'll think you'll
Do
be
we
able
want
to correct
Tribe to
on
win?
today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
think
now-
we
It
should
doesn't
be
affect
more,
us.
more of a team today.
Sweet. And now,
The Tribe's going to Worlds anyways.
moving into the preparation for today, you guys actually have a kind of a different approach to coaching. You have both Reladu and Killer drafting independently from each other. Are we going to see 2 different drafters operating on matches independently?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay, yeah, I can't give away too much just now in case anyone has the preparation ready. Now, after this season, you guys have been at the top of the region, bar 1
Hello,
team.
Vatic.
Team Electros has consistently
Do we feel better?
made it
We can
beyond
breathe
you.
a little bit
What
now.
does it mean
We can
to
breathe
you
for a
guys
hot
to be
minute,
second place in this region?
and then see what happens with KDS.
I think it's like a good achievement, but I don't
Holy, so many
satisfy
chaos
myself
drops.
being second. Like, I want first place.
Keep in mind here, those 2 are also roommates, Reddy and Luffy, and even towards his own roommate, they're being so secretive. So what we see here in scrim stats, this region
Super
barely
quiet for you?
scrimming this month to not give away
Diane, how's
any
my volume?
secret
Everybody
strategies
told
or
me volume was
picks.
good.
It also shows
DK,
that
how's my
I
volume?
think Reddy ate his takeout fridge.
Mayhem, volume check?
I think there's something
tight?
going on between them. I think he doesn't want to
He
give
didn't
him.
replace the
Good.
toilet paper roll.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Diane
what
says
happens when
volume's
you
good,
room with
DK
Reddy.
says
I mean,
it's
I
good.
had 7 days experience that this week. I can't imagine what Luffy goes through.
We're looking at
Chrono
the
says
maps
the
now.
volume's
Momo got to
good.
pick first. They're going with Pinhole Punt yet again. A Brawl Ball map.
Duncan's
first.
just much
Open
louder.
Business Layer Cake out in the open. A couple of those maps that
We all
we've
can't
seen
be Duncan.
already quite often today. We have some favorites here. Out in the open seems to be a map that this region really likes. Kaboom Cannon as our random decider. Pinhole Punt, we haven't seen it yet so far. Is that a
could-
Brawl Ball map that is played a bit
No,
different?
my mic is max.
For example, we saw Pinball Dreams
maybe
before.
tickle it up a
Rico
little bit.
was the star of the show in that one.
I still think you're going to try and lean into a lot of like the powerful brawlers at the
That's
moment. We are
microphone increased a
looking
tiny
at,
bit.
You know, NA, so expect to see Tribe like try and draft a potent tank.
Is that
if they can
better?
get one amidst this. The global bans allow Ashe through, for example, which is definitely an RBM go-to and kind of something I really hope that
How's
this
microphone
team
now,
have
Diane?
adopted. These guys abused the heck out of Chester in the past as well. Like they really like any sort of mid-range control brawler. Otis might make his appearance here just as a safe first pick. But Max and Crow, as well as Lumi, have also been taken away. Tribe really targeting control brawlers with the globals.
It is interesting to see this Crow ban come out here. It's not something that's been overly prioritized. Maybe it's something that they think that Mobo have especially prepped a lot about. I mean, Crow is still a brawler that is easy to draft around. And I think for Tribe in general, there's nothing that's really stand out to me about the way that they draft. They always have you set a tank.
What's
they
up,
always
Charlie?
have some kind of control. They like to be very, very balanced comps because they know they are technically the better team. If they just get a 50-50
Only
kind of draft,
4%
they can
for
win any matchup.
Momo.
Just like us on the desk, the viewers are voting
Ouch.
very one-sided today. In Vatic, it was just as dominant, but in the end, it came out to be one of the closest matches we've seen all weekend. Let's see if this one is a close one as well.
Momo,
Yeah, I think
to
it's
my
no
knowledge,
question
don't
Tribe's
scrim a
winning.
ton. I don't have a lot of data for them here. I don't know about you guys. This month, I don't know how many times they've scrimmed, but I have like 36 scrims worth of data. So
Well, if you think about it, Momo is kind of the retirement home of NA, right? They've got a retirement home that made to top 8. Sunny is an up-and-coming player there joining 2 retirees, but 36 scrims for a retired bunch of unks, I think it's pretty good.
if you say so, bro.
Not a lot of scrims versus the team that scrims the most in the region. Let's find out who comes out to
Mike
top.
is very good.
Pinhole Punt is our first map.
What are you trying to post, Vatic?
Very bushy map. It's all about mid control. The retirement home plus Sunny here on the right. Best logo in the scene versus Tribe Gaming, who's fighting to get that #1 seed coming into the World Finals. As we already talked about stats, I also want to point out that Momo haven't scrimmed a lot. This is one of their more scrimmed map, and it's a red blanket. They haven't won it even a single time.
Well, it's a low sample size. I have 2 scrims to record for Momo on this map. One thing, though, that I've seen Tribe... Oh, 3? Okay, thank you, 3. I've seen Tribe go for the Clancy on this map. A brawler who excels in the longer game. Clancy and Griff. Griff being banned out by Tribe here, though, and they still opt to bring the Mo in, something that I haven't really seen.
So
them dabble
next
with much
one,
recently.
Vatic plays Team Electros, which is the
they
big
have 2
scary.
brawlers that are very, very tribe-centric on this map.
But
Mo
you
is
know what?
one
That's
of them,
actually
and Clancy's the other one that
makes
you
it more
mentioned. In
exciting
this
because
case,
that's
they
like
did trade out
a
in the
legendary.
qualifiers.
That's
This
a
time, I think
legendary
they
match.
usually never pick it together. This is going to be the RBM brawler of choice here. Usually you will see him go on something like an Ashe here, but whenever they pick up the Mo, they kind of just have it functioning as a pseudo tank. Yeah, Ashe is going to be picked up here, so I think that's going to yield that Mo over there to be Luffy's brawler here on
Yeah,
the
that's
team.
a go
It's
big or
very
go home type
tribe,
match for sure.
Flavored comp that I'm seeing.
Yep. Ashe, obviously in the hands of RVM, is going to be fun to watch. See how we round this composition out a little bit further here now on the side of Momo, which I suspect means Mo Money. Less scrims, Mo Money. That's the full team name.
Sure. I mean, if they win the grand final today, they still got a significant significant amount of cash for their account, I guess, but not playing for the postseason spot themselves. They can still play spoiler here for Tribe Gaming. Again, they want to reach that seed 1 to skip the first day of
scrims are a little wild though because they're like testing out different strategies and things like that. Often when I see Vatic scrim against Electros, they're winning.
Hunt is all about mid control. I love the Rico on lane. I like the M's on mid. Really decent draft so far. Like a bit of range, but on the other side with the Mo and Ash, they don't really have to be too concerned about that. I would like to see something like a Meeple, I wanted to say, come in here with a bit more range. Otis, now another brawler just catered towards keeping Ash under control.
This is something that Momo, I've been having 2 retired players. They don't really have a lot of new tech when it comes to brawlers. And that's why I think they lean back to very comfortable things like a very back in my day style of comp here, right? You've got Ems here that's been Buffy to the moon. You've got Rico who's Buffy to the moon. But fundamentally, the brawlers haven't really changed that much. They both answer this Ashe. It's literally 3 brawlers that are hating on this Ashe. 3 anti-tanks there. And it does leave that Meeple open there for Tribe. I was a bit worried about how they're going to break into the mid, but Mansions of Meeple where there's no wall break is absolutely deadly to play into.
I wondered if they were going to consider bringing a Poco last pick in here just to really help the Ashe out, especially against like the stopping power of Otis.
This is like,
but I think Meeple's really.
This seems like a very equal draft to me.
Break those, or basically, clog up those sight lines for the Rico, and also potentially, catch people out and leave an open goal with that Mansions of Meeple. It's such a skill-expressive strategy on this map, but if you can isolate your opponents away from their defensive goal, it can be really hard for them to respond.
For Tribe Gaming, this is the last chance at making sure they are the true #1 seed of the region. They need to make it further than Team Electros, so at least now pull up and get semi-finals, just like Team Electros already did in quarterfinal #1. For Momo, hey, they can still get some money. Here is on the line for the grand finals if they make it all the way there.
It's also an audition for the 2027 season. I mean, I make a joke here to say that this is a retirement home for these players, but there is one of them.
We love mentioning that. We're not that old, by the way. They're not either.
OG. It's a guy who, I used to play against, and we're best buds.
Man, I mean, if the younger Sonny is in the retirement home team, what does it say about you?
That's a good question.
That's a good one. That's a good way to get us fired too as well, Uber. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into insulting Sunny here, but I can talk about the Sunny on the stream here. I think
he's scared of you.
You should be too, honestly.
What's up, Charlie?
Nah, I'm him. It's alright. I'm good. I got the aura. It's fine, bro.
I'm just gonna hide behind Uber now.
You tell me more about Sunny.
Yeah, I mean, up-and-coming player here.
No,
for the side.
I don't want to.
He's really found a home here inside of North America. But from what I hear, he's a tier 2 player that is just, streaming quite a fair bit, looking to find his mark there in the scene. And what better way than to get that experience from, 2 of the longest-standing players in from OG and second best.
Yeah, and broke into the top 8 in the region quite often. So as we said before, this could kind of be an audition for next year. This is also a play that I would like to see again next year. And that is not just because of the name. Obviously, I'm a bit biased here.
Sunny.
Sunny Y?
Sunny Y is good. Yeah,
Sunny Y.
We go with that. Let's jump into Pinhole Punt, folks. It's Momo on the red side. Tribe on the blue side with the Mo in the mix. Diego Gamer takes early position through mid, and look out for RBM on one of his signature picks. Momo already respecting a fall back to within their goal range.
Oh, Mansions of Meeple will block out Sunny and OG here, but there isn't any follow-up from them. There's no critical role coming out from Diego Gamer just yet, but this is, as you said, a total spawn trap from them, and they genuinely could just wait here for another Mansions of Meeple, wait for another opportunity to break in here when critical role comes online.
People aren't really moving about. They actually remind me of the bots in terms of how they've sort of moved back and forth very small amounts. That's because Momo can't take any risks by overextending out of their goal line, and Tribe are looking for the perfect conditions here to convert. Little helpers might be part of that, but they are going to be relatively comfortably cleared. It's Sunny they're going low, and as is OG. They've got to give that space up, and Luffy says, okay, well, I'm just going to go do the thing now. I'm going to press my super and go.
So patient there from Tribe. They didn't want to give a single bit of value there to the M's. The Manchester Meeple committed there on the left side, isolates that OG, will allow RBM to go forward, but that's going to let Sunny go inside the mid. Second tears through Luffy on that right lane though, but a pass over to Diego Gamer allows RBM to change this forward. Should be a goal coming in here.
Diego Gamer sets up that super now. Sunny has to respect it, but second best is warding the Meeple away purely by the presence of that Rico. RBM's going to take his time. Knows that his little helpers are pretty easily dealt with by M's. Exhibit A. And Luffy also taking his time moving up mid. It's about getting that Mo Super online to dive into the mansions for Luffy to clean up these eliminations.
Once again, Manchester Meeple can't really capitalize on it. Luffy somehow wins his matchup against second. I don't know, man. I don't know how that really happens. That's a real skill dip from him. And RBM flattening out one more. It's just second against the wall here.
To go to the washroom, Tribe's already got a point.
Robotic rats, pops out the hypercharge to try and drive out RBM, but it's Diego Gamer with this hypercharge online. It's going to be breaking into this base.
Holy! Oh, Luffy got he got clapped by M's though.
Luffy up against the wall, but here comes RBM. Diego Gamer is the one with possession, so RBM is just
there we go. Damn.
Busy to secure that first round.
It's so methodical there from Tribe. I mean, there's minor slip-ups in terms of the mechanics here, but I just want to point out it's a Mo
we need a snacks.
Rico matchup. On paper, Rico completely crushes that, outranges him completely, but where there's difference is really purely in that push control. Luffy's allowed to just walk up in the mid thanks to this Manchester Meeple and dominate most of this matchup.
I mean, this is a flowchart for All-Stars composition, though, for Tribe Gaming. Mansions of Meeple in Mo Super really is a situation that Momo are going to struggle to deal with. Also, eventually, Luffy's going to charge Super just by poking down this Rico. Doesn't need to hard win that matchup unless Momo start to play more aggressive and full commit second best in towards this side of the field.
Second best is managing to push in very harshly. The multi-ball launcher is not getting value here. We'll be able to
the Rico. Ooh. Second is really tapping right now.
The thumbs down pins will be coming
Ooh.
But RBM
pretty smooth by RBM. For some defense.
Yeah, this Meeple gadget is such a huge part of getting RBM in a position to succeed. He can break line of sight, move up the map, get nestled on that left-hand side, and even the mute button comes too late to save OG.
It is a terrifying prospect going down to RBM here, but at the very least, it's a better start there from Momo. Big hypercharge there from Seconds, gonna clip 2, but no kills from him yet. Still got time to throw out more protestos here as they pinch out RBM inside the back. Looking a lot more promising for Momo here.
Diego gonna break this little combo up, but needs to worry about OG, who can just walk it in as Meeple lacks the damage and doesn't have the range to strip the ball.
This is the worry that I have for Tribe's comp. I mean, on paper, Momo have a fantastic control comp. They do have the answers to deal with RBM.
Oh, RBM just ate that entire M shot.
We're just playing so well. Here, they're slipping up a bit.
Second best is looking really impressive on this side lane, though. The amount of time that he's able to basically counter 2 brawlers as one has been astounding. Okay, nice little super here. This should allow for some mid-control. Sunny, though, that little Buffy giving him the invulnerability frame lets him live long enough, but RBM might just run away from second best. An easy score after a deadly Mansions catches 2.
Good trades there. 1-1 for both sides now. Gonna be looking for Diego on that Manchester Meeple, but he doesn't have any supers online. So that's a really
I don't think Momo's winning this mayhem.
Here to take back this mid. Tribe seems to have slowed down a little bit. I think it's mostly due to the fact that Second is just really popping off on this Rico, really keeping the whole of Tribe back.
Yeah, RBM though can convert a hypercharged super into some big map control here against the Otis. That's why maybe Sunny's being moved into position to try and fight the Ash, but I don't want to get too close to them. Nice use of the friend zoner. Here comes those little helpers though. Sunny's got to be forced away. They have super to clear here. But now in overtime, the ball deep in Tribe territory. And second best is looking scary despite having no walls to bank the shots off of anymore.
And Meeple does catch out OG, and RBM wins a matchup on the left. He's gonna allow for an open goal. That was so easy there for Tribe in the overtime. Just when it was starting to look promising for the side of Momo, they just literally dropped the ball.
Manchester Meeple warps Brawl Ball game modes especially, just completely out of control. In a pinch all of a sudden, not only
you need snacks, Vatic. I made sure I was snacked up. You have all the snacks.
From actually defending the ball from the goal. An ability like that is virtually a stun, and virtually a multiplayer stun if you can land it correctly. And in Brawl Ball, such a punishing mode, that is more than enough to secure the victory. Look at this placement here for Diego Gamer. Probably just wanted to force OG and second best into the corner. It actually caught one of them and allowed for an easy goal. And yeah, you got Meeple, bro.
Sunny's not pleased with himself for that. For sure.
I'm just waiting for the
Going into RBM
KDS
though,
versus
I mean, I
Homeless
have to say,
match.
kudos to him for trying his very best there. I mean, the M's
I kind of just feel
generation
anxiety.
is so cutthroat.
Anxiety waiting to
Yes,
see what
you have
happens with
Renzo to
KDS.
Maybe push the Ashe back, get some additional value, but Ashe has just so much HP. You can survive.
If Tribe could just clean this up, lickety split, so we can see what KDS happens, that's what I want to see.
RBM, I believe, won every single interaction up against this young rookie.
Yeah, most of the times. There was one point he walked away with maybe 900 HP after being friend-zoned back, but it is difficult. It's the only way that their composition, though, could easily clear Little Helper, so Sunny was being rotated into that lane when they saw Ashe flash into Super. Let's move on to open business now. We've got Grip, Meeple, and Ruff spanned out by Momo. It's going to be Lou, Surge, and 8-Bit taken away by Tribe.
And I enjoy that immediate adaptation, right? They recognize that this Meeple is just too much in the hands of Tribe. They take it out of them. And it is one of Tribe's most played brawlers. In qualifiers, they played this a grand total of 8 sets in their run here. They are so comfortable with this. Let's take it out here. Momo open with the quintessential, literal, most easy first pick here in open business in the form of that Meg. And it does sort of block out some gray ideas that Tribe are known to do.
Yeah, they are a great team for sure, but they are heavily indexed into picking these tank brawlers, so you can expect to see Ashe and Damien at times being considered. Max has, shown up for them on occasion. Lou is normally a brawler they want to go for, but I think giving it up as first pick is just not where they wanted to be. But there's Barley options, there's Kaze options you can also work with.
And there's the great,
yeah, I want to see the Vatic versus Electros as well. That's the legacy matchup today.
With the Ashe, percentage-wise, is something that they practice a lot.
After this, it gets very interesting.
The dynamic between these two brawlers.
This is kind of just,
about
whatever right
picking
now.
your Gray Ashe into 3, as you leave that last pick to really deal with any potential hiccups that could come in. If Momo opt to go for, a thrower or Cordelius, you can punish in one direction.
Who knows where Nick is? I haven't seen Nick in a hot minute.
Ideas that you can do to compensate for that. So I like this order of picks for them.
I think these M's also might have been Momo. I don't know. It depends how good their data is, but quite often Tribe are wanting to round out their comp with that third pick M's, just have a control brawler here to really complete the trifecta. But there are other options here. If they're worried about a tank, even though there are no good picks remaining,
just call for Nick. Just got to clap 3 times.
And Ashe taken away. We've seen them,
and then Nick will appear.
Here. We've seen them also go in the serious direction at times, really just try and bully him for control. Now seeing Frank, you might think a little bit more about your last pick being designed to target it.
Oh, I feel El Primo actually could work here, but I don't think that's really Tribe-centric. Clancy could still come in here as their little pocket pick. They do really like it, and it does synergize with the Gray. And yeah,
Clancy.
It's just so typical of Tribe. You see this big bullet sponge, Frank being picked up, but that's a free hypercharge, a free, did you like my impression? Free level 4 on that Clancy. That's absolutely going to tear through this. I mean, this is really a Tribe comp.
Also, El Primo would definitely have been Tribe Gaming coded. Plus, he's plenty disruptive against the Frank, but having someone over like a longer game that you can really see outscale Frank and eventually start to shred him, I think is a great look here. So you've got the Gray, you've got the Ashe, you've got someone who's good in the long game, a bit of an anti-tank answer.
Pancakes is there. He's just hiding.
Tribe. Let's see what this Meg, Frank, and Ems look from Momo can show.
The way that Momo might have to play this is just to deny that TP from the Gray. The dimensional doors, the longer they can hold this one back, the better that they can perform. Ooh. But the rest of the Tribe roster are just winning matchups. They don't even need the TP. It gets sets up as well.
Yeah, the Frank is just a sponge, man.
It's a horrible start for them.
I really would have liked to have seen Momo either ban Gray or first pick him in
the Master Lurker.
It is going to give them
the Master Lurk role.
RBM is just going to get thrown into the mix. Luke is almost level 3, by the way. There's definitely something to be afraid of, but a powerful super from Sunny gets cycled into a second. But here's Diego.
Man, Diego.
Bro, because he knows he getting that time on the point.
Oh, that was a clutch pull from Diego. Holy. Yo, what's up, Atomic? Dude, I didn't know that the Gray pull can stop the stun.
Luke's going to go in, knows he really has a face full of damage, but the Meg is waiting for...
Hello, Mr. Broadster.
Still, the Gray super is in play. You'll notice that they're able to double super and get the shielding off the hyper charge. So Dimensional Door allows Tribe to cross the gap very, very quickly.
This is actually way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Beat second, but maybe didn't have the dash gadget
They got some
available to
thick
jump
boys
through
over there. The
So
Frank,
now
the
again,
Meg.
This is just instant from Tribe Game.
Situational instinct, but a good telegraph stun there from second will be able to bring him down.
Damn,
Momo have
I
the
think Momo's
staying
taking
power
this
right now
one.
with the comp to count up to 100 here. Tribe Gaming, they had everything delivered to them in that early game, but a bit of catastrophic,
Tribe.
messy team fights in the mid allowed Momo to just take a little bit too much on the point, and that's not how the Grey Comps meant to go.
I don't think the Tribe are really accounting for the mech gadget there, because on multiple occasions they're actually getting multi-stunned or just heavily disrupted after TPing in. That's the kind of problem with these Grey Comps, is that it is telegraphed. If your Dimensional Door's already active, it's not that hard for OG to wait and set up for a nasty gadget hit.
Tribe need to not get fully team wiped. The nature of Grey Comps, the way it functions is you cycle the constant aggression, not send your whole team into a Frank Super and M Super. So they're gonna have to try to adapt here, but with a beautiful gadget toolbox they're catching out to that. It's only Luffy left up against second, and he should fall here as well. Great start there from Momo.
Not bad there from Luffy, trying to use the gadget to evade second best, but the Frank is just a little bit too healthy. It looks like second best doesn't mind feeding Luffy the credits as long as he's able to win that fight out. Yep, pretty high fire rate Frank has when he's down to 1,800 health.
This is just
Luffy's eventually
outdrafted,
able
they're
to
too
prevail,
tanky.
But Momo have not been cleared on match from the point in quite some time.
It's reverse sweep.
Now for Momo, they're firmly inside the lead. The Grey Comp is really far behind.
Tribe was crushing last round in Brawl Ball Atomic, and now they're just they just can't handle the tanks. Hello, Mr. Shroomish.
Pushing the whole Tribe Comp back as they take more and more of the zone.
Young Sunny's having a pretty darn good game so far. Luffy struggling to break it onto the point, and RBM is straight up being chased off the map by Frank. Here's OG.
Person?
Being able to clear those
Where's
little helpers.
Person?
Finally, Tribe have their moment in the sun, but just how long is it going to last before the eclipse comes?
8% is all that Momo need. They literally just...
I don't think they can stop these big boys. The Clancy Hypercharge might do something.
Oh, the gadget.
Welcome back, Mr. Kronos. No, Tribe's outdrafted by the big boys.
Momo dismantle Tribe's Grey Comp and tie up the match 1-1.
And in the end, that last pick for Tribe was not enough to answer both the Frank and the Meg, especially with the M's constantly clearing those little helpers. And
Person
zoning
isn't
that
here.
left-hand
Person doesn't
side of the
exist
map
anymore.
constantly. Great composition.
I like
there
how
for Momo,
RBM
but I
and
gotta
Luffy
say,
played
some
together as a
individuals
duo.
that
Person?
made the difference. Second best
20
was
seconds,
Frank
Person.
Frank as
20
well.
seconds, Person.
It was a pretty decent anti-Grey Comp as well, I think, from the side of Momo. The response there with the Frank and the M's is a
don't
very
know.
direct response to Grey.
Damn
You're
it,
okay
Person.
to actually feed Dimensional Doors as long as you
Can't be
have
that
an
long.
equally powerful retake in the form
2024?
of this, in the form of this Frank. And as you mentioned, the toolbox from
That
the
disappeared
Meg
real
gives them
quick.
just so much staying power in the mid.
Damn,
and it's really
that was a
showing in
thick
terms of
team, man,
DPS.
from Momo.
Luffy did so much damage, 531 DPS on the point, but just couldn't get this Momo roster off the point.
Yeah, and basically, it was constantly 3 versus 1 here for Momo as individuals were dimensional dooring onto the point, or they were coming in 2s and 3s and getting caught by these Meg gadgets, which again, there's no disruption.
Was a thick,
from
thick
that,
draft.
Tribe comp whatsoever. Let's advance here. Let's head over towards Layer Cake.
M's Frank ain't kind of your go-to. That was the Diane draft.
Licking their wounds a little bit here is they're obviously concerned about what waits for them later on in the bracket. They've got their eyes on that first seed. These are not the opponents they expected to give them so much trouble along the way.
You'd probably like Meg too.
It's a map that both these teams have very vastly different ideas about here. Momo really likes their meeple, they like their penny concepts. So really just very old school control ideas. Whereas the side of Tribe, they've got 2 directions. You either go up with the Griff and just tear open the entire map here, which it is left open here, or the alternative is...
For tank and range, it's just basically got a second life, right? If you die, you just pop out of your mech, and then you can recharge and charge back up.
So plenty of versatility that Tribe has.
Some of the best looks we've seen from Tribe on this map have involved Barley as their thrower option, so keep an eye
Layer
out for
Cake.
that one as last pick.
Layer
And
Cake
Momo
map.
again, it's small sample size from the scrim data. They've unironically attempted to play GG here and won this set. I don't know who that was against, but it was a Brock 8-bit GG composition. Again, any kind of brawler though, that can
Brock's
close
not
that gap.
bad.
Expecting that Edgar and Ali priority to be
Hello,
here,
active.
but maybe not picked up immediately, as none of those brawlers are actually banned here. With notably Willow and Meeple taken away, Meg also being removed. Neither team wants to do with the Genie.
Hello,
this was
Enva.
the Surge has just gotten so much attention in the last patch, but so far in most of these monthly finals, they're banned out or just completely
Surge.
ignored by the pros.
Surge
here.
is still
What's
pretty tough, even
interesting
with
to
the
me
nerfs
is
he
a
just
map
got.
like Layer Cake can kind of be completely stripped apart by the Brock, and as a Surge, that's a bit of a dangerous spot to be in. If you are stuck at that level 2, you never have the range to really compete. You do have the move speed, though, to just push in and play very aggressive. So Momo here are kind of hinting that they want to go for a very, very hyper-aggressive comp. And there's the Mina to come in to back up that theory.
Yeah, so much about their comp is...
I don't really like
gonna be
Mina on
about
this
making
map.
the Brock uncomfortable. Yeah, just trying to play a bit of a suffocating push forward here on Layer Cake. And something that rounds a comp like that out really well is obviously a thrower, right? Being able to just punish your opponents for being forced...
I'm having a good day. It was a little stressful watching the Vatic team with Legacy. It was a little bit tighter than we wanted it to be, I think. But we were able to come and clutch it up. I'm really curious to see what's coming up next. KDS, FA Homeless, and then Team Electros versus Vatic. It's about to get exciting real soon.
Those shadows, when they gang up on you, can be a bit of a problem.
One thing I'm still thinking about Ash. No, they're going to ditch the idea completely. Just send Arbium on the stew instead.
Yeah, Mina feels like a not that strong of a pick. Sirius is decent. The stew is decent. Let's see how they round it up.
By all kinds of aggressive ideas from Momo. I mean, last pick for them. Lots.
Not a Bobby fan. I think Tribe's gonna win.
GG would be kind of wild here for them to go here, but like, maybe. I mean, it's actually not bad. I mean, there's nothing to really charge super.
We'll see. We're trying to get Vatic into LCQ, so we need to just do a little bit better than KDS right now.
I really like having some degree of sustain, though, especially if you want to be so aggressive and you're going to be subject to a fair bit of poke damage. Only in a small amount from Diego Gamer series, but this is a very powerful pick for Diego. He's kind of known for that series and abused the heck out of it when he first was available in the BSC. But also that Brock now with his buffies has that like empowered shot on a pretty short cooldown that has like extremely long range. If Tribe can keep Momo at arm's length, poke them down, and then go in for the kill, to be in great shape here. But Momo have made it very clear that they are here for a good
Bobby's
time
playing next. So once Tribe and Momo are done, then Bobby's playing.
Selection there by the Brock here. You can have two options here.
He's in the next bracket.
Or keep it close for that serious. There isn't anything on the side of Momo that can attack over the wall, so it actually might be a good idea.
You want Momo to win this?
Instead, and yeah, I think that's what we are seeing. Luffy's not taking apart any parts of the map.
I don't know if they're going to though.
To break up their own side of the base.
Tribe's like number 2 team right now. And they play pretty well.
That means that he can get forward, but it does mean that he can't really get any free levels. He actually has to wrap around and make these fairly aggressive plays.
RBM's being a little aggressive. He's in a dangerous place, so he's going to get pinched. Oh, that was actually smooth going backwards.
It's interesting that Momo are opting to play this comp anti-synergistic.
Yeah, the Momo players are all OGs, right? Second best OG. Snowy is pretty toxic. Dianum told us all love, though, because apparently Snowy's like boys with Ducky and Bilal. So they bug each other, but they're friends.
Doesn't need to hit the direct portion of his shot to gain shadows, right, to build them up. So he doesn't mind if he's only doing small amounts of.
So it's not as bad as we thought.
It's going to be a deterrent in and of itself.
It's like friends poking at each other, right? You aged 5 years.
Right-hand side of the map, and all of Momo are bleeding out, barely able to get back to safety.
Yeah. The toxicity was really bothering me too, but it was friendly banter. Yeah. The memes and stuff.
They'll be able to push back the entirety of Momo. I'm surprised that no one really fell there. I thought RBM could have gone a little bit more aggressive to catch someone out here. But Hypercharge available from Luffy. That's another big resource. Nice pinch there onto Sunny, and Luffy's
and Diego's just feeding his shadows down there.
Play the game at their pace, and this Surge idea hasn't really panned out at all. Second base makes a lane switch to try and find a way to get levels, to get some damage. Bro is still level 2. It has been slow going out there for this Surge. Diego again always seems to
Tribe's taking this one.
His retreat as he falls back. Sunny is very deep here, likely to give up their life. At best, it would have been a trade, but 8-1 in stars means Tribe have this comfortably tied up.
Sirius just offers way too much control with the shadows.
A little bit lost, to be honest. Like, there's no kind of idea that's developing from them that's creating real pressure. They've identified that, yes, Luffy on the Brock is kind of a weakness. They want to stick the Mina on it, but a great gadget swap there from him to opt to take the rocket lasers actually makes Luffy not the greatest of targets. I much rather see Second and Sunny try to punish.
Pretty much every new brawler is going to feel cheesy though because of the power creep. They've already made all like the most simplistic like styles of brawler, so each brawler is going to be more and more unique, and then it just gets more and more cheesy. I don't
happy to leave Sunny there on Luffy, and they want to swap OG on.
feel bad for the devs every time they're going to make new brawler.
Second to play a torture simulator up against Diego. He's just feeding so much, and the shadows, as you mentioned here, he's not happy. That's not BM. That's just him being frustrated at this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Diego Game is using his shadows defensively just to block the surge shots, deny.
Well, that's what they were trying to do with Buffy's, right? But then it just makes the Buffy brawlers overpowered, and then the cheesy brawlers. Back to L3 Chronos, let's go. His Master's in the cards today? Tribe's doing this way too clean.
Tried to keep him alive there, but the heal was just too little too late to save him. Now he's just running it down, and so is Second. This is okay. It's Momo basically conceding the round more or less here. I mean, Second's gonna be coming back here shortly, but I just
that's a GG, Momo. That's GG. There's no coming back. It's over. Oh my god, just wiping them, dude. It's over.
Momo's like, can you please just end us?
Yeah, I mean, Luke's doing his best Finks impression right now with the hypercharge.
Pure out drafting, yeah. Absolutely.
Rockets on either side of the main one. Pretty hard to miss them in
I don't think Jae Young was the play. Mina didn't feel like that strong of an option either, though.
Here in a very, patient setup. But they are playing hyper aggressive behind some of these safer brawlers, and Second Best now will wait his judgment. A Protesto thrown down.
One more.
And that is going to be it. Tribe Gaming, strong showing here in Layer Cake.
There was a very clear moment that Momo realized that this comp was unwinnable, and they decided, you know what, we've discussed about this, let's just go to the next one. I mean, as players, between OG and Second, OG's pretty chill, but Second does get tilted sometimes. When he plays in these impossible matches, just goes in and he just starts like believing that, yeah, this is unwinnable, guys, what are we doing here? I want to get out of this game. And I don't know about mentality here, but going into Tribe, the fact that they've taken one set already, I think you should tell them that in reality, with a good draft, they could really take more sets here. But I think here they recognize they just didn't have it, and they want to tap out as soon as
Ellis was your saving grace. He did make it back. Apparently, where he went, there was like it was like a huge apartment complex, and the guy like wouldn't leave his apartment to come meet him in the middle, so he got lost trying to like navigate through the apartments to figure out where the guy was.
There were no eliminations on the side of Momo, but importantly, such a solid defensive comp, right, with this Sirius that can block damage, Luffy staying out of line of sight, RBM being impossible to hit. Just a masterclass here from Tribe.
And there was no way to deal with RBM as well. Actually, looking at the comp, it just feels like there's perfect matchups across the entire board here. You've got Sirius to
0-0-0.
Sunny on the Mina, his one job, your job is to get the blue star. And
yeah, the Sirius was eating good.
That you're never gonna get. That was a pretty easy draft there from Tribe. Nothing really that inventive, given the fact that they had the first pick. It was really Momo that kind of just tried a little bit too hard.
0-0-0.
Out in the open is going to be our next map in this series, and if Momo aren't careful, it will be the final one too. Tribe Gaming have got their eyes on the prize in this last monthly final. Of course, a spot in that grand final and a victory over Electros. Not only give them their first championship of the entire season, that first seed heading into Worlds. So a lot to play for, but their sights are set further than just this game. Here it's a matter of keeping it clean, drafting well, and so far, Spill, if those first sets have been anything to go by, they're well and truly on track.
They are looking like in form here. The bans will be coming out, and Tribe are not giving any easy pickings there to Momo, taking out all of their firepower. Brock, 8-bit and Pearl, some of the easiest brawlers to first pick out there, but that will leave the Nausea open, and Momo snapping
Nausea.
The bans though from Momo, there's a Slither Leon in there, there's an Edgar, there's a Sprout Ben in there. I hope these are real bans.
Okay. Look, my data doesn't really indicate many of these brawlers being prioritized by Tribe Gaming. But the Luffy Leon is a thing. Well, we've definitely seen it from time to time.
Nausea is one of my most hated brawlers.
All of them.
Nausea's like
anyway.
tick.
So Charlie is going to be available. Pearl was actually banned out by Tribe. But yeah, snap up the Charlie first and foremost here. You can index into a Jean. You can go after the Byron here as well. It's just going to be control.
Who's playing next after this match?
Really,
So if Tribe wins this, it's over, and then we go to KDS versus Homeless, which is Bobby's team, and that's like where it matters.
Here on the open, they are also capable of leaning into stuff that's a bit more aggressive. They've already shown that Stu is something that they can play. Mina is that version on this map that I think could work. Now they set it up with the Byron first here. They don't reveal that aggressive option yet, but seeing Charlie Byron come in, this is very typical of Tribe. They just want to make sure they cover all their bases.
You want Momo to win? I don't think Momo is winning. I think Tribe's gonna clean this up right now, and then we're moving on.
Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be like an Ollie pick.
Yeah, so after KDS and FA Homeless, then it's Electros and Vatic.
In general, especially because they don't have access to Pearl, as they didn't want to give it over. The fact that they're banning Pearl means that they might have an all-in brawler in mind. But they want to close the gap here at some point. So could be Ollie, could be a number of other options. I think like Mina is still open, could go that way.
I like how they set this up as well. This 8-bit and the Pearl ban really just allows RBM's brawlers to all come online. You mentioned the Ollie. Another thing that, you know, is pretty old school is this Daryl pick. It used to be the hate pick, honestly, up against Meg. And I think even against Toolbox, it is still actually viable. If you land the first roll onto the Meg, your second roll can be committed directly onto that smaller Meg vulnerable in there. And that could be the play here for them as Momo round up this combo with D'Angelo. It's a pure control
liquid energy
from Momo, but it's nothing that's really inspiring here for me. And there's the Daryl from Tribe. Love to see it. RBM snap picked that one. He said these are 3 matchups for me, and it's classic Tribe, right?
Angelo!
There isn't a whole lot here that does much to Daryl. You have the Meg gadget to disrupt, but Naja and Angelo don't do anything to slow that guy's roll. It is going to be painful. It is also going to mean that Tribe Gaming, just on virtue of the threat of activation of their comp, are going to be given map control. So it's just as well that Momo are playing Angelo, that lets them sort of traverse the waterway on that, on that far side of the map, that they can never be fully locked out.
There's a timing that Momo have to capitalize on. If they want to upset the Titans here, it's going to be in this early game. The Meg and D'Angelo have massive pressure while RBM does not have his first super. But can they capitalize on it, though? It's a little bit of a spawn threat that's coming out here. Big toolbox committed there by Sunny. And just like that, they have to run for the hills. They've got no more pressure.
Yeah, so they just give up map control because they didn't catch anything from Sunny. Sunny was going to get brought down anyway because Diego's tapping him up a little bit. I'm not going to lie, on the lopes, this guy is hitting hard with the Charlie. OG here, fully charging that
Daryl's cooking, just as predicted. Daryl cooked.
Right? Eventually, RBM is
Dude, I think.
super. Eventually, it's going to be go time.
I think it's over for Momo chat.
And now what do you do with your Momo, right? You literally
it's
have no way to
over.
deal with
Momo doesn't come back from this.
Look at them, just sending Diego
Holy, RBM's aggressive. Yeah. GG. GG, Momo.
And it's just going to be OG left here on his lonesome to deal with OG here. Diego Gamer's going to be going in there, and a jump from there will seal the deal. That was
my goodness, that was dominating.
To just send Momo packing.
The problem is when you are
first
pick, your comp is going to be sort of finalized first, and if you pick 3 control brawlers, your opponent's going to...
You gotta remember, Tribe's like the number 2 team right now. The boys are locked.
Like fundamentals of drafting here in Brawl Stars. I only have 1 scrim's worth of data for Momo. I know I'm kind of beating this kind of drum, but like, unless they're like, you know, super top secret scrimming, they haven't really tested a ton of different looks here, and they've walked straight into a classic Tribe Gaming.
Holy, they really want that RBM. The body blocks from Luffy, though, even. Oh no, oh no, oh, the Angelo, oh no, goodness gracious. Momo actually clutched up.
Pinching out here up against Luffy, but that was an excellent picture-perfect start there for Momo.
A pretty sick little gadget there.
Luffy trying to charge up. He's trying to charge up a little bit.
And pick him up. And this
Tiny
is
bit.
What we were trying to see Momo go for in the previous round, but when Sunny missed the gadget, they all gave up the map, and the rest was history. So if they can follow things through, just like we saw, they're in with a chance.
How did he deal with RBM, though? He's got that roll online now. Because his son is just kind of hanging back. They would
I mean, I wouldn't bring Daryl on this map, but Daryl's been putting in some crazy work.
Yeah, they don't know where RBM is. Oh, just going to be falling low.
Oh, here he goes.
You're right. It's over. Pack it up there.
Whoa, what is that wild...
Grinding out Sunny here. Who are they going to feed the super to?
That's it.
Diego Gamer that picks it up.
Way too clean.
As well.
Yeah, there's just so many ways that you can win the round. You can go for the Daryl win condition, or you just catch someone out with a Charlie. Diego Gamer took like 5,000 damage to line up that shot, so it should have been clear to Momo that that's what he was looking to do. The scaring part is that
I didn't think Daryl was going to be this good on this map.
Hypercharge online for Sunny at the very least there. That should be some
I didn't think he could pull off these kind of plays.
RBM. I can see some with it.
He's hypercharged too.
If Second just basically taps Diego a million times and then has OG follow up there with some poison tip arrows.
Well active. I guess you're going to be up all night, buddy.
RBM's into the map with the hypercharge. And he's encroaching. Oh lord, he coming.
He's a chunker. He's coming.
Okay, OG pops that super down, needed the healing. Luffy causing some degree of issue there. It's the Naja super, most of those urns being broken. And okay, Diego Gamer did fall, but
there we
Hardy
go.
Gift, he's
That's-
able to catch a
that's
cocoon
game.
onto this Meg.
I think we're moving
There's
up.
A bit of danger. It's going to be a hypercharge here, but might be able to secure
How's Meg
elimination.
isn't banned?
No, Sunny's gonna be knocked down
There's
a
so
bit,
many
but makes
bans to
great
do
use
now,
of the last
Tiger.
vestiges of the Meg's health to get a gadget off.
Oh, wait. I thought this was over.
He's the Darrow Pro. It's a 2 versus 1 matchup, but he most certainly could win this one. He just has to be patient for them. He's going straight for OG. That's the first row.
Oh, no.
Sunny, that is the
He's too good, man.
That was actually wild from RBM. Holy.
Tanks here in NA. An easy clutch for him as he adds 1 to the record. Try and move on to the semis.
That guy's absolutely
Wow.
dirty, bro. You can't
That
be
was
doing
like
that to them at this level. You
flawless
can't
Daryl
be dragging them out of the
gameplay.
town square like that
Yeah,
and
the ultimate
humiliating
cancel.
them.
That was
There a Meg
flawless,
Lee suit
dude.
there as well. She was back
Super
inside
cold.
Mech, and still it wasn't enough.
And he baited him. He went for OG Sunny. Thought, yeah, this is the perfect time to wait. He's got 2 rolls.
Yeah. This was the first time that we saw the very straightforward Daryl strat, which is just RBM go kill. That was one of the win conditions
RBM
here
go
for
kill.
Tribe Gaming. The other one, though, is around Diego Gamer hitting those cocoons. Now, if the Charlie's picked off early, given her range makes things a bit awkward, then this Momo comp can look quite oppressive.
Hello,
Unfortunately, they just couldn't
Marika.
replicate the success of that round.
Meg is the most broken brawler in the meta.
Basically had 1 round.
Who's the MVP?
Yeah, we're gonna see this
RBM.
once again there. The fake out there onto
Surely.
OG, and I gotta say,
Surely,
that's just
it's the
so rough.
RBM.
OG wasn't even running flying fletchling there to get out of there. He was using the jump there, could have evaded that roll actually, but I think it was on cooldown, or OG was just maybe a bit slow then. As a result, yeah, 7, 1, and 5. That's RBM for you guys.
You picked 3 control brawlers.
Mega Pick is so hard to
you
get
got-
people
you asked
participating.
for if,
Yeah,
as far
because
as I'm
Mega Pick
concerned,
sucks
if you're
now.
this Momo team. I think their bans as well coming into that last map. I'm not really sure like what the idea was from there. I hope they haven't given up. I hope they're willing to give a little bit more time to their run here. But going up against Tribe in the quarterfinals can be a demoralizing experience.
What's the prediction,
It's tough.
chat?
Tribe,
KDS
closer.
or
We now know
Homeless?
3 out of 4 of our top 4. Tribe Gaming still fighting for that #1 seed. They need to make it further than Team Electros or beat them in the
Naja did
grand
nothing,
finals
yeah.
if they are fated to meet yet again. We're now heading already into our quarterfinal #4. The evening is going by very quickly. KDS versus FA Homeless is the match that we were looking forward to all day long.
If
Could be the
KDS goes
closest
down-
one. Yeah, we already had a 3-2, so does it even get closer than this?
Not than that. That was very, very close. I would be happy if this game, though, was as close. This is the most recognizable team in North
I'm
America.
holding up.
Going
We just had to
against
crack
the
a
team
monster.
that knocked them out of the monthly qualifiers
A white
last month,
monster.
basically
Call it the M
destroying
monster.
KDS's hopes of being at Worlds.
Yeah, it took them down from the upper bracket in the qualifiers last month, so they have been able to do this before. And also, the race is officially on. KDS need to win this match in order to stay in the LCQ race with the victory of Vatic in the the second quarterfinal.
This could be the last dance here for 2
This
out
is a
of 3
weird one.
members of KDS. Both Bobby and Patchy have announced the retirement at the end of the year, and KDS have suffered a massive setback by missing out on the last monthly final. Can they still steer this team into
Highly
one
doubt KDS
last
loses, but miracles can
legendary
happen.
postseason run, getting that LCQ ticket, or is the clock running out on their career? And
The next 2 sets are double sweaty.
It's tough.
KDS versus
finding
Homeless
the
and then
right
Electros
way
and
to
Vatic.
go out,
It's
the right
double sweat
time
sets.
To go out. I'm quite sure that Bobby and Patchy at times have questioned whether this is the right idea. Patchy doesn't he doesn't seem that convinced that this is definitely his last outing as a Brawl Pro, but who knows what next year's going to be like, boys, you know what I'm saying? And they could always use a few heroes. But there's some poignancy to this run for them here as well, especially if LCQ is out of the question in the end.
It's true, yeah. It's going to be quite emotional also because they've been in Brawl Stars for so long. For Patchy, he's been around for years and years before he even came into playing Brawl esports. So he was supposed to be a prodigy coming in, and now he's more of an older player compared to some of the teammates that he's played with in the past. It's
been
just
3 years. It's like 4 years, guys.
But it's been a great run. Also, I wonder if Patchy will unretire. He's done it twice.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if it happens a third time, but for Bobby, I feel like it's final.
Talking about emotional, Reddy did also sit down with Bobby, and this is one of our longer interviews. Let's listen in.
All right, Bobby, to my knowledge, you're one of the most superstitious players in North America. So you want to tell us about any rituals that have gone into today's preparation?
I just listen to the same music I always listen to before I play. That's really the only ritual I got going on. And I also have a lucky pair of socks, so those are also on.
Have they been washed ever before?
They have been washed. Yeah, they definitely get washed. They would, especially on game day. You know, they kind of get the smell in a little bit, so they have to get washed.
You're gonna wash the luck out of them, man. Well, okay, evidently the magic has not been washed out just yet. Now, talking about, Bobby, the future, because obviously you've announced your retirement. You and Patchy have both announced your retirement. So Sans is going to be left over. I've heard that you guys are working on some ways to set him up the best possible for the next season. So walk me through that too.
Well, both in Brawl and out of Brawl, I mean, we're all really good friends. We just want each other to succeed. It's, you know, been me and Patchy's time. We've had a good run, and now we just kind of want to set up Sans in the best way possible, like you said. So that's doing good in this last tournament, making it to Worlds, showing the world that he has what it takes to be a world-class player so he can get the best team. And then out of Brawl, we do whatever we can to help him out as well, get a little bit further on in life.
Yeah, have y'all been incorporating him in the drafting? Because usually that's your and Patchy's responsibility.
Yeah, so when we didn't make it last month, me and Patchy took a break, a pretty lengthy break, and then Sans has just been all in Brawl Stars for so long. So we kept playing, and since this was his last chance with us, or his last month with us, we kind of decided that he's put in more time, he's going to get to draft, he's going to try and use his knowledge and see where that can take us.
Sweet, and also with that break, are you guys feeling fresher than usual after you've taken some
Hello,
time away?
Diane.
Yeah, I feel like I normally get a balance in extremes, so being able to take a break for a few weeks and then that kind of just
You're eating the
resets
Harry
my
Potter
mind to
donuts
come
right
back
now?
and
Are
grind
they
as hard as I
delicious and
can
all
for
of your
this last
dreams come
tournament.
true? I want
Yeah,
some
man.
Harry Potter
Now,
donuts.
I want to also talk about the afterlife, because obviously you're going to continue content, but
What's the
about
verdict?
your career's
Give us the
legacy.
verdict.
You managed to achieve top 2 at the World Finals in 2023. It's the furthest that North America has ever made it. But beyond that, what do you want your legacy to be as a Brawl esports pro?
I just want to be remembered as someone who cared a lot, who always gave it their best. You know, no matter what the outcome is, you can't control, you know, if you're going to win, if you're going to lose. But I just want to be remembered as someone who gave it their all, no matter what the circumstances were. And I also kind of want to be remembered as one of, if not the best from North America or even this side of the hemisphere. So I just, want to be remembered as a good guy, both in and out of the game.
Now, Bobby, my last question for you is not really a question at all, because here's the fact. Unless you win today, this is going to be the last time we ever hear your voice on a broadcast as a professional player. So the floor is yours. Anything you want to share with the fans and your family watching?
I just want to say thank you to everyone, like my ex-teammates, my close friends, my family, and just all the community that supports me. I actually do get emotional about it because when I started playing, I was 16, 17 years old, and now I'm 26, so half my life I've devoted to basically fully playing Brawl Stars and giving it my all, and it's kind of like closing.
Sucks the Harry Potter
huge
author's a
chapter
bad
in my
person.
life,
It
and
does
there's
suck.
so many people who supported me along the way, and everyone knows who they are, so I just want to say thank you to them because I don't even get close
I
to
definitely
where I
don't
am
agree with
without the support
JK
I've had.
on a lot of things, but I
He
still
played Brawl
like
Stars for almost
enjoy the
half of
product.
his life, and what a legacy he leaves behind. An iconic career. The only thing he's really missing, and he said it himself, is a World Finals Champions title. They came second, but never first. This would be their last chance at glory now, as Mina already knows. Whatever happens today, this is the last year.
Look,
Let's
I
get
think
this show on the
if you
road.
want to compare what Bobby was able to do that year, I think it's 2023, right?
Yeah.
with what any other team in North America has been able to achieve or how close they've been able to come, it's so far ahead of them. And in fact, many other regions have never put a team into that sort of top 2 spot. So yeah, it's a huge achievement. And honestly, you've got to respect someone who obviously wears his heart on his sleeve and cares a lot about the game, because we're all here to show each other why this means more than just a game to us. So it's a poignant message to leave on.
Yeah, it's tough to see him go, because this is going to be his last chance. We'll see how it plays out today. We have the map selections in. Homeless could put an end to their journey right now. It would keep Vatic ahead. Pit Stop is where we're going to start off. And KDS going with actually some of the most picked maps in the entire game right now. I see Pinhole Punt. I also see Dueling Beetles. I think these are at the top of the most frequently selected maps within their modes also.
They want to set up Sans, so they still want to give him a nice finish, and an LCQ would be nicer in the end than dropping out today. So for them, they need to be at the same step or higher than Vatic to secure that.
I don't know, you're
slot.
Pirate
Now that Vatic
Mayhem.
actually made it through to the semifinals. They need to make it to the semis.
Do you have an eye patch and everything?
Finals and beat them there to lock in the LCQ slot that they're sitting in at the moment. Global Bends, we already saw them.
90 to 10.
The votes. One of the closer votes we had today, I must say, but still a 90 to 10. You're ready, I believe. Was it? Or was it Uber and Spoo? Two of us has said Homeless is going to win.
Yeah, I and Spoo had them winning. I think this is a really dangerous game, and there's not a lot of pressure on Homeless. They can kind of play Kingmaker or decide, like, you know, who makes it to LCQ. And KDS have fallen foul of this team before.
I'm going to get so many free star drops after this.
Rejuvenating for, you know, Patchy and Bobby, for example. But these Homeless guys have not stopped. They've been grinding. They've got a lot of scrims in this month. There's plenty of data to sort of look at. And I think they're warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, in the end, they
almost got the monkey spray. Mayhem, do you almost have the monkey spray? And the clown icon with a mirror?
And if KDS lose this one, now that Vatic pulled ahead,
I want
that
that icon.
Contention, so they must at least win this exact match.
It's going to be a challenging one. Homeless, as we have said before, have been practicing very hard for this final month. KDS, they
I ate all the glue.
Need to win this,
Thanks for following.
Because they need to account for the fact that it is entirely possible that Vatic do win their semifinal. It's going to be very difficult for them to accomplish that, but it's still possible. And KDS, as with any month, do want to make a run at the finals. They managed to do so in March. It was very cool that they were able to do that. But
I mean, that's fair, Mayhem.
The team has looked a
True
little bit
pirate.
troubling with them not making it to the monthly finals last month and almost taking an upset loss in the upper bracket this month.
One final stop before we either see KDS, at least 2 out of 3 players, go forever, vanish from the Brawl esports scene, or make it to LCQ and have one last legendary post-season run. First up here, Pit Stop.
It was very good. Patchy the Pirate. Isn't that a SpongeBob reference person?
This is going to be FA Homeless here, and they have a wall of green, as this is one of their most successful maps in scrims. Makes a lot of sense
Fake
to me.
Ducky.
They also pick it up here.
On the griff.
A little bit of a wall break here. Many of these pesky assassins out of the way, playing against the Shade and Nico. Annoying in particular. We're gonna see a bit more of a range comp here from both sides so far. Both have now a wall break. Could follow it up with even more Ricos of the world, even more this range brawlers here. Carl, for example, as well.
Yeah, I'll see like a more broken.
The donuts were
map means
delicious.
Less chokes, so less opportunity for like Rico, who's banned to be fair, and Lumi to be quite oppressive. I think it's also heads up KDS.
Also banned.
Yeah, taking the Miko out of the picture. Yeah, Lumi's global here, which should say a lot. Max.
See,
and
this
Lumi, I wonder if that's
this
got
draft
anything to
makes
do
more
with
sense to me with the
Right
Colts.
now. Kid's going to be picked up here, though. This can be extremely impressive when it gets rolling.
Getting
Yeah,
cheesy.
You're going to be able to play around these walls quite effectively. I think there's
Getting
the
cheesy with the kit.
possibility of synergy.
Who's
also
going to be
might not
the
worst
kid?
thing to
Do you think
pair
there's
with
going to bring a
Melody if you wanna
Daryl?
get on top of that safe.
Bolt's not
And,
banned.
Yeah, that's exactly the goal. Now, with
You
the
bring
Griff
Bolt to
defending,
Heist, though?
It will be quite complicated. They can also pick up a defender of their own as their last selection. I don't think that's entirely impossible.
They're signaling Kit Bull at the moment, which I think is
Kit
going to be
Bolt?
pretty devastating. So that's something you want to be aware of if you're homeless.
Edgar.
You're going to take the Edgar in here. Obviously, someone who can really run away with the game.
Bull?
I don't know about you, but like a Bull.
It's not a bad option.
Like stopping that Edgar makes it kind of hard for him to win that matchup.
Edgar, BB, and Bull are kind of the only options left here with the amount of aggressive brawlers that we have banned out. There's not.
Oh, could you
too much
imagine if
left
it's
open.
Bolt?
As I mentioned before, we could still see a Carl as well. Offers a bit more range in this widely open map if the Griff and the Colt both decide to break those walls.
First aid fury!
Buzz coming
Buzz.
in. Yeah, they are going to be accounting for this possibility. 2 aggros, by the way, so it's just
They're
going
trying
be
to stop the
Griff
Bolt
defending in all
to stun him?
likelihood against this Colt. I think that he can get some tabs possibly versus these guys, but it's going to be challenging. He will be trying to break down the walls, but they should still be able to get right on top of them. I like the match.
What's happening?
Oh, I feel like KDS are a little bit hedged now. They're kind of forced to go with a tank option here. Someone has to be able to leverage. Yeah,
There's
you
the
gotta be able to
Bull.
leverage the kit. So you are walking this Bull headlong into a potential counter pick, or at least some raw stopping power in the Buzz.
Yeah, I don't mind either of these
Hello,
two comps, honestly, both
Arion.
can very
How are
well
you?
work out. So we're already in for a nice ride, a hopefully close set in this one for KDS.
This
It's
draft
a long
actually makes
shot
sense
at
to me. Out of all the
glory
drafts
to
we've seen
round
this
off
season,
the run of Bobby and
all the
Patchy with
drafts
yet
today.
Another LAN event in Guangzhou for LCQ.
this
Yeah.
feels like much more of like
These
a
guys at
classic
LAN
draft.
are a different beast. I always want to see them make it out there.
LAN Tigers, the LAN Warriors, we called them in the past.
Yeah, I
This
got
is the
Lane
base
Dragon,
race
but
map?
I just like
Land
the
Demons?
ring that it has, but
Yeah, I would have
look,
brought.
would've been nice
I've
if
seen
they'd done a
Barry
bit of
cook
that
on this
against
map
Bubble,
every single
broke off,
time.
but that wasn't
Barry
to
always
be.
seems to put in
He's
crazy
probably
work
trying to
on
find
this
that
map.
super, and hey, Tyrant is all alone. It's an easy pickup.
Oh,
Sands on the Colt. It is a pairing as old as his career in competitive Brawl Stars, but meanwhile on defense, Patchy's going to be the defender. This is a tough one to interact with, and it is a base race through and through.
We are
Patchy
just
needs
straight
a
base
single
racing,
kill.
chat.
He could get cycle in the respawn, but he's going to get one, and he's looking for 2 onto Rafiki, but doesn't have the
Thank you,
damage
Arion.
to get that one accomplished.
Appreciate you too.
But so far, KDS ahead on the damage front.
These are the intense ones,
It
Knight.
takes him a while to farm super because there's no one there defending. And unfortunately for Bobby, the Colt is
Holy.
taken down. He's got no one to attach to either, except for Tyrant now, as Patchy should be able to walk up on him. There's a hypercharge. Patchy's going to be very.
We kind of want Bobby's
A
team to
mutual
lose.
Stun between the Buzz and the Bull, but Patchy's still able to get another shield knock.
Here's a combination. Sands
We got
and Bobby join
Rafiki
together. Bobby, the
tapping.
kid for the squad, just
No,
knows how to synergize
no.
with Sands, but that's gonna be
Holy,
the stun,
we
and
got some
the
defense.
synergistic play
If Rafiki can
from
keep
the
tapping that
homeless might
safe,
just be enough to get them a victory
holy.
here in once
Dude, it's
more.
so close,
The
it's so
Edgar,
close.
stun from the right
Wow.
side, leads out victory by a breadth of just 11%.
Did they just
KDS
clutch
knew
up?
They were walking into this. They knew that they were going to have to deal with the Buzz at some
I
point.
hear
Remember,
Elvis.
Stun from Buzz on someone that Kid is attached to.
I hear
still
Elvis
goes
clapping
balls.
out
It's a
there.
literal 2-for-1 special, and it's pretty hard to bounce back from that. We're seeing more of the base.
We're just
race
watching
here in
Arian
pit
today.
stop, whereas actually in SA, to their credit,
We wanna
they're
see
playing it
Elvis.
out a bit
Elvis!
They're trying to play this map
I don't
a
know
bit
if he
more
wants to come on
methodically,
camera.
But look how volatile it gets when you have 2 brawlers.
He definitely
attacking
heard that.
The opposite team safe on both sides.
The struggle at pit stop is
Elvis!
that it's so quick to get to the enemy side, so you just have to get the
Oh,
first
I think he's
frag,
coming.
because if you find yourself behind,
He's
now you have the
here.
responsibility of defense in
Oh, yeah,
addition to
Vatic wants to
offense.
see you.
Meanwhile, the enemy team just has to play on the
On camera,
opposing side.
Vatic's here.
KDS now in a defensive position. They would love to get a stun on Ducky and combo with
There's
Patchy.
Elvis.
They know that they have to
Right
defend
there.
first and turn this into an
There's
offense.
I heard you
Laser
clapping out
from
there.
Sands on the right side.
I think
He has to be defended.
they might
One
do it
and
again,
2
bro.
jumps could get him the jump on. Bull on top of the safe, and he's able to jump right out of there.
Well, chat's really aggressive for the Elvis.
Like,
get over here, Elvis. Dude,
Dude,
they might do it again, bro.
This all starts because Bobby tries to dive aggressively with the kit and is taken down by Tyrant. It ends up being a 1-for-0 trade favorite Homeless, and they've been the aggressors ever since.
really good
Here's
start.
Ducky trying to play defensively with Love, another super. Oh, it doesn't quite connect. I think that might have been
But
a game
Rafiki's been
activation.
clutching up
Either
on
way,
the Edgar.
can't deal with Sands, but the Colt
He's
doesn't
gonna have
go
to take a
very
break,
far,
though.
as
He's
now
gotta back
Edgar
up.
is in position, and to Rafiki's credit, he just holds off, takes his foot off the gas before diving in, and respects the kit even.
They can keep them up here for a little bit longer.
Hypercharge duck.
Stun number 1 onto Sands, gets the kill, and
Yo,
Rafiki
and then
from the
Rafiki's tapping
sideline.
safe again.
Damage in from Tyrant, and now Bobby and Patchy have to join forces, doing anything they can. What a laser from Sands to defend, but Tyrant has the hypercharge.
That's it, bro,
cycle
that's it.
To get even more damage on this point.
Okay, Homeless.
Now it's
They're
down to
coming in,
just
they're
5k
coming in.
HP, and it'll only take one more push from Homeless to seal the deal.
Okay, that's a little bit aggressive from Ducky there, but ultimately, if your kit is defensively supering, on this map,
It's okay.
you're in
6%.
trouble.
It's over.
Not a good
It's
sign
over.
here for KDS. It's 76% place 6. And this set is about to fall by the wayside. Another dive from Bobby that lacks the follow-up from Sands, as he didn't have the line of sight. And a catch pack from Tyron should almost lock it up. Only 1% on the return here, but Bobby will fall, and Tyron gets a free salvo.
Really well played here for Homeless on that last push, by the way. You have Edgar going in, Buzz going in as a distraction. He knows he's going to die, but it forces Sands to defend him, allows Grip to come in around the left side. You see Patchy doing his best to body block, but Pit Stop, it can just spiral out of control so quickly, and it continues.
I don't think he wants to be,
earn this reputation of a underdog's team weapon to take down the favorite team.
It's like, is there a way to hide the fact that you're drafting a kit comp
Wall banner.
before you make that
Maybe
selection?
one day we'll
Because
play
the
duos.
bus comes out, like, this is a complete outdraft, I'm sorry.
That's actually a good idea, wall banner. I should run a stream where I just run like showdown with viewers all day.
So powerful. And Tyron did a very good job because Ducky got dove by Bobby a couple times, but the Grip always hung back to make sure they cleared the kit and then started to
If
move
Bobby's
across the
team
map.
loses this, the boys are going LCQ.
I don't even necessarily think the bus was the biggest issue. We just have no defense on the side of KDS, so they want to purely base race, but they decide to spend a lot of time in their own spawn defending instead of just going ham, what the comp wants to do. Waiting for that kit ult and then getting stopped by Ducky. As you can see here, Patchy had so many kills, but it's just simply not the objective of the game.
Yeah, I think that happened a lot in game number 1 where we saw Patchy getting all of that value on defense, but it just took a solid defense from a Griff on the other side to shut all of that down. You also saw KDS sitting in their own spawn trying to get a defense before they go for offense, but they're just not geared.
Pinhole
towards
punt, Brawl
defense.
Ball.
So
Brawl Ball is
we
my
have been
favorite
at the
one to
top
watch.
there on map number 1, but this is their map choice here.
Actually,
on
no,
Pinhole
I
Punt, one
kind of
that's
like
been
Brawl
played to
Ball.
death.
Gem grab's
I
fun.
was about to mention that as well. In all fairness, this was
I don't like
Homeless map
really
pick, and as I
watching
mentioned,
Wipeout.
in Scrim, they had a almost 90% win rate, so they are really good on pit stop. Now this is KDS map pick, and it kind of looks swapped. This is one of their most scrims maps. They feel really comfortable on it. You'd really love to play something like an Otis, Meg, and Lou, and Lou is actually left open and gonna be their first pick here.
I think they're giving over Meg in... Oh, no, Meg's our global here, excuse me. So that's not going to be a factor yet. No worries about going straight for a Lou. Otis still available, a very safe first pick here. And Stu, very heads-up ban here from KDS. No Max, no Stu available for Homeless. Takes away some of their most powerful tools. So they opt into the Griff here, who's definitely seen some degree of success on this map.
It's pretty popular as a way to sit inside of mid. You also see that M's ban. It's going to be one of those popular picks to utilize the bushes to get forward. Griff is just really comfortable right now. He's quite versatile, can use that piggy bank, and you can swap off of it if you don't face a threat. But I think this is going to be the method. Leon will also give them access to the mid, so Griff is going to fulfill kind of a similar role to what Ems would traditionally do alongside the Leon.
As I already mentioned, they love to play Otis. Would be a great pick here also to destroy that lollipop drop behind
What's up,
the wall,
Nathan?
Thanks to the Otis gadget. We also still have a couple of a bit more aggressive options open, of course. Shade is banned out, but
I'm not gonna lie, chat. My friend list is very limited spots. So if you want to catch the ad on my friend list, you need to be regularly active in streams and join the Discord server and be active on the server.
But now all that's really left is for KDS to combine this with something that actually makes good use of that heal. Reminder, no Star Nova, no Meg. Both of those globaled out here by Team Homeless. We don't really see like a ton of tanks outside of the Damien attempted here by KDS, and it honestly hasn't had a lot of success for them.
Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, we're just adding people who just showed up one time.
That particular strategy hasn't really shot in their hands. They're going to go for it anyway, though.
Well, the Damien graphic is really weird. So 3D.
It seemed to be the surefire way of dealing with a Damien.
I don't have a guaranteed answer, Arion.
Kind
of depends.
Counterplay into the Lou has also been diminished with the ban of Stu, and also the pickup of Poco that can neutralize his freeze.
Really like that Damien pick at last. We don't even notice, we don't really have anything to destroy the lollipop drop from Leon, so we will have Homeless make their way into mid quite easily. But I do like the comp on the left here regardless. With the Proco Damien, they have so much punching power. Zero is coming in now, and Zero is so good into also a Damien. If you have a strong roller on the other side that you can farm shadows off, Sirius is going to shine even more. Once again, I think both drafts are fine. Both have a winning potential. Which ones would you choose if this was your rank match?
I'm siding with KDS, personally. I think the Sirius is going to be an issue, but
You can find the Discord in the bio of all my videos.
As strong as possible. I only see, I see a couple of good counters to the Damien on the side of Homeless.
We'll probably play with viewers. We go Monday, Wednesday, Friday for streams. We're probably going to stream. Monday is going to be tough, though, because I'm flying back home.
Very effective against this setup. It's really only the Sirius that can bypass it. Rafiki gets taken down behind enemy lines as Patchy's able to pick him up.
So we'll probably be back for stream on Wednesday. We could probably play do some play with viewers on Wednesday.
At Homeless quite often in this game, and remember, those serious shadows carry the on-hit effects of the brawlers they're copying, which means
that's
they
just,
have knockback.
That's just what they look like.
They have freezing potential if they're lured.
Yeah, we saw Bobby get knocked back just a moment ago. Patchy on the left side is able to diff the Sirius, but Bobby doesn't have enough HP.
Should be Streamlabs. I don't know, Mayhem.
For now. It's going to be a double stun for Bobby, in for one, looking for two on
Maybe test it on the Twitch Mayhem and see if it works there.
It's headed up towards Bobby as he knocks back Ducky. This is going to have to be a punch through for Sands as he's able to get through.
Damn.
Rafiki.
We did not want that to happen.
To get this done.
And all they did was just get a good Bobby super, right? It's out in the open in the middle of the map. He's able to get two people inside.
Come on, Homeless.
And the rest is history. Bobby goes yet again. This time
oh man, Damien things.
We'll
Let's go serious. Get some shadows going, buddy.
Rafiki can hold it down, while Sands is forced to be a spectator for the time being.
Tyrant pretty much wrapped around the entire team. It was like a lasso. He just tied them up in this noose.
Grip to break that little wall skis. Ooh, Rafiki's popping off on the Leon. There you go. That's it. That's it. No. Boom.
And just decide to give away this goal, hopefully roll out strongly. They do have this
all right, Arion, take care. Have a good day.
For Patchy, so that must be the method.
The coin shower gadget is so degenerate for situations like this. Yes, I think
stop the Damien, stop the Damien. He's got so much, he's so tanky and bulky like a moose. They saved the shadows, though. Sirius is saving his shadows.
Able to get Tyrant pretty low on HP, but that is a win con now wasted by a little misplay. Hopefully they have ice.
He supered the ball.
With 20 seconds to go, they still have this hypercharge and super from Patchy to rely on.
Okay, Bobby's shield though is all but expired and doesn't actually have a super to close the gap.
Could you imagine if Homeless wins this too? 10 seconds?
Underwhelming, really.
If Bobby's team's out, we'll go to LCQ.
He's definitely threatening here off towards the left side, but Patchy's got the damage.
Holy! No! Oh, they tied it. We're going into overtime.
And there it is.
No, I'm reading it wrong. I'm reading it wrong. My bad.
But what happened with that Damien super? Just a misplay. Looks like he picked up the ball.
What's up, Frost?
Or unfortunately had it passed over to him.
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Over here. Nothing to
who are you cheering for, Frosted?
Yes, they're still as locked in as ever. And the Damien super is the win condition. They have built this entire composition.
Later, wall banner.
Damien. They have the faith that this series is not going to be enough to rebuff it. Bobby is actually marching in confidently. He'll be able to walk this one through.
Oh my goodness, the Damien is insane.
Just how good is that Damien's gadget, bro? Like, it's insane in this matchup. Leon and the Grip can't do a damn thing about it.
You're looking for Homeless to win?
Piggyback might have been better than Coin Shower if the matchup was going to play out this way.
I want Homeless to win this one too.
Hindsight is 2020, but we're going to get into play.
There's a kill for Patchy on the left side. It's going to kick off this breakout of Spawn. Bobby in with one, and on the right side.
Come on, Homeless. Nope. The Damien, they're going to pull through with this one. I don't think they stop it. Well, Rafiki did a little bit of defense. Damn. Okay.
It's their map pick, and they absolutely owned it.
Hey, if Sands is the one that's drafting right now, that was pretty straightforward, simple but effective look here from KDS on a map that they have put the time into. We discussed that earlier. They have been
working. Which player announced his retirement on social media?
I thought Leon and
Luffy
was enough damage, but
it was Luffy, right? Just kidding.
Presents a bit of a problem for those middling damage output comps.
On my way to the clown profile. Here's the monkey thing. The monkey pin. Person, did you get the monkey pin?
Another pick from Homeless, where they have a super high win rate.
We need this icon. The clown icon.
Super low win rate. This has been the case for both of the maps we've seen so far. So, just in terms
you got it yesterday?
of draft, these two teams are doing the best
Hello,
job
success.
so far we've seen all day.
At a point, though, do you come to expect that? I mean, if we have this data, it means that the players have this data as well, right? This is publicly available stuff. And we actually spoke with Livy earlier. He said that everyone's actually withholding information right now and keeping close eyes on each other's stats. So this would be the moment for KDS to be extra prepared for Homeless, but things did not go their way at all on Pit Stop. As we move on to Layer Cake, the second map pick for Homeless, will we see as dominating of a victory?
They did have that great first pick, actually 8 kills on him, the most damage as well, so he did pull his weight even though it was the first pick, but in the end it's just not about the kills in this mode, it's about actually getting goal scoring opportunities, and that Damien Poco comp, I would almost say it's a KDS or even STMN back in the day special, where we see Poco double tank or Poco one tank and then a controller, and they're still as good as always with this comp.
Setting our sights on Layer Cake, though, that is a mode that is about getting eliminations. Yeah. Right? Unlike Brawl Ball. And Homeless have a couple of sort of pocket picks on this map that are extremely good.
So it's 1-1 KDS and Homeless.
Me, I'm looking for the Mortis. You've probably got to ban it if you're KDS. Otherwise, he's probably going to run roughshod over you.
Curtis the Murtis, that is Sans. He can also play Shade, by the way. That one is never forgotten in the ban phase. All of those counters will, you know, possibly be banned over here by KDS, and it's going to have to be banned out by Homeless because it's just that strong. Yes, in fact, with the last pick going over to KDS, yeah, Mortis out of the mix. Bolt also going to be banned. Just ways of getting that blue star. Notice that Brock is 100% in this draft. It would be an amazing way of breaking walls and dealing with the 8-bit, but it seems to be accounted for by Homeless because they've gone for one of the things.
I don't like this map. This Layer Cake map,
paired up with the Pierce later
I don't like it.
Would be a almost must pick for me on Layer Cake because of these bullets that's dropped to the ground. You can also shoot through those walls. Otherwise, throwers can also have some showings here. Series probably the best at it is going to be banned out by KDS as well. They already have this Brock. They now have it in their own hands if they want to break open the map and play something like a Pierce later on. But they can also decide to just not do that. Play the Brock a bit more passively, play Rocket Laces, jump out of harm's way in case Homeless is gonna pick something aggressive. So I think it's wise to not also pick in something with range just yet. Wait a bit longer. Now it's a really balanced comp with the Surge. They have something against tanks or assassins as well.
I think like Crow is an option here, something we've seen from Homeless on a number of occasions. They've also tried to play the Penny as well if they want to index into more of a control.
Rock and Surge are a good play.
There's also
Ali's decent.
That's still out there. This is not probably what I was expecting to see. The Ali coming out here showing,
especially against that Surge.
Exactly. His iframes allowing him to.
Yeah, I don't really like this map.
I think so. That would be crazy.
It's a possibility.
You think it's going to be Ali Doug?
Allowing him to avoid Ali, who can be a little telegraphed and how she.
If you're right, Knight.
Tear you from limb. Brock will have to make use of Rocket Laces if he wants to avoid her in that regard. That's assuming he's not
you could see it.
The map.
I don't know, dude.
Well, if this is a Doug, they'll be forced
Mina.
to take it. No, Mina is going to be taking up the room in the early game. We saw a bit of cheese in SA yesterday, and it almost wound up working, bar for some over-aggression. But this alley should be pretty good here. Those walls are going to be broken down.
Mayhem, have you pushed alley more?
Get that blue star and sink back into their own spawn. Also, could be quite punishing for the Surge to be playing into a Mina, which he, in theory, should not be getting a super off of. He could be stuck at level 2 for a good portion of the game.
The Mina, just to pick up blue star, makes sense for me, but
Pearl would have been
both
good.
Mina and Ali both can't really capitalize on an 8-bit turret. They can protect it, and they can use it if someone actually comes up close, but they can't stay in the back, use the turrets, and do damage far away, you know? I would never pair 8-bit with 2 assassins, 2 tanky bullets.
I don't know, dude.
I think they pivoted for
I don't know about this draft.
Looking at this kind of comp, because you're right, it's only going to be 8-bit that can really make use of that turret at all. Still, I think
what, you want to use the Windstock powers?
Oppressive that brawler can be at the moment. But we've got Brock, we've got Griff on the side of KDS. Pretty robust setup that could promise map break, or simply withhold those elements and try and make use of their sharpshooter capabilities.
I don't know about this draft, man. I don't know.
Tanks here, I imagine, yeah, you want to establish some good sight lines.
Get the blue star first, but can all go real fast.
Try to get some cheeky taps off of him. Sans
Oh
gonna
god,
take the bait.
Rafiki, you gotta chill.
Sans has gotten 1/3 of his super. He just needs 2 more hits in order to get it. get
Oh,
that extra
man.
range. It's going to be so
Feel like
vital
Homeless
for
is gonna get
Surge
just pushed
make
to
an
the back
impact
and
in the later
crushed.
stages, as they don't have the blue star. They got to break this somehow. Rafiki
Holy,
is firing
holy.
back on the left side.
No, no,
Bobby
no, no, no.
jumping directly into him. They will end up trading, and KDS with the upper hand.
It's
KDS.
going to be able to walk away here.
KDS
avoid
is
the damage
ahead.
Coming in from Ducky. It's only a 1-star
Okay,
difference
Mayhem.
here, but the blue star has gone over to KDS. Rafiki has a super to play with, but those grassy areas are starting to become less and less prevalent across this map. Here's Ducky. Rafiki also looking to try and get forward. Windwalk
Come on,
being used by
Ducky.
Ducky now to dodge the catchback. Patchy is low, and a lot of space is being given up by KDS. This is dangerous.
Backs against the wall. Tyrant wants to get that first bit of damage in. Patchy is going to get some healthy taps on him on the right side, and Rafiki would love to be
Come on, Homeless.
executor, but he doesn't want to
Let's go,
jump in just yet.
Rafiki.
Bobby's going to get a bit of damage on him, but really KDS
50
are fighting for
seconds.
their lives
Lots
out
of
here.
time, lots
Now
of time.
Sands does have a way of defending. He is able to jump up to the sky. Bobby should probably have his rocket laces
We've
back
got a
soon,
we've got a
so there is
alley
counter
super.
for- but Homeless are going to
Ducky's
try and keep
going
him here for as
in.
long
Look
as
out for the
possible,
surge.
and then rush in
Kind of a
with time
wasted
right.
jump.
They have Rafiki in with a super.
Oh, 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 oh,
Is
oh.
that a moment for Ducky? It
Yo,
looks like
Ducky,
able to
he's
get
in
it, but
trouble,
should be
though.
punished
He's
for
in big
Sands
trouble.
with a
Yikes.
super of his own.
Oh,
nice shot
no.
by Tyrant. And now Homeless are in the lead.
Oh, let's go, Homeless. That's it. That's what we needed. Rafiki, get out of there. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Homeless just need to stay alive. We got a Mina super to protect.
No supers right now for KDS. Sands back down to level 2. He comes with a hypercharge.
Back up, Ducky. Yeah, good gadget, good gadget. 5 seconds. Hold defense, boys. Oh, Rafiki goes for a swim. He goes for a swim.
And there goes Sands down in a streaming heat.
Homeless.
And Homeless start on their best
Woo.
foot.
Homeless's comp is able to do it all. They're able to get the blue star, they're able to defend it quite decently, and they're able to push into the enemy
That was
spot
good.
to steal it back if the lead goes the way of KDS.
That was close.
Well done by Homeless over here. I want to give a shout out to Rafiki for his capability to break things
1-1.
open as KDS were backed all the way up. No spam of shots over towards Rafiki this time. Bobby's just going to try and get his super off of Tyrant, and there's going to be more priority on the wall break from KDS at this time, I anticipate. And they also switch Patchy over to the right side to deal with Rafiki. Curious, because that was Sands' responsibility in the last one.
Sands thinking that working this left side might be more conducive to success, but so far none of those shots have been able to connect. The map's being broken up a little bit more, though, by Patchy. This means Ducky now is also playing out in the open. It is suffering as a result. Windwalk actually being used there by Ducky, and now the pinch from Sands almost did him in. Extra credits also threatened, though, to remove the surge, and Sands has to respect it.
Still Homeless in possession of this blue star. Who's going to be the first one to get a kill from KDS? They're just biding their time, slowly walking forward. They know that they can break these walls.
60
around
seconds.
space. Rafiki taking a hit there. It's going to give Sands his super.
Yo, Sands going in
Had a
close.
chance to jump in. They're gonna
Oh,
jump
he backs
backwards,
up.
actually, beating the shot
Oh
on
no,
the
FA Homeless.
right side. Patchy cycled 2 supers forward.
Oh,
Definitely
Rafiki
low.
clutches
It's
up.
an opening for Rafiki to get a kill
Well,
on
he
the
needs
left
to
side.
keep an eye on his boys.
KDS
Tyrant.
still behind by 1 star.
Oh, Tyrant almost had him.
Yikes.
Yikes. Yo, Rafiki, back up. Oh my goodness, Rafiki.
Oh
Oh my god, is that Panda Cast in the chat? Panda Cast, we all know that you would be casting way better than me right now.
Who's certainly known in the role.
Still slow, controlled for
Panda,
now.
I'm a
It's
big
about to
fan
amp
of you,
up.
buddy.
Only 20 seconds to go. KDS, they don't really have that great of tools to break this defense for Homeless. They do have this hypercharge.
What do you think, Panda? Who's taking this home?
That is going to be a massive tool. They're gonna
You
try
think
and
Bobby's
cut off
team's
Ducky
taking
if
it or
possible.
Homeless?
Sands needs to get out of there, but
Come
Ducky's
on, boys.
able
Don't
to
die.
get
Don't let that grip do that to you.
Ducky's
Oh my god,
still alive.
Rafiki, be
Same
careful.
for Tyrant
Be
on the
careful,
back left.
Rafiki.
Nothing onto Rafiki.
Oh my god, Ducky with
More
164
damage on
health.
Ducky.
1 second.
Incredible.
Homeless takes it. Let's
Homeless
go.
with a couple of kills to end things up. And just another time in a flash, they're able to take their own
Yes, sir.
map selection. I'm just blown
One
away.
more.
You're absolutely kicking yourself. I think if you're KDS there, you had so many.
One more
two
Homeless.
very low health brawlers on the Homeless side of the map that you couldn't quite reach. There was a rocket rain even being
One more,
thrown
one
down
more.
right at the top of the map that wasn't able to get any stars back for KDS. And honestly, the mechanics on display here by Ducky and Rafiki, able to dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge away from so many of these shots is extremely impressive.
That's right, Knight.
Yeah,
One
dodging
more, we're going to LCQ.
surge and grip on the other side. Honestly, that
Homeless is making us proud right now.
We have a clear draw here on the side of KDS. We have
Unreal.
Rafiki's doing it for the old team.
Unsynergistic comp on the side of Homeless in my eyes with the 8 bits and then to assassins. All that KDS has to do is not get too close to that turret to make sure that the Ellie and the Mina not also profit from the 8-bit turret. And Tyrant obviously here with the most kills. The man of the hour here for the side of Homeless. I'm a bit speechless, honestly. How did that happen?
Yeah, I was at a loss for words towards the end of that as well, because that was just unreal dodging from Ducky. Bobby was so close to landing that last bit of damage from the rocket rain on him.
Holy.
The execution really did hurt.
One sec.
There were plenty of opportunities for KDS to get in there, but it's like they were all red herrings. There was always someone waiting to snap them up if they got a little bit too aggressive. Especially Rafiki was such a deterrent anytime KDS even thought of approaching one of these bushes on defense.
We now have, again, Homeless winning their own map pick. KDS has to do the same to prolong this one. And just like Vatic, they need to go all the way to set 5 to still keep their LCQ dreams alive.
And KDS have to bear Mortis again. They have to use a slot on that Brawler. I don't think they can afford to be going up against that. Outside of that, one of the most successful brawlers for this KDS team in recent times has been the Star Nova, but she's been global, so don't expect to see that. But a lot of the regular customers, Brock is going to be a priority here. Griff is banned out by both sides of the end. There's throwers as well who can mix in here. So Sirius has been taken away. Larry and Laurie is going to be an option. Finks still good on this map as a control brawler, just allowing you to have more of that time on the point, and conspicuously, there's no Grey ban.
This is very true. Gray Ems is taken out of the mix, but it's still possible. 8-bit is the first selection for Homeless. There are ways to get rid of this, though I don't think Brock is going to be as strong of a pick. He can break open a wall on the left side, get you some, more sharpshooter play. I see big potential for throwers, actually, to get rid of this. KDS might think about a berry over here. It'll give them good sustain on the point. Should also be able to get rid of the 8-bit turret.
Dueling Beetles?
We're in hot zone. Could also be another Chessie pick here for
Stop
KDS.
with the
For KDS, it was actually their downfall
God.
in the qualifiers. I called it, but I didn't really want to call it. Honestly, I'm not happy to say that.
It is their siren song, and as with any siren song, it led to their near demise, actually. In the monthly qualifiers, they picked it a couple of times and nearly let the entire match spiral out of control.
No. We need to cook Jesse person.
And, well, it didn't succeed in the 8-bit in the monthly qualifiers, so let's see.
We don't want KDS to win, chat.
Still try Jesse plus a thrower, right? Jesse plus thrower? Seems good? Okay. Good, bad things.
We need KDS to go down right now.
Something to take down the 8-bit turret outside of just the Jesse turret. As we learned, 8-bit hypercharged turret actually takes out the Jesse turret before it dies itself.
And
so
the
I
extra
like the 8-bit
credit
better.
shots.
It's not even a real counter to the 8-bit, so I'm so surprised, but we are in North America and Jesse has been picked up very often in the qualifiers exactly into this 8-bit.
If FA Homeless wins, the red team, then Vatic goes to LCQ instantly. Doesn't even matter what happens with Electros. If we slap Electros around, it's just for the flex.
Being played by Bobby and Patchy. Today, they could retire if they don't make it into the postseason.
So if KDS loses, like Bobby's team, if blue team loses, Vatic goes to LCQ.
That's even worse.
Can we just play Mortis here and be done with it? Right?
What are you playing, Thunder?
It's possible. It would be a strength of KDS. They're pretty good at this brawler. It's Gray plus
Ash.
Imagine, it's your last set that you have ever played in your
So they're gonna use the Gray to put TPs straight to the zone.
Into a Gray comp.
Well, okay, so
there's play for
Knight, you think Homeless got it?
Okay. Look, there's a delivery system here for this Ash, right? We've also seen this comp sort of fall flat earlier tonight.
That's what I was thinking.
Where they ran into a Frank setup and basically got cleared by it pretty easily. So can open up the map here. I think
if Gray can set it up as GG's.
There's not a natural answer.
Fortnite, Brawlhalla, Brawl Stars, MR. What's
I love
MR?
the Frank into Ash. I also like it into
I don't know what
Gray
MR
comps
is.
because you can just stun them right out of the teleport. Is it going to be enough though for KDS to prolong?
Yeah, Frank is a thick play. Frank's going to be hard. Oh, Marvel Rivals, obviously.
Never in a monthly final though. today can't be the day where we have to say goodbye to these two players.
I haven't touched Marvel Rivals for a
I mean,
while.
I hope not. I hope to see them hang around a little bit longer. I also hope to see them.
Oh man, I don't know about this one.
That happens, right? I just want to put that out.
If Homeless can clutch up and make this happen, it's magic. We need some magic from Homeless.
Versus Frank, and it is hellish for the Ash.
Oh
But what's
man,
gonna happen
Gray's
once
got his
Ducky has
TP.
set
Gray's
up?
got his
He
TP
it
set.
really quickly. It takes 4 shots. He landed every single one.
But we need it in that zone like right now. We need it in the zone right now.
Think about using it for a stun. By the way, that's a hypercharge.
Oh,
for
God.
Gray already. It's an extremely
Come on, Tyrant.
early hypercharge Gray TP forward, and it's going to be very useful for this
Oh,
Ash.
no.
But Tyrant on the right side, in tune with the team's name, is looking pretty homeless. He doesn't have a great spot to put his turret, and he hasn't been offered one yet.
Yeah, I mean, also just the whole touching the point part
Okay.
of the play is eluding Homeless at the moment.
The
Ducky
Finks,
has
the Finks was a
TP
good
setup,
play,
which is great,
dude.
but
That was a good draft.
you've got a cycle brawler presence
Oh,
on
but
it.
Ducky was
It's
able to
Rafiki
pull the
finally.
turret. I've never seen that. I've never seen that before either.
Used as it should be, but Patchy's already there to deter Rafiki straight away. The Frank's got to go. Finally, Homeless can start to play the game.
Do they get spawn trapped?
Man, 70% is a lot. Homeless needs to hold this zone now. How do they stop the Frank, though? Oh, that Finks is getting so many supers, dude. Come on, Tyron, you gotta land some shots. There we go, there we go. Rafiki, you gotta heal. You gotta heal, Rafiki. Yeah, don't let Patchy come up. He's coming. There we go. Nice. Yo, they're kind of clutching. All right, Diane. Thank you for the lurk. Ooh, that thinks that's gonna seal the deal though. That's GG for this round. Damn, they might be outdrafted this time. Hurts. Hurts.
Really nice, Frank.
I don't know. I don't know if they can come back from that.
I'm sure. And KDS looked very good in that round.
Yeah, something that Bobby said is that they've been having Sans draft. They're trying to set him up for the best possible future in Brawl Stars. After they retire, their season might still be alive. It's going to be a tough journey. They're down a couple of sets right now. They need to win
round 2.
set
Come on,
5 to
Homeless.
finish it off. And the Frank pick has been really nice. They opt to run Patchy on the right side.
Yeah, the Finks
possibly
pick.
trying to predict
Sans
what
is
he
just
would do
like,
on the
he's
right so
just
as not to
chaining
face the Frank
supers,
early
and
on.
it's
Instead,
really
it's gonna
working
give
for him.
Ducky a pretty early super.
He's like negating the
Ducky
8-bit
getting
completely.
a lot of these shots able to make that TP play forward.
Okay, there we go. We got a good setup again quickly.
Tentatively come forward into the map.
Rafiki,
Bobby
slap
spots
that
off the
Frank
sideline,
around.
but Patchy
Patchy's just wasting his
gets a nice
shots.
little damage around the wall there. Rafiki sees a chance to go after the Frank, but gives up his life for it. Homeless elsewhere doing
You don't think so,
pretty well in
person?
the matchups, but Ducky is stuck in the middle of the Finks field and has to play at point blank. Bobby able to find the reload speed just quickly enough.
KDS's draft just seems better with the Finks. With the Finks and the Frank, it's working. Hello, Mayhem. What happened so far? Homeless won the last one, so they've won 2 sets, and KDS has 1. But in this Dueling Beetles hot zone, it kind of seems like KDS got the better draft. Homeless is doing a little bit better this time, but not as dominating. They got it now, though. They just need to hold this. They need to hold this real bad.
Scrappy will get the slow into Rafiki, but there's no way to capitalize outside of the big old super there from Patchy.
The Finks,
which catches
Sans
onto
is
the
just
Ash
chaining the
and forces
supers
Homeless
too
away.
much
They
as
haven't
Finks.
conceded the point for a time.
Here's Ducky.
What's the plan supposed to be?
What's
Is
the
he
plan,
gonna dive
Ducky?
on Bobby
What's
in
the plan with the
backline, or
hyper?
in fact just sets up for Ash to return to
Oh,
the
no.
Frank, and again, Rafiki
Tyron, you gotta
triumphantly deals
tap.
with the Frank.
Rafiki, you gotta get in there,
That's
buddy.
the slight issue of this Jesse
Oh,
and
no.
Finks setup with hypercharges on the point.
Oh no.
He has a big responsibility. He
Rafiki.
needs to win a 1v2 right now. He's gonna
Oh,
have
but the Frank's gonna be so
another
thick.
great Ducky, but he goes
No
right on the Patchy where it's
shot.
deleted in close range.
90, it's
The
so
final
close,
TP4
dude, it's
needs to
so
be a stun.
close.
Tyrant's gonna be eliminated.
No,
Swiftly
that's GG.
for KDS,
Ah.
will barely survive by only 3%.
Yo, what's up, Travis?
Set number 5.
Damn.
KDS fighting for their lives. They just have to make it to semifinals. But they're going to have to do it the same way that they nearly faltered in the upper bracket in the monthly
Going for
qualifiers
set
that led up to
5.
this. They lost 2 sets in a row. They went into set number 4 down.
Teaming even with Gadget might have been
They
better
had
with
to
Ash. What Gadget are you
sort
thinking
of
about,
reverse
Cold?
the match back.
That just wouldn't be KDS.
Who do I want to
if this
win?
game wasn't
I want,
going their way. These
KDS
guys
to
always
win.
need to make it emotional. We're heading to a 5th set.
No,
and
sorry,
honestly,
Homeless.
The draft here is really nice. The Jesse is... Look, honestly,
We want
to me,
KDS to
there
lose.
are a couple like Scrappies that were a little bit difficult to deal with, but honestly...
They're making it really
pressure of the
sweaty.
fit, cycling so many supers and some
Yo,
really,
X-Ron, thank you for the
really heads-up
follow.
Frank play here from Patchy. including
Homeless,
just
yeah.
solid
Homeless.
drafting from KDS gives them a well-earned, legitimately earned map win.
I'll just confuse myself, Knight, and I'll just say KDS homeless. We want KDS homeless to win.
In the end, against Legacy in the qualifier.
What's up, Ron? How are you?
Up to this monthly final. I think what made the difference here was that Frank pick at last really good into the great comp. Jesse in the end shines in both the DPS and the kill department, though.
My day's going good. Very, very good.
Jesse might just actually be, let's say, decent in the current meta. I still don't want to give it to her.
Well, you know what they say, Bobby. The toughest soldiers get the hardest battles.
Yeah. Well, he came out victorious on that Jesse specifically. It might have been a bit of
Man,
a,
homeless.
like a bait over there because
Going
they
into
failed
knockout,
so publicly
the final
to
set.
execute on the Jesse in the monthly qualifiers.
What about you, Ron? How you
And
doing?
then over here, it's
Who
like
are you
if
cheering
they're
for?
Being tempted with the 8-bit first selection. Please
Yeah.
go Jesse. They do. They also ran it on Out in the Open. It did not do so well there. This is one of the maps that they lost. Is this?
We just gotta
another
break the
Jesse
curse,
map
person.
into 8-bit?
In the end, both of these teams
This
have
also
won
means
their
a lot.
own
This,
map
like,
picks.
final
This
set,
now
this
a
is-
random
this is for
map. So it
everything.
just comes down to whoever has prepared every single map. And we see from our stats that KDS has done a bit more prep into the map. Let's see if that also means they're gonna
I want
win it with a
KDS to
wolf band
get
here on the
crushed,
right-hand side, a lot
Charlie.
of
That's
aggression
what I
band
want to
out
happen
here.
right
Mina
now.
as well as the Jaeyoung out.
We'll see what the
of
draft is.
the picking.
At least we're
Here we
banning
have,
Bolt.
Brock ban as well. So Brawler 2, we don't have anything really anymore.
The chains are
Yeah,
very
it's
hard to
a
break.
remap.
That doesn't mean that they're not
Here,
breakable.
just a
They're
little
just
bit
hard to
gadget.
break,
Might just
person.
here both gadgets can come in super handy on the left now. I would love to see. Now, if this is, I said it before.
You're a
if the
Ducky
other one
fan,
was the
Tic Tac?
last
Which
map we
Ducky,
ever
though?
see
The
Bobby
real
had to
Ducky
play
on
with
the
in a
Team
Jesse, which
Vatic?
I would have hated. I want to see Bobby one last time on Piper.
Or the homeless Ducky,
Yeah, on his signature pick.
How poetic.
aka
Pretty
Fake
reasonable,
Ducky.
actually, on
Calme-toi.
this map. They don't have the ability to go for the Meg here, which has been a really popular choice for KDS here. And the Charlie, we saw it earlier on, looks very good. A connected Cocoon, especially on an opponent that's a little
Ducky
out of
versus
position,
Ducky for the
basically
final?
guarantees the round. There aren't too many supers that win the round on their own. I think Cocoon can certainly do that. You've also seen a single shot brawler, so you know that the Meeple's going to struggle to maintain any ground against Spiderlings. And this makes Homeless think about whether or not they can afford to draft more single shot brawlers, like Angelo, for example, who doesn't really like dealing with that kind of thing at all.
Texas
I was
is good.
thinking
Texas
Game
be
has
hot
really
though,
good way
Tic
of
Tac.
making sure that
Texas
you
is
can
weird
always
because
see your
I'm
opponents
freezing in the
bushes,
house,
especially if
and
they
then I
have
go
nothing to
outside
break
and
open
I'm
the
getting,
map to actually
I'm
get into
dying
the
in the
map
heat.
quicker is
There's no
definitely an
happy medium in
advantage. It
Texas.
is one of a very often banned brawler for that reason on this map.
Yep, he's going to give you good vision.
Who's
I'm
gonna
so
take out the
fixated on this
Spiderlings
Meeple
from
first
Charlie?
selection because a lot of times out in the open, something like Angelo would be prioritized. You're able to float over the water quite easily. It's going to be more difficult to get into mid with some of these options out of the way, like Mina can't be considered. You also have Jae-Young is going to get you up. Now taken by the enemy side is the Piper, looking to diff the sniper battle. I'm just looking at this Meeple because it seems to indicate that they do want the option to play something
know, Mr.
aggro,
Tic Tac.
and KDS have to respond. With
Yeah, I'm
this
at the
Charlie
Team
to
House
counter that
Thunder.
possibility.
I've been making content with the boys all weekend. It's been fun.
It's possible.
We
They
should
can.
have some bangers
They
coming
totally
out.
can.
I hope.
Do they want to into this final pick from Homeless is going to be the question answered in just a few seconds.
Okay, what could
My
it be?
fault. I don't know where the
They
Tribe
get
HQ
off
is.
to something even-
Should we go prank them?
Triple range here for the side of Homeless. I don't mind it. Again, we have nothing really to break open the map now. The Piper can, of course, once she has that super developed. I don't mind the comp on the right-hand side. They're just
Stinky
a
Steven
bit
Tic
wide
Tac?
open for
Is he
anything
streaming?
aggressive now on the side of KDS. They still have one last
Oh, man.
pick. Are they gonna
Dude,
opt for
Homeless didn't.
something
Homeless
a
just.
bit more
How are they gonna deal with the
punch
Charlie?
here as their last pick, or are they gonna play it safe, pick something like a Meg or something to benefit of that team?
You think we're cooked on the draft night?
Another long-range brawler, and pretty good into the single-shot brawlers on the other side, I'd say.
There's
thanks
way
to
too many
the
single
Princess
shot
and Vatic.
brawlers.
Yeah, good in that Piper 1v1 because she's going to come in with a homemade recipe to try and 2-tap you. You're able to reflect that and even get a kill on her as a result. So it should be pretty good in these sniper matchups. The 1v1, you're able to fire shots around the barrel as well. It's going to be utilized a lot by the enemy team to position their snipers behind it. And Gene is going to be the spotter. He's going to get the vision on the snipers so that Nanny can line up those shots.
I wonder if this isn't a bit of a greedy drafting here from Homeless. I think they've sort of hedged themselves into this Nani matchup now. It's going to be Bobby on the Nani, Sans on this Charlie. Now, you
Homeless got too many single-shot brawlers.
Spilings to get close enough to potentially fire off one of those cocoons. These are all single-shot brawlers, so Sans will find those windows to be able to get forward. Just got to be careful not to get tapped down like that.
All of KDS is going to be playing
Man,
around those
Homeless is really pushing aggressive right now.
So far, it's been tough for them to gain any position.
Free Nani.
He didn't play anything aggro. Meeple doesn't have to take rage quit. He can just go for box and break open the bushes.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know about this draft person.
Right side, by the way, from Patchy.
Tyrant, you need to heal. Heal up, Tyrant.
Enemy team out of their spawn. Once more, the box down splits off. Sansy's not really able to make an impact now. All of KDS has been pigeonholed into this back right side.
Man, the Nani gadgets can just be utilized so often.
And honestly, one of the effects of that mansion.
Oh man, it's gonna get sweaty real quick with the smoke coming in.
I
don't know about this draft.
Doesn't have a chance to heal here. He might just get tapped down. He might
Come on,
just go
Charlie.
straight into the gas duck. He's able to dive down. That is a pretty timely super. I'm not gonna.
No!
With 148 health, wins the duel anyway with an increased fire rate at close
Charlie, look at the
ranges.
shirt.
What a come from nowhere
See?
victory.
KDS went from being turtle up into their own spawn to now being able to make a real shot at it. Perfect time
Damn.
on the Nanny super to come in after that first round, and what a clutch from Sans to finish things off. No one has a way of disturbing Sans on the left side. They're going to go for the pinch, and Sans knew it. He saw it coming from a mile away, but do they have the ammunition to line up?
Come on, Rafik, you got to land those shots, buddy.
Immediately deleted. It's a 3v2 now, and KDS have a massive advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant and Rafiki have the map, but what are they supposed to do with it here? Spiderlings are going to get KDS back in after they fell away to heal up, and that is a very
This was a bad draft by Homeless.
So many times.
This is a bad draft by Homeless. They shouldn't have done it.
That Tyrant has commanded have gone to
Why
that
didn't they
point
think
against
about
top
the
teams in
spiders?
region,
What are
and
they doing?
Just can't finish the job there. Set number 5 is where they most often falter.
Bro,
here they would be the gatekeepers
we're going
for
against
KDS
Electros.
towards the postseason. They did a good job of denying the Nanny supers in the early game on the last round.
Homeless is homeless.
The approach, yes, they actually put Sans on the left lane instead of the right. He seemed to be getting some aggression over there in the last game. So far, much better for KDS.
See what they can do.
They're able to pressure back Tyrant in the early game and wrap Sans right
No,
left.
dude, no way. Homeless is just throwing. They're selling, man.
This Angelo Piper double look from Homeless hasn't paid out for them so far. They're going to give some ground, but again, Spiderlings can always get you back into the match should you need to use them. Mansions of
My
Meeple.
goodness.
Patchy in a bit of a weird spot, and a magic hand is maybe not well apportioned for
Homeless
that
is
scenario, but
selling.
still plenty of
It's
firepower
free.
for KDS.
Completely worth the pull there for Patchy. They're able to finish this round off painlessly, and they have the Nanny
we're
heads
going
in
against
the left
Electros.
side, so Sans can get into position much earlier on. But a well-aimed shot from Rafiki anticipates that exact wall break. He's also running ambush to get 2 taps. He wants additional damage. Homemade recipe is not going to be enough to shut down Bobby, and they just kind of plug the hole on the left side, taking the opportunity to gadget forward. And
I can't remember what my prediction actually was.
They were in game 1.
Slow and steady.
Let me go look.
For KDS. No need to over-aggress into the middle of the map, especially not at a cost of taking a large amount of damage. That shot from Tyrant's going to definitely put the fear of God in Patchy, who backs away, but the homemade recipe was outranged by the Gene. And a Piper Super just to avoid the shot from Nani.
If Homeless doesn't do anything right this in time, we're
From
cooked.
either side, Tyrant knows that he has survivability in the end. As he pops his super, he'll be able to heal up. Has a respectable matchup against Bobby. Has this hypercharge too. Got to spring into action immediately onto Patchy. It's going to be difficult to deal with.
Not enough though.
Right over to the
Oh
left
my
side.
goodness.
Patchy backs into the poison on the left side. Sans full box. It's an easy kill for
There we
Ducky.
go.
Did he
There we
really
go.
need to
Okay.
commit that hard on
We're
it?
not
Still got
completely
one
out yet.
more to win. Bobby trying to put on the performance of a lifetime, but it's just not gonna
Homeless,
happen.
why do you gotta do
Ducks
this,
into the
man?
Poison. One more round. Another chance for KDS to finish the match here.
Interesting, choice to go for the super there, but again,
Oh my
the match
God,
already kind of
Rafiki.
opened up anyway. Ducky's not going to have a use case for it until he gets another Mansions of Meeple down.
I don't know,
By the time
chat.
He might have another super developed anyway. Here's that Mansions. But again, with that
Tyrant's
super,
playing like an
Sans
assassin,
is
right?
killing. Nothing can really be done about that. Ducky gets a parting shot and now gives up even more of the map. Tyrant can always get back in, traverse that waterway, but Bobby is threatening, and you certainly don't want to run into that return to center gadget as Tyrant prepares another arrow.
Dude, this could just make our life right now.
Rafiki,
Rafiki, do it for the old teammates.
Cheeky on Tyrant. But still, KDS, they're just going to pressure here as long as they can. Pretty much stay pressed up against the wall.
Bro, the smoke's coming. We're going to have a problem.
They're getting a little bit feverish. They need a breakout now for their tournament lives.
They got to get out of there. Yeah, Tyrant.
Tyrant.
No! Oh, no. That's it. GG. Okay, we're going against Electros. Oh, my God.
The story Apache are far from done. Another chapter still to be written as KDS advance.
KDS are still alive.
Ooh.
Vatic, the ball's back in your court, and it's not going to be any easier than your quarterfinal where you already went to set number 5. They've got to take down Team Electros, an unreal matchup in our first semifinal in order to take the place of KDS at the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, Vatic needs to lock in hard.
As KDS can still control their own fate with the second semifinal.
I mean, all they have to do
Who's the MVP? Knight, help me. Who is the MVP? 24 seconds. I actually don't know.
It would take Vatic winning in their semi and KDS losing in order for Vatic to get past them. It is hard to see that happening. In terms of probability, the raw stats, odds are looking good that we'll see KDS at
Stands by 100%. Okay, boom. Thank you.
12 points is all that separates KDS
Thank you, Knight.
and Vatic once again. And as you already stated, they only need an equal spot at the end of the day. So Vatic has already put it right.
Dude.
Hold in the corner now. We have our top
This is the
four
intense
for this last monthly final for NA, but also the entire summer split. Homeless played really, really well, and just like Legacy, they take this team that is so hungry
4%
for
for
an LCQ
Vatic.
ticket
My God.
to the final set. Where in this one, I think we kind of saw it coming. A really juicy comp here for the side of KDS. There was not much that Homeless could do to win this one.
Yeah, it was basically the Charlie that was their undoing because they're playing a bunch of single target brawlers, and Sans is able to push them in pretty
3% now?
fashion. He has 3 spiders. It's going to take 3 ammunition from a smattering of brawlers on the opposing side to deal with it. And every single time he was on the left lane, he pretty much walked forward. There was so much pressure radiating off
Man,
of this
they're so close with the. They need to break this Electros curse.
To establish a radius of pressure around him with the possession of
Yeah,
the pole.
TE's riding a lot of
Charlie
confidence.
and the nanny that
Yeah.
stood out to me more than anything else in the last match.
Yeah, and they played that one perfectly, picking up the Gene first. That would have been a really good answer into Nanny, and the Charlie both really good counters to the 3 snipers on the other side. Spoo, we get you back. We now have both of the teams that are still in LCQ contention in the top 4. And also both of the teams that are still fighting for that #1 seed in the top 4. Those teams that have still something to fight for really wanted today. I'm not too surprised to see them all standing here.
Our 4 main characters from North America. Keep it alive and keep it spicy for the viewers at home. Every single match from this point outwards is going to carry some kind of stake here.
If Vatic won Worlds, would I get anything?
Next, that's going to be a chance for Tribe to take that seed #1.
Bragging rights.
LCQ is lost there from KDS and Vatic win, then that's going to be Vatic going to LCQ. I mean, so many permutations.
Every match could have been KDS.
If Vatic won Worlds,
today as both Patchy
yeah,
and
no,
Bobby
I just get bragging rights.
To retire at the
I would
end
like
of
to just
the
go
year. So let's listen
and
in
watch
into
them
those
win
final
Worlds.
moments
That would
in
be a
set 5.
treat.
Just don't get tapped, Bobby. Yeah. You're good, you're good. I'm covering mid.
Why am I playing Edgar? I just like started a match.
Trying to push out on me here.
We just decided to start a match for no reason.
Got him?
Nice.
You got one?
Just for something to do.
Nice. Holy fuck. Nice, bro.
Oh man. Getting
Holy
tapped.
Fucking shit, bro.
You see Sans and Bobby very relieved, and then Patchy's just like, there's the jersey, you can still get it. really, really
This
well
is
played,
not-
guys. You move on
This is
into
not
the
Worlds.
top 4,
I'm
and
stunned.
with that,
Ow.
they now again hold
We're dead.
the LCQ
We're dead.
spot. For a top
Where's the tournament
4. Let's see
hosted?
what the casters believe will make
LCQ's
it
in China, and then Worlds is in
to
Japan,
the
is it
grand
not?
finals of this August monthly final. We all 3 say we keep the dream alive here for Vatic. Nobody's going for KDS here. What's that about?
Is it for the plot, really? I think
not for, well, for Vatic,
Yo.
it's for the plot. On paper, Team Electros are absolutely supposed to win this. This is supposed to be the end of Vatic season
For
in
the
semifinal
plot.
#1. But we're all in agreement for this match with Tribe. They've just looked consistently better than KDS. And KDS, I think
4 minutes.
Not to call them short-sighted, but they're really fixated on just this first quarterfinal. In theory, it's all that they need to win as long as Team Electros actually is a lock.
I think it is really just a head versus heart decision in both of these semifinals. And to put it, the 4 main characters.
Yeah, I would love to go and watch them go to
For
Worlds.
the first one, we have Team Electros.
Do I have Dream Wings added? I don't know who Dream Wings is. Who's that?
#1 seed versus the team that is currently 12 points behind the LCQ tickets. Team Electros, by the way, also only 12 points ahead of Tribe. So this is the golden number of the evening.
12 points, indicating 1 placement ahead is all that will change the equation. And what a storyline it could be for either way. I mean, if Team Electros meets Tribe Gaming in that grand final, whoever wins will take that seed #1. If we have KDS up against Vatic in the grand final, which is completely possible.
KDS and Vatic in the grand finals would be the most sweaty.
I'm just here for the plot.
I voted for Vatic in that first
I don't know
semifinal because I believe
any of the countries in Africa.
And we had this topic earlier as well.
Easy, Piper. Easy, Piper. Calm down, Piper. Easy, Piper.
It wouldn't be the first time where we see a Team Electro surprisingly lose if the other team just really wants it. And Vatic need to win now that KDS have made it through to the semis to still get LCQ.
No speed boost for you.
Here, but
no,
I just
sir.
Want to point out, it was never a 3-0 for
just
Team
completely
Electros.
tapped.
You know who has gotten 3-0'd by Team Electros in the grand finals? We saw it literally last month. Tribe Gaming got 3-0'd. The second place
but
in
still
the
got rewards. Solo showdown, so funny.
Was not able to get further than Vatic. This is a very good team that absolutely can get into the top 3. It just came down to brackets and overall performance. They didn't make it to Brawl Cup. Those points have not gone in their favor.
Dang, you would like Mary then.
Vatic's case, of course, it's 4th.
I do have Dream Wings added. How did you know this?
Let's see, finally get a win under the belt, and as you already put it, they took them twice to set 5 already. They were
that's
just
a lot
one
of
set,
that's a lot of trophies
to turn things around. Golden Gulch is going to be our first map in this one, so we haven't seen that map before. From them, Ring of Fire, Safe Zone, Crystal Arcade, and then Triple Dribble.
Let the sweatiness begin.
Decider. Spoo is shaking his head. What did you see?
It's spicy.
I've eaten so much food and drank so much.
Or pit stop being selected by a team.
I've drinking 2 bottles of water and apple juice and now a monster, and I just can't stop going to the bathroom.
Team in North America, undoubtedly that takes some really big cojones. They have some drafts that they're cooking up here. I hope that they'll redeem themselves.
Global ban on Bolt?
Sort of shaky.
Hell no to the Bolts, no Ash, no Max. These are good bans.
Coming in, to be honest, I mean, with the Ash and the Bolt taken out, this kind of is a
quick break before we fully lock in.
That's what they suffered against in Legacy earlier in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they're like not about the Bolt life.
Vatic are going to be going with some fairly standard bans over here. Star Nova, Max, really problematic in the current meta. They are leading.
Seriously,
you got to be kidding me.
You guys, dude. I think 4%, Sunny's 1%, I'm 1%, you're 1%, and the rest of the community is the last 1%, because what am I looking at?
Let's see if they can keep the dream alive. For Team Electros, they need to win in order for them to keep that seed #1. And for Vatic, this is now do or die for their postseason. Let's watch semifinal #1 here. And we are on Goldarm Gulch, Vatic's map pick, and the first pick already flies in here. Side of a Team Electros going with that. Gene mentioned it on Out in the Open already, how good he is when you have bushes against you. Just scout out those bushes and figure out where your opponents are. Already have that slight advantage. On the right side now, usually what you want to go against Gene is anything that can dodge the pole, because it can be such a good playmaker. 8-bit would be a good answer to it. Is Ben out here with Pearl? They can jump out of the way with the Piper, sorry, they can jump out of the way with Pearl. They just try to open up the map, I guess.
Wolf was still open. I mean, the Demon Dog was still in the pool. I thought surely Vatic was just going to go for it as the, immediate answer there to the Gene. Instead, this Piper Pearl core gives them everything, right? Anti-tank is there, long range from the Piper gives you that pop-up potential, but this ironically has given the dog over to Team Electros.
QWERTY, where have you been this whole time?
He likes playing it pretty much a little bit more passively.
Oh,
They're
damn,
gonna opt to
drafting
go for
already?
this Edgar instead, in straight into this Pearl selection.
Brawl
I
and
mean,
Piper,
I
Gold
don't
on
know, I mean,
Gulch.
Team Electros, I mean, they're the one leading the meta in North
Ducky
America.
on
I
Pearl.
don't have the place to question them.
What's up,
You
Ghastly?
want to jump onto a Pearl that has super. You wouldn't want to jump onto a Piper that has super. It can just jump away. But with a hypercharge, Edgar is able to operate at a bit of a different range. You know, he has that extra projectile that travels a little bit further, so there is potential there. Also is going to control around what Vatic can go for last. By this measure, it appears
Well,
that Team
Cartoony
Electros
is a
do
bad boy.
want
That's
to
why
go for
Cartoony got
control,
banned.
and they're pretty safeguarded against the thrower last.
You and I can usually kind of predict what is getting picked up. Team Electros today, I just can't. I definitely did not see that. Edgar, a very bold pick. Bold is global ban, but a bold pick with B. And
You want me to move my camera up?
Really interesting to me, and both of
Oh,
them I
sorry.
did not have on my
You're right.
bingo card for today's Golden Gulch.
Thank you, person.
Yeah, open up the map. No, the Darrow. They spot a different weakness inside the comp, and I like this one a lot more, actually.
Ooh.
It's got great matchups into the Squeak, into the Gene, and crucially gives them this little passive timing that they can kind of get. Just wait out that roll inside the late game, trade it out against that Edgar. You already mentioned, Reddy, you wouldn't want to steal a car, you wouldn't want to download a illegal program, and you wouldn't want to jump into a Pearl as an Edgar.
Darrow's back.
That
Probably was a
I
free
think
Rosa
Vatic
game
a
though,
very
right, person?
stable way to enter that late game, and what a comp.
Edgar now has nowhere really to attack the Daryl. Also not someone you want to jump onto. First map here for our semi-final number 1.
As we said earlier, Ball is back in Vatic's court. They're going to have to do something that they've tried 3 times and haven't been
2K
able to
Crow
do
is
yet.
gonna happen,
Take
Pizza,
down
when
Team
you
Electros,
carry me
but
there.
now it's the postseason on
I don't
the
know why
line.
you're asking
This is
all the time.
only
You
way
should
now
be
of
saying,
making it to the last chance
you should be
qualifier.
saying, bro, I'm ready to play right now.
Really, really spicy.
Not right now, but
Take
later.
That long range shot on that Squeak. There we go, firing it out once again. It's strange. I mean, he's not opting to go for residue, getting that scouting power. I think
All right, we're locking in. We're locking in.
Realize that scouting is not really an issue. It's the
Our boy
end game
Ducky's
that
got
they're
the super
struggling with.
already.
They want to just allow the late game to come in. And
How do we feel
use
about
that
this draft?
additional
I kind of
damage
feel like
get
Vatic's
from
got
that
this
wind-up
draft.
gadget of the Squeak to maybe change some of those matchups. But really, I mean,
Ducky, I like watching Ducky play because you could just tell he's so calm every time he plays.
Is just absolutely shooting dimes over at Belong. He's able to get additional damage.
Free Gene.
The end game for him is getting his super, but he doesn't have much time left to do it. Probably just one
Oh
shot
man,
away.
we gotta make some magic happen soon though.
For Gene either.
Oh,
Springing into
good job,
action.
Ducky.
now
Oh,
on
no, no,
top
no,
of
no.
both Sonoy and Doin, as Livy's not
Oh
able to get
my
a kill
God.
either. Team Electros completely swarmed the mid. Vatic had no point of entry.
That was pretty ugly. As Livy held his gadget for the entirety of the game, and that so long as you have that active on you, you don't have it on cooldown. You can't actually save it and actually use it.
Bro, I didn't think they had that much
Now we see the full
DPS.
gadgets revealed as well. Lampblower is going to be committed there.
How'd they have so much
That's
damage?
the way that they're going to be dealing with Ducky. So effectively, there is also a pretty poor target there for him in this endgame. I still believe Vatic have a better lead here going into that, but now the Gene-Port online is going to be really sketchy for Vatic.
Come on,
That's
boys.
gonna interrupt Ducky.
We need the Vatic win for the plot.
And he's flashing it. He's just threatening it. Also, keeping an eye on where the rotations might be. An attempt at predicting for Snoy over towards the right side, but we know that it's going to come down to when the poison closes in. Unless,
Where's our boy Ducky?
Vatic decide they're going to take this position on the right
Yeah.
side.
Get him,
They have a
Ducky.
hypercharge for Ducky too. But no action just
It's not over yet.
Well,
It's
I'll
not
need to hit
over.
some of these shots before that pre-end game. I mean, once the smoke comes in, the Piper's the weakest brawler on the map, and Ducky smells blood. Hypercharge going in.
Oh,
hits the
Ducky.
entirety of
Oh
the
my
team.
God,
And the
Ducky
Ball's
got
gonna be following up.
absolutely
Ball's on
destroyed.
to 2. As Livy needs to come in there and get that super online.
Come on,
blows somebody
Livy.
up. Man with a
No
beautiful one
way.
onto him, and
Where was the
that's so
super?
confusing. Sunny's throwing fists. I'm throwing hands. Reddy's looking confused. All of us just wondering, how did Vatic just let that one slip out of their hands?
Piper was a
They
bad
just
pick.
don't really have a point of entry. It's what I said in round number 1, where they roll in with this
Rah.
Darrow, thinking that, well, maybe it'll create a screen for Pearl to be able to do something interesting with her burn. It got TE pretty low, to be frank.
Mayhem.
Didn't get any kills, and Piper didn't have any play either. He's going to be checking that right side in case anything cheeky's happening, and now everyone's settled into position. This is how Goldarm Gulch is played.
Brawl now with a homemade recipe. He had a super earlier, could have opted to tear apart some of this map, maybe give some better sightlines there.
It's just like every time Ducky goes in, he's just getting rolled. That was a decent.
That's a good interaction for them, but after the skirmish,
But we weren't able to capitalize on it. Come on.
Yeah, it would be nice if he could get a hypercharge with him.
I don't know what happened with his Libby super there. I don't know if he was clicking it or got stunned or what happened. Bilal is struggling to make some damage happen here.
Scouting the right side. A pull would be amazing. It's just more important for him to threaten that it exists to begin with, to deter anyone from getting the jump on them on the bottom side.
And a push-pull combination doing could be what
Oh
they
god,
need.
is Libby, what happened? Can Ducky make it happen? No. Oh my god. No. Oh my god.
Bilal's just conceding this one, jumping in there.
Oh.
It feels like Vatic are throwing everything at Team Electros, but nothing.
Dude, I don't know what's going on.
Not really much that Vatic can do by the looks of things. Oh, are they going to check the bush this time? Hopefully they don't forget. No, they've completely decided to abandon and go for the left side. They know that Team Electros would try a trick like this. They have all the walls on the left side as well, so it's going to be a little bit easier for them to defend. Buy some time to get supers, hypercharges to assist to Ducky, because he's going to have to go
They
on
need
pretty much
to,
an expedition here. He has the hypercharge.
Qwerty,
and the
you're such
super,
an
a couple
Edgar
of plays up
Glazer.
his sleeve. He's into the CC from Gene. And he knows that Nemen's going to try and dive the back lines as soon as he abandons his post.
Snowy's landed so many wind-ups this game. He's actually almost always had super before going to this pre-end game. And that's the thing. I mean, now they've got this slightly open map here where Bilal can
I thought Daryl wouldn't melt as fast as he's melting. When he rolls in, he's just getting obliterated.
I mean, you're just bullying this guy at this point.
Yeah, he's pretty accurate with
Come on, Ducky. Keep it cool, bud. Keep it cool, kid. Let's go. No, see, he just melts, dude. Holy.
For one and two to clean up in set
Okay.
number one.
That's
They
not
make
it.
Look easy.
It was easy. You swap it out to Spirit Slap. You don't even run any of the defensive things from the Gene. You turn Gene into pretty much a CC monster with that Lamb Blowout. And, I mean, they were toying with Ducky the whole game. I think, and this is a hot take, but I think there were more Squeak gadgets landed than Bilal hit shots that game.
Wow, that is a bold statement.
Yeah, the Piper.
Didn't really like Vatic's approach to this
Piper was
one.
a struggle,
They
man.
waited it out every single time, waited for the smoke to come in, whereas clearly Team Electros had a game plan for that exact moment, and then they tried the same thing 4 times in a row where Ducky rolls in alone.
I hope we can
Then
draft that on the
Slavy
next
comes
one.
Up, tries also to go in alone, and then Bilal is always the last man standing and can't really do too much as a Piper in a 1v3.
Like Bilal
0-0.
just was a Byron at this
Damn.
point. I mean, he's just looking at his brother like, guys, I mean, we had this Pearl and this Piper 2-3.
I'm surprised
which is
Ducky
not
struggled
really
that
good
hard,
on
man.
wall break. It seems like
Holy.
there may have been some internal discourse that wasn't really on the same page, picking up this Daryl at the last pick. I mean, we were excited by the pick. I think there was some promise, some potential there, but I think it's the execution for me that kind of fell short.
I'm afraid for them now
Bad
as
Daryl
well, as
matchup.
this
Why was Daryl
Vatic's
getting melted
pick
so much? Was
ready.
it because
We're going over to Ring of Fire. Team Electros
Squeak was
loves
hitting his
this map.
gadget and just doing extra damage?
They're quite
What
good at it.
happened?
We've seen them pick it before.
I genuinely don't
for them,
understand.
And they have their eyes on the prize, on making it to the grand finals. They're not focus firing Vatic over here by
It was just
any
like
measure. Ducky's
the
trying
whole
to find
team.
the comfort in that spike. They know that this is everything on the line. They lost their own map pick. They might have to depend on that wild card map for set number 5. Seems to be how things go anyway in this matchup. Or do they finally get 3-0'd by Team Electros? It's anyone's guess. Anything can happen here in Brawl Stars in what has been quite a volatile matchup over the year in terms of how many sets are earned by Vatic, but not in the eventual outcome. It's Team Electros all the way, and it's been true for the entire region.
Just watching this matchup unfold here, Team Electros looking
No,
so calm
not-
and
not-
collected,
not
very
quite.
nonchalantly
Pizza.
how they won this set.
So
Nemen
if
also
Vatic
just
wins
hanging
this,
out on that
If
couch,
Vatic wins
just
this, then they go into
and
finals, but they need,
Sunday
like,
afternoon
Bobby's
for
team
him,
needs
I
to lose
guess.
still.
Winning another grand final, why not? First have to
So
make
KDS
it there,
needs
though,
to
and
lose.
Vatic still has something to play for.
So Vatic's got to
There,
beat
though, to take this
beat
team into
Electros,
set
and then
5.
Bobby
So
has to
it's
lose.
1-0 now. We could very well
KDS is
still
not beating
see
Tribe.
A couple more sets from those two.
And historically,
So, yeah,
Vatic,
we
I
just
think
need to beat
they've
this
been in
then.
this position so many times.
Oh, man.
3 times in total. and
I
every
really hope
single
the
time
boys
they've
can
gotten
do it,
one
man.
Set closer. I don't know if historically they've always
Stressing.
lost set number 1, but regardless of which, they've always
Ring of
managed
Fire.
to at least pull out 1 set at the very least. Will this suddenly be a reversal of that trend where Team Electros just suddenly 3-0 them? We're gonna have to wait and see, but for the time being at the draft, I'm seeing a certain monochrome brawler, not banned out. The kind that kind of allows for
I'm getting better with remembering the maps.
Go in, and it is something that
Lumi.
I hate to say.
Icy balls. Bilal with the icy balls.
He's of course talking about the gray here. Don't forget Jesse either, guys. It's NA and it's hot zone.
KDS is not playing. Jesse's not being played.
It's just them.
It's
Look,
just
they can have their
Bobby.
thing.
Yeah.
They can struggle with it. They can. Well, actually, they did pretty well with it in the match.
Actually, these two teams also did play Jesse inside the qualifiers, but they were playing against other teams that were arguably a lot weaker. So I don't think they'll actually do it. Just full disclaimer.
Okay. Lumi first selection will get that ice down. Could get people out of position in the early game. It's going to prevent getting on the zone in the early game. Glowy, do we have Griff in the mix? Yes, could be a Glowy plus Griff. I mean, Lou is banned out, so Glowy and some brawler that they try and keep alive for as long as possible. A bit of an open map to run the Damien, but it's going to be Glowy plus something with high survivability.
Finks potentially as well, a really good mid.
Finks is really good on this map.
8-bit are banned out here, potentially the best.
Is Max permanent banned?
It's going to be instead. Also, don't mind
Yes.
it as a mid, and together with
Okay,
Glowy,
so
she's
they're
gonna
going
be
Glowy on the
just going
Meg.
to in that mecha for the longest time. I believe Finks could still be a very good pick here now on the right-hand side. Meg is kind of a decent counter to it though, with that widespread shot. The super from Finks doesn't do too much. With the Lumi, they already have a lot of control. I would like to see a bit more aggression. Could even be a Crow here, just to make sure that Glowy heal doesn't come through at max.
I'd love to see Griff here come in from the side of Vatic, and they are reading my mind. I think it's the only thing that can really out-team fight a Glowy. You chain off a bunch of supers, and Vatic
Griff is good.
Scrims at the very least. They've got a 100% win rate with this brawler. I don't know if they'll lean back on the Crow, as you mentioned, though. I mean, they do need some staying power to get inside the mid. Business resilience is pretty good here, but I don't really think you want to just hold down the mid and trade up against it. Meeple instead. This is something that we did see earlier in the quarterfinals. That
I gotta remember, Meeple can use the mansions of Meeple to block the zone off. I didn't know that until, like, I was like, why would you Meeple on this map? But every time you throw down the mansions of Meeple, you just keep them out of the zone.
Get them with the rage quit. Also, mansions should block against any kind of sharpshooter. This is a pretty serious departure from what we saw them running earlier, though, because Vatic actually opted to go for something aggressive. They wanted to get a Kenji into the left lane, so now they're pretty much going to be wonderful stacking mid. Yeah, Pierce in spite of the mansions, so this is going to be important for Mimin or whoever ends up with that Pierce. They're going to be operating on pretty specific timings between the mansions being active.
You had Slivy in an interview coming into today. He told you somehow the teams are just not scrimming this month. They don't want to give away their picks, and Team Electros is proving a point here. Not a single one of these brawlers on the left they have ever played in scrims leading up
Draft
to
is
today.
even.
So they're confusing not only us, also Vatic. Whereas Vatic is playing an iteration of what they really like to play, and actually themselves have played Glowy and Pierce quite often. So I really feel for you out there, Slivy.
I'll do it next draft, Pizza. That's my bad. Moving it up and down is kind of annoying.
In theory, should know how to
Not annoying, I just forget to.
What do you do against the Glowy? Well, they're playing with themselves. We'll see what Vatic can do. As Livy going to take some early damage, and the ice is down from Bilal. It's one of his most comfortable brawlers on the Lumi. They completely swarm the point at first. Ducky in a poor position on the left side, but TE are looking alive and healthy in spite of all the damage that they've received in the early game.
Triaz is going to be going inside the mid. It's Snoid is playing hyper aggressive. They're almost
there we go.
Down that Meeple, but just a little bit short of damage. Memen is going to be in this time.
Drop that gadget. Come on, easy. Drop that gadget. Don't let them in there.
And somehow, despite all the efforts that Vatic have done, Team Electros are still maintaining a very healthy amount here on the point.
Great stun there.
Nice stun by Bilal, but gets cooked. There's that. Oh, where's the super? Oh, we had it.
Ducky's assessing whether it's even worth it. Going for the hypercharge. 1, 2.
This is a tight one though, dude. This is like, it doesn't get tighter than this. Let's go, boys.
So much hazards back into the mid.
Good shots, Bilal. Good shots. Yes, easy. That's a perfect super and gadget. No. Kill Snowy, come on.
And on all said and done,
that's a decent gadget. Good dodges, Ducky. Come on, boys. You're doing well. Hold that zone. Uh-oh.
He's gonna get one and look for two. Snowy dashes out of the way.
Dude.
Excellent counterplay, and he has the super if anyone gets too close. But Memon closing around the left side
man.
will claim a kill, and this is a troublesome position for the Meg. Vatic are going to have to dedicate a couple of brawlers to get it.
Man, I thought they had control, but they bounced back. Nice one, Easy. Just hold the zone a little bit. It's great. Watch out for that frickin' glowy. Good icy balls below. Hold that zone, boys. Nice Bilal. I think Bilal's doing a good job with control right now. It's still so damn close, though. Come on, Ducky. Yes, Ducky. Let's go. Chain those supers, buddy. Take that Pierce out. Come on, Ducky. Oh, my God. It's so close. Let's go, Easy. Come on, we need to manage as a meeple, please. No. Yeah, get in there, Ducky. No, Ducky, stop eating all those shots. Oh my God. Freaking 5%. 5%.
Vatic. They played so well. Ducky chained off so many supers, and I just want to point out, in my opinion, I mean, they've got all these hazards, but this Pierce last pick really puts a dent in their plans. If he taps so many times, they just have that range advantage. And Memen on this Meg, I mean, it's so difficult to bring him down there. I was just
he hypered the Meg instead.
That looks so competitive.
TE know how to play around these timings because they're so accurate with their
It shows that they can do it, though. They can definitely do it. It's so close. Yo, what's up, Colin? How you doing, buddy? How's your day?
Ducky is looking for the aggression for it, but he's just baiting it out of Memen. So far, pretty healthy lead for Vatic on the point. They've got about a 22% lead, and the next use of the man.
I actually really respect the meeple more now after watching these guys play.
Now and counting, as even a super online.
Nice Bilal. Keep tapping, buddy.
Goes down to Livy and Bilal here. It's Doin that has to try and close the gap here. Manages to snipe down one onto Bilal. Goes for a second, but he's lasered down by Ducky on the left. You gotta load some glowy though. Going
Dude,
in there, trying to get down
Snow is actually playing the... Snowy's playing the glowy really good.
And now it's a cycle from Vatic that cannot be broken.
Amazing dodges there from his Livy earlier. Bilal is actually going to box Doin on the point, and Ducky doesn't have a play around there, but on the right side, he can go for the kill.
Good control right now, but
low,
we gotta get rid of that Snowy out of the zone. Here's his Livy.
Left side. And it's a familiar position with the hypercharge for Meeple to advance to the left, and everyone from TE decides,
collect that zone, Ducky. Keep holding the zone, boys. Keep collecting. Nice dodges, Bilal. Easy's cooked.
Abandons the entire mech. Meanwhile, the left
nice
side
super, Ducky.
For
not quite enough, though. Yes, Bilal. Oh my God, he almost canceled the super. Are you kidding?
Still, Vatic have the lead as
nice, Easy.
Back to mid for a slow, controlled advancement after the mansions come down.
It's going good. Bilal's got a hypercharge super coming in right now. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, nice. Yeah, back him up, Bilal. I think, come on, please. I don't want to jinx it right now. I don't want to jinx it. Oh, Bilal. Yes, Bilal. Good stun, buddy. Oh, that one shot, though.
12% to go. All Vatic really need are a great box. They're going to pop Memen out of position. They should be able to get a kill.
Not bad. Good job, boys. Come on, Bilal. Clear some space. Nice stun, dude. Every time, Bilal. Every time.
And Doin falls on the left side. Vatic count up to 100. And they may be able to take this set. They made game number one look really competitive, but it was a battle back and forth, through and through. Big difference for me was that Pierce did not make as much
you
of an
see
impact.
Bilal's legs bouncing.
It was already that.
Bilal's legs bouncing, man.
I just want to point out,
what up, Toast?
Piloting the team Electros comp might just fold here to Vatic, because honestly, between Coin Shower, between Grim and Frostbitten, between these mansions of Meeple, it is one of the easiest comps you can pilot. You can see you're just trapping the Pierce here between the Coin Shower. Ducky gets so much value.
Bro, we need this. We need this. What's up, Surge?
It's Vatic now. They get first blood there onto
Come on, guys. Just lock in.
But it's a slightly
easy
start there with that tap there onto his Livy.
Oh man, Ducky. Bilal, just hold some control, Bilal. I got faith in you, dude. I got faith.
Pretty much any brawler is ridiculous, but now they'll actually put Snowy aggressive on the left side. Means that he's gonna have to be scouted out. No one was looking for him.
Yes. Crush him. Good job, Easy. Good job.
They'll deal with Snowy when they absolutely have to. Ducky has a super to delete him. The fear from
there we go, Ducky. Holy 40 health. Come on, Bilal.
Be a trade at mid, but it's favorable for Vatic. They have the brawler advantage. Coin Shower down. Also,
this one's close.
Damage onto Memen, but Snowy is now ready to assist.
Easy's got a hypercharge already. Ducky's got a big super.
The best of starts
Oh, wasn't
Vatic
quite
will
enough.
literally
Wasn't
call
quite
it
enough.
the
Yeah, back him up
Super,
easy.
but
Back
just
him up
doesn't really
easy.
connect with anything. I mean, they're just using it for the zoning potential. I don't know if this is really the best.
Yo, the guys are doing good. They gotta hold that zone. Bilal's doing fantastic right now in the Lumi. He's holding great control. Let's go. Nice, Ducky. I think so, Pizza. I think so.
30% to go, and it's counting
Holy.
up. Will the synergy between
For the
Glowy
plot,
plus one
please.
be able to do enough? Snowy is able to get his super, but the hypercharge is wasted. And Mimmin's back out.
Ducky's playing well. I think Bilal's playing well, dude. I think Bilal's like clutching up everything right now. He's landing every stun. He's holding, he's controlling the zone. Let's go, boys. Yeah, Lumi's crazy. Bilal's him. Wow.
Gotten less than one set
Holy
victory against Team Electros when they have faced earlier on this year. It will not be anything different, but will they make it to set number 5 as they have in the past? Buckle up, it's going to be a long night.
Which team is currently fourth?
Real promise here in this match. And on the side of Team Electros, I mean, they don't look unbeatable. I think they played really, really well here. But as you know, the set went on. The thing about Team Electros is they were making
sold.
so many
Good.
rapid adjustments.
They can
Lane
keep selling.
Swapping up Snowy to be a bit more aggressive, getting Doe in to basically fall back and try and play it.
1-1. Let's go.
I saw so many different ways that Team Electros were playing, but Vatic,
This is the first monster I've crushed in probably like 5 years.
Yeah, and
we needed it. We needed it for the boys.
Really well played, just incredible discipline. There was an interaction that he won by literally only 40 HP. Glowy is not a brawler that you get to pull out that often, so the interaction was just barely off, just slightly misgauged by Snowy, and played excellently. As you saw, the Glowy actually goes up next to the wall. Look at this. Look at this from Ducky. 525 DPS. Meanwhile, across the way, Duin's actually getting a lot
got some kills,
of his
bro.
own.
Ducky definitely stood out in that one. Pulled so much weight on that left lane. In the first one, Memon looked almost unkillable. They end up losing the first game here. Vatic, they already dropped the first set as well, but they strike back. And this is the Vatic I love to see. Even if they're on the back foot, they just strike back even harder. They have so much to play for, and it shows. They want this win so desperately. Demon Dog, as Blue likes to call him, comes out here from Team Electros. They love to play that little trick in the book of Foot Esports. On safe zone, in total, you just want either a lot of damage or you want to play for control and then just trickle in some damage every now and then. Both are going for the trickling approach, it seems, just coming in with those mid.
It's 1-1, Diane.
Trying to get that mid control in.
Electros won the first one. Vatic just won hot zone.
On this map. I mean, it's the only
we'll see how they hold up in Heist.
Clean wall break with Silver Bullet that's left inside the pool, and that is something that I think EMEA and East Asia
Ruffs has too many counters.
But not here in
Bonnie.
NA.
Is that easy? Is it easy on the Bonnie? No, Ducky took the Bonnie.
This wasn't as Livy pick, and the insane thing is they're picking it into the Ruffs. I mean, they know that there's bags that they have to contend with, but they just have so much belief in this brawler, in the setup with this team, that they just pick it up.
They also don't want to let Team Electros have it. I mean, we haven't seen them play it yet, but it's a strong possibility that we see it in the upcoming matches, given what we've observed in SA and now today in North America. Now, into this Bonnie, the counterplay is often quite straightforward. You want to go something long range that can outrange her. Brawl has been a popular option in the past, but it feels a little passive for Team Electros' playstyle.
No way.
Going to go basically the
How
most
did they get the
aggressive thing
Chuck?
that you can go, which is Chuck. I don't see that much potential for Vatic to, as a team, defend the Chuck. The base race is going to be quite difficult because Bonnie is a brawler that goes
what do we do,
off
chat?
of timings, off of Supercharge. It's sort of the clock that determines your push, and she doesn't have that much in a Chuck, but she should be able to get some supers off of them, possibly.
They need to outpace them somehow. I mean, get a Colt in here, break up the walls, run in, get a Kaze, just
what do we
drive
do,
that shit
chat?
as much as you can. You need to basically build a one push. I don't really see Vatic defending.
Wow.
What? Yeah.
Bonnie and Crumb in the
Pizza.
August monthly final. Not a comp that I would have personally
Thank you for the lurk, Mayhem.
I don't know how
Pizza,
good
can
it
you
is
explain the
into
Grom
shop
to me, brother?
either. as we stated so often, against the Chuck, you want to outrace him. You want to do more damage than him in a short amount of time.
You can't explain it.
You want to defend him. They have nothing to defend him. So they need that Grom on save. They need the Bonnie to do as much damage as possible.
And that's pretty genius. Grom is known as the cult of throwers. I mean, it's literally the lowest brawler on every tier list. You can ask any content creator, say Grom is absolutely terrible. But here it actually was. Good matchups into the Otis.
They say it's good. I just don't. I don't know, brother.
He literally just needs to run.
I mean, he's good for the rough bags, I guess.
And just rain damage constantly.
This is why people haven't been scrimming.
What do you think, Pancakes?
These pocket picks so secretive from each other.
Oh no!
It's gonna fall, however, on the aggression. We'll see Bilal go for the defense.
Come on, Bilal. Kill that piece of choo-choo train.
It's ridiculous. How has he managed to survive even that long? But the cracks are gonna come
Ducky's
in
just sitting there, just doing his thing.
Vatic, it's just about keeping the control on the opposing side and gradually raining down the artillery.
Oh man!
In the 3v2 matchup, outpacing this.
Bro, they're actually base racing relatively quickly.
Check is constantly being committed.
Dude, Ducky was just on the safe, just having his way with it. Why is Grom kind of cooking? I don't know, brother.
Starting to look like they want to one push and outpace the Chuck. Ducky commits there with the hyper charge, but it's a nothing.
Oh man!
Doesn't land onto
Holy!
anything. It does open up for his limit to do something, but there's the mute there from Snoy. This base race just has gone so awry.
Dude, the Chuck's gonna come in too hard though. Ducky, you gotta kill that choo-choo train. No. It's the Chuck, man. Oh, what was this? Why did we leave Chuck open?
But it was a close one as well.
I'm still surprised though.
Got pinched around the 2x2 thing of boxes that
the Grom did better than I expected.
Just gotta be about keeping that survival on the opposing side and getting whatever you can in terms of super off of Chuck, but the defense doesn't seem to be paramount.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's
like what's the Bonnie doing?
Changed approach coming into this next one because it was a quite close game.
Yeah, just don't defend. I mean, it sounds really weird to say, but Vatic, they just need to allow Libby to do his thing. Just run in there and just chuck bombs on the safe. Vatic, at the moment, you know, that they're kind of trying to do that. We see Bilal chasing up the Join on that left side, and Ducky, he is being perturbed there by the bags a little bit, but this is the position that you want Grom to be in, that as Libby position now doing so much damage. Once again, one more shot should be able to get the crack.
No
here.
easy.
He's just gonna
no easy. Oh, he tapped the safe again. He got a little bit of safe damage.
It's a decent start.
I've never seen Grom on this map before.
For now, but they are blocked into their own spawn. It's going to be tough for his Libby to hit any shots.
Dude, we can't. Oh, that was good. Bilal took the train out.
Still gets the opportunity to push around the right.
Nice. Come on, guys. Take out Memen. Take him out. Come on, Ducky. Hit your shots, bud.
Go for the super, and it's going to be additional damage
Holy.
for TE on Vatic's side. Now, once more, keeping a wide berth from mid.
Dude, it's still like relatively close.
They've set up the Grom bomb down.
Perry makes you play some goofy comps.
50-50 on both.
He's hitting that safe though. Damn. That choo-choo train though, you need to. Come on, Bilal, kill him. Thank you.
It's going to take a Hail Mary play, but that was not the one for Izlivy. He needed to stay alive longer than that. He could have gotten
the choo-choo train's going to come in too fast. Here he comes. Gotta kill him. Boom. Okay, that was a good kill. Nice work, Bilal. We need that little dog dead, please.
This could be the move as Livy
no.
super back to
the choo-choo train, bro.
Why? Additional damage onto the safe. It's going to have to be a huge move.
He's Livy's down again. We're just always behind by 10%. Yeah, it's over.
But they're going to go for this anyway. 2.5k HP on the safe.
Oh my goodness.
It would have been so brilliant.
They actually did really good, but the Chuck is just instant safe damage every time he charges in.
I love it though. I love how bold Vatic are bringing this to Team Electros. Literally bringing the brawler that we've not seen, I believe, in a year. An entire year since I've seen Grom played in competitive, and wow.
As much as I love a creative draft, I actually have to disagree with you here. I do not think that was Giga Brain at all. I don't think.
Well, that's outcome-centric.
Letting Chuck open is crazy. That's what I thought, Thunder. As soon as I saw them pick, I was like, why?
In the end, both the Bonnie and the Grom can work in a niche draft. We talked about it yesterday. Loud brought in that Bonnie, right? And it worked out for them because the Colt just couldn't really
2-1 Team
He
Electros.
was taken out every single time he tried to do anything, and also didn't hit his shot consistently enough to take out the Bonnie himself. Has a big HP pool. But that Grom, he can't defend himself even against the Ruffs just walking up to his face. He did do a lot of damage, as we can see here, 94,000 to his name, but that Chuck will do more damage.
Yeah, that's true, Thunder.
You have a Chuck against you, so just don't pick Grom. I don't know. I didn't love the pick, let's put it that way.
I love the pick. I will support you all the way as Livy, and I think that was a stroke of brilliance that just didn't work out. I don't think he was the problem. I felt Ducky was the problem. I felt the way that this Bonnie was playing out, there was a couple interactions with hypercharges that he could have stymied some damage. He could have gotten a better jump there and all these good matchups, but I think the pressure kind of got to him there.
Man.
And now they just got to reset going into this Crystal Arcade matchup here.
Season on the line. We said this a bunch today, but it really matters now. One set away from all of their hopes and dreams that they fought for the entire season, thrown by the wayside, all the grinding, the hours and the sacrifices that they have made in real life. Heck, school's starting back up. There are real life commitments that have to be put on hold for professional level Brawl stars, and it might all come crashing down here in Crystal Arcade. Will they meet the same fate in the face of Team Electros as they have every other month?
I'd like to see some wall break with Ruffs out of the way.
Come on, boys.
Option once again. We saw Ducky pop off on it before.
They banned Brawl? Oh,
8-bit
no.
Doesn't have many walls to hide the turret behind. 8-bit already a brawler that is super scary to even leave open. One of the best gem carriers because of that turret. He can always just teleport back to it. Just like I called it out here, they need some wall break. Make sure that 8-bit turret isn't gonna survive for too long. Now, we still need a mid pick also on the side of Vatic.
They just banned him for jokes.
The last pick, usually the answer should be Max here, but she's global banned. What do you go into an 8-bit spoon?
I mean, everything is banned out. It almost looks like Jesse is kind of decent here. I mean, even Janet is kind of taken out. I mean, it's going by order of operation. I mean, it's going by order of elimination here. They do pick up the two, I think, best side laners in the entire game here for this Rico and the Grip. And with Max and
Easy's like cracked on the Rico.
There's not really anything that can kind of deal with this Rico on side lane. Is Team Electros going to GG this? I mean, maybe GG could be good here.
It's going to be challenging. It'll depend on what those picks are, their HP also, because Gigi would love to get an assassination. She's going to be very quickly in and out if she even comes in. With Grom being selected earlier, I would say really anything's on the table for Vatic. But Surge comes in as a fairly consistent selection. Now, it's going to take a skill diff on one of the lanes to get that value early game, because you're pretty much guaranteed that one of the side lanes is going to be broken open pretty instantly. What if you'll try and play aggressively around some of those blocks that are near you as you try to open up into mid, maybe get a cheeky super there, but since this is gem grab, there are going to be plenty of opportunities for him to gain a super. The game drags on for quite a while.
My question's still unanswered. What is there still for Vatic to take as the gem carrier? So many brawlers that usually are sitting in that position are global or regular banned here. Against the 8-bit,
who's Ducky going?
Used to be the Piper strat can work out here. That is like, you know, the back in my days comments once again.
Boys need to clutch this up. They need to focus.
Potentially work out here. Maybe even a Gray, but yeah, both aren't really satisfactory. Team Electros has done a wonderful job at making sure that they pick up the
Meeple? It's not a bad pick.
Meeple coming in here, yeah, it's fine. Again, they don't really have any other option.
Checks out. I mean, you've got Mansions of Meeple or Rage Quit both kind of viable here. But I think Crystal Arcade, something that, you know, the pros have alluded to is this is a map that you don't really focus too much on that mid matchup. You really just want to be able to win out those side lanes. So I don't mind actually this midless comp. Like, you know, just side lanes, make this Rico absolutely monstrous, and then kind of collapse into some kind of spawn trap in the mid. Not a bad shot from Vatic, but not one of those inspiring.
It is the hardest map to get back into once you're pushed out completely, so that must be Vatic's game plan.
Set 5 or bust to make a postseason for Vatic. It's LCQ, that's what they're targeting, but they're struggling to get the control on the right side. Memon on one of his choice brawlers, something that he's impressed the entire world with. In fact, a lot of people in North America have said that he's the best Mina in the entire continent.
Let's see if he lives up to that title. So far, hasn't dropped a single death to his name, despite being pinched out by 2 matchups that are absolutely difficult to play into. Bilal can't seem to land the shot, but Ducky on the 6th.
There we go.
Just really pulling his weight once again. He will go down to Snowy, but they keep it competitive in the gems.
Bilal looking for number 4 and the super forward for doing it as he occupies the left side, completely uncontested. So it's going to have to be a choice for Ducky.
Nice shots, Easy. Nice shots, Easy.
With a super, could get some damage. It's really slowed down a lot as Livy's going to be sticking on low HP for as long as he can. On the right side, try and dip that. Long range beam onto Surge. Min returns to the Brawl once more on the right side. As Livy's only 1 tap.
Damn.
Down to just a
Dude, is Easy. Easy's always like this. 30 health, backing him up completely. Holy. Holy Easy. Who needs to heal?
The teleport back to the beginning.
Oh, he even tapped that gadget, dude. He's a legendary Rico. All right, good job, Bilal. Watch out for the Mina. Ooh, quick gadget, quick gadget. Come on, Easy, come on, Easy. Oh, damn. Ducky, you gotta save it. Oh, no, Ducky. No freaking way.
The rage quit was just a moment too soon. They tried to get doing the moment he came down, and it completely went sideways. 5 seconds
Bro.
ago, Livy still can make this happen with
Come
the
on.
super. No, but the gadget's
That's over.
down for Mina 1 second ago, and not a chance for this to be taken by Vatic. It's match point for Team Electros.
The pressure has to be getting to Bilal here. This is the 2nd time he's been caught out in this game. Up against, yes, I mean, it's the best Mina on the continent, as you said. But nonetheless, I mean, you've been playing it so stable the entire game. They just needed to hold on there. Bilal's got to dig deep here. The rest of the roster must rally together to keep this postseason dream alive.
Brawl wants to help out versus that Surge on the left lane early on. Wants to get a pinch with Ducky, who's dodged all the shots so well. And with the pinch at mid, it just looks beautiful. As Livy's also staved off Memon for now. Snowy gets to retreat with a couple of gems, and Ducky just wants to keep Bilal safe for the next timing of the gem spawn.
Okay, Bilal's doing good.
Memon on the right side. Love to have a pinch.
Easy's crushing on the Rico.
Livy's too troublesome on this Rico.
Holy, he's crushing on the Rico.
Going down here, just running it down to buy a little bit of space. And this is what I envisioned the Vatic comp to be good at. Force Memon off that right lane, as Livy should have total dominance.
Nice, Easy.
Down Snowy there.
Good work, Easy. Holy.
Force him out of the point once again. There is no
Easy is insane on the Rico.
Lane against this Rico in these side lanes.
It's a challenging one to play, but as Livy is one of the best in North America. Look how much space Ducky's taken up on the left side. Gonna get some return damage onto Snowy. No pinch there for Bilal, and as Livy, Dorn's allowed to march forward. With the level 2 Surge inside of the bush, he gets so much
man.
speed. As Livy actually has to back off. Meanwhile, on the left side, Ducky's conceded a bunch of room, taken down by the Mina Super. All of a sudden, Team Electros are in full
Holy,
control
they
of
just
it.
came out of nowhere, man.
Beautiful dodges there from Doan just to buy so much space there, and that's much needed breathing room the Team Electros needed
Oh,
to get this 8th
didn't think
gem.
about that
As maybe will
teleport.
tech back the point, and he does
6,
have that hyper
6,
shot
8?
online, but a single tap from the Surge could end his run here on that right lane.
Oh man,
A little
Bilal.
damage on Snowy, hypercharge out from left field, quite literally, but it's gonna be blocked
Damn.
quite literally too. Ducky now establishing position at mid. It needs to
Nice,
push
Ducky.
back Memon. He's
Good job,
done it
buddy.
Excellently. And the coin shower on
And the
Snowy.
coin shower to,
Out of
like,
range,
buy some
it's fine.
space?
Another victory for is Livy on the right side. Will hold back Team Electros
Okay.
for just a moment
Okay.
longer, but it's important to play for yet another gem here. Otherwise, Team Electros will interrupt.
Time is not
Yeah, take
on
that
their
turret
side
down.
as
Beautiful,
well.
Ducky.
Hypercharge
Beautiful.
here, just to
Oh,
run
but
up
the
the
super,
mission,
you
but
needed that
Levy
super.
has
Let's
something
go,
to
Easy!
Lasers
That's
from
game.
the right
That's
field,
game.
and that is the Vatic that we know and
Holy.
love. Steps up to the plate to give themselves yet another game.
Still alive. Everyone from Vatic looking cool as a cucumber, but they're under tremendous duress. Too much pressure right now. They know that it can
Why
be
do they do
crumbled
this?
down.
Why do they do this
Everyone
every
thinks
time they
so
play
well
Electros?
that there was a push and pull between Team Electros because folks.
Yo,
they're Team
Easy was
Electros.
cracking
But
night.
as Livy on that Rico is looking quite comfortable on the right side.
Yeah, as Livy's
Now
owning that
up
lane.
quite confidently. Now they send Mim in mid instead of the lane, and it's absolutely obliterated the back lines for Vatic right off the bat.
Oh man.
Is that North America's best Mina player just doing Mina things, because how can that be allowed? That's a
You know why,
raid
Slice?
on the meeple, and
It's
Meme
because
literally just ran
KDS
up to him,
went to Brawl
ran him
Cup,
down.
so they got
That's
extra
such a
points.
big
Otherwise,
early
Vatic
lead,
would
but I
be in
love
third
the
place right
adaptation.
now.
They realized, you know what, we're
It's
trying
just
to
because KDS went to Brawl Cup.
on a lane
There
that
was
in
just
theory
free
is
points for going.
unwinnable. Let's check things
It's
out.
ridiculous.
Yeah, they're gonna keep him
It
busy
makes no
now,
sense.
Still on that same lane. Laser
Oh my
attempt
god,
also
there they go. They pop
taps
Snoy.
on Memon. Jim Carrier down. It's going to be Doin's responsibility to deal
Let's
with
go,
this.
Ducky. Oh,
was
so
ready to
close, so
flash
close.
to Super, but decided no, it's not really worth it. Now Surge is going to have to play really
Okay,
carefully.
easy.
They want
Hold
Surge
that
to
lane,
die.
buddy.
They'd rather have these gens
Hold
on
that
top
lane
and
easy.
TP away, but he's going to get some assistance with the plugged in on the right side. Allow him to speed into the right.
Here we go,
Note also
boys.
that he's a level 4 Surge.
Very comfortable.
There's a lot of potential for him to make a splash on the right.
Oh my god, Easy. Be careful. Easy, be so careful. He's so fast, dude. His dodging's in... Easy with that, like, speed buffy is a god.
It's going to come down to the last few gems here, but also the hypercharge online going to be committing it on that left lane. It's not going to stand inside that.
Hello, help your boy.
Here, but the best Mina in the continent just gets away with it once again.
Below. Be so careful. Be so careful, Below. There you go. Good work. Good work. Oh, this is so close. Easy, you need to heal, brother. I know you're a god, but heal, please. Just a little bit.
Should be able to make a big play on the right side. A victory for Surge.
We need a...
Countdown imminent for Team Electro.
We need a Ducky.
Ducky somehow upsets him with
Oh,
his
no.
hypercharge. He's going to pop it now, but needs a super to combo with it. It's 10 gems total for Team Electros in 15 seconds to go for Vatic to interrupt. They won't be able to do anything with this timing. They just need a kill on either Surge or 8-Bit. There's escape.
Nice dodges, Easy. Come on.
5 seconds to go.
Let's go, Ducky. Let's go, Ducky. Come on. Easy, come on. Oh my god, you could see the bullets bounce and hit Snoy, like right there.
And that's it, folks. KDS on to the last chance qualifier. Team Electros in the finals. In Vatic are down and out. Season over. Their 4th time facing Team Electros this season. And it's the last chance they're going to get in 2026.
Team Electros. They make a
GG,
statement
chat.
here. They're the best in North America for a reason. And Vatic on the precipice of greatness, at the precipice of making a
That's
generational
sad.
comeback in this season, will not be able to bring them to a set 5. They will not be able to fight for a postseason.
That
My heart
is
goes out to
sad.
them. I think they played beautifully throughout the series, but I think the pressure is what really got to them in this series. There was innovations that we saw, there was outplays that they attempted to make, but Team Electros are the undisputed kings of NA for a reason.
No doubt they'll have to put an exclamation point on that with a victory in the grand finals. They would be able, or rather, yes, with the victory in the grand finals or Tribe Gaming going down in that second semifinal, they would be able to secure their spot as regional #1 and skip a match at the World Finals.
It's still going to come down to whether Tribe
That
can
sucks.
break them in the grand final. If Team Electros maintains this lead, if they go all the way to the grand final, only Tribe can stop them to attain that seed #1. If Tribe loses in this next one up against KDS, then we all know how the stakes are going to go out. We know that Team Electros will lock in that lovely seed #1 position.
My heart goes out to Vatic as well.
GG.
They fought hard. They showed us some creative drafts today. Brought back a couple of brawlers into the meta I did not expect to see today, and oh, I wish it would have worked out for them. Vatic drops out of LCQ contention. KDS moves on and still has a postseason to play.
Oh man, I mean, that deserves a button. That deserves a button to me. I mean, now that we've crowned KDS, I mean, not in necessarily the most dramatic of fashion. I would still like to have seen Vatic fight out KDS in the grand final, but not in this timeline, I guess. I mean, the Vatic today that showed up, they had really brilliant ideas. I mean, that Grom, to me, I think still gonna go down as something that had potential, but this didn't come together. I feel like if Vatic were in better form, maybe
GG,
it could have
chat.
worked, but just not today. Team Electros were undoubtedly the better team.
This is what happens when your region is unable to earn extra LCQ or world slots. There's always a heartbreak story where a team like Vatic, who frankly probably deserve to play more on that international stage, have their season ended here. It's kind of brutal stuff, but I
Well,
want to shine a light on the other side of this. Something I'm very much looking forward to now is that
hope the boys
the
aren't being
battle
too
for
hard
#1
on
seed
themselves.
is very much
That
still alive.
sucks.
It's very much online for that potential grand final matchup.
And Tribe Gaming makes it into the grand finals too. It comes down to whoever actually wins it. Who will take this #1 seed? We will only find out in the grand final unless Tribe Gaming now drops in our semi-final #2 already.
Can we just celebrate real quick that KDS got LCQ? Bobby to LCQ, he gets another postseason. Yay, I get to see the Unk again.
And whenever we press that button, everybody over at eventtheprocess.com gets 200 points on top to secure our rewards. At the end of it, a profile icon.
So low-key, KDS just got to go here because they went to Brawl Cup.
X multiplier on your points.
They really didn't beat Vatic in the end. They just got like bonus points for no reason.
KDS is going to China after what we thought could already be their last match.
The point system makes no sense.
They were pushed to a final set 5.
I don't get it.
So close. They now still have a postseason.
If they beat Tribe, sure, you're right, Pizza. You're right. If they beat Tribe, then it makes sense.
I want to point out that there are teams like, EMEA, East Asia, that always send very dangerous squads out to that tournament, and there are only so many slots to qualify through. So
yeah, you're right, Pizza. You're right.
About finding balance and extremes, right? Taking long breaks, but then coming back to grind the game. These guys
GG Vatic.
They still
next year. Next year's the year for sure.
Guarantee that spot.
I'm heartbroken right now.
Because LCQ's great, but you're always looking ahead of that. This is just a stepping stone along the way. But Bobby, you've gone from thinking the season's over to now having to think ahead for the next couple of months. You're still a Brawl Stars pro, like it or not, bro.
See you in China, Bobby. You're going to be going up against these guys on your screen. We've locked in 7 of those teams, and there's only going to be one more crown from the Challengers final happening next week. But yeah, Uber, you mentioned it. I mean, EMEA sent some pretty scary teams. Looking at Heretics, looking at Na'Vi. East Asia, we've got some Young Tigers in SK Kalalas coming. We crown Loud to be the last member from South America to be coming in. And don't forget the 2 new Chinese dragons that are emerging from the East. No toxic loaders anymore. It's a new generation that they have to contend with. And what an LCQ we're going to have to watch.
Coming into today, we had 2 main storylines. Who will go to LCQ and who will get that coveted #1 seed in NA? It could be Team Electros now. They're already waiting in the grand finals, or Tribe Gaming if they make it through semi-final #2. For that, they now need to beat freshly motivated KDS, I believe. They're already celebrating. And we had a very similar image yesterday, actually, where we had Loud playing in semi-final #2. Their LCQ enemies got beat in semi-final #1. They were super happy, motivated, they were celebrating, and they ended up winning it all yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny little narrative thread where when the pressure is off, you finally can just sort of relax and play your best Brawl Stars, right? It's also a gift for us that we are getting to the literal last 2 games, the last 2 series of our monthly finals for the year, and they matter. They have stakes, especially for Tribe Gaming. The focus, though, has to shift to them. They need to breeze past these guys. They don't want a close game. They don't want one that's going to tire them out. They want to make an example of KDS and say, there's levels to this. We are still a step ahead.
And this is such a stacked semi-final #2 with some of the oldest players in the game and also the oldest org here. Tribe Gaming has been playing in the World Finals since 2019.
That's wild. I got to see them in the flesh competing there in the moment where, unceremoniously they got eliminated because of certain spins and BMs, but they've come a long way since then. Top 8, top 4 performances throughout it. They only had 1 year that they did not qualify. And
I don't quite know what the Challengers thing is, Pizza.
In 2026, regaining that consistency.
It's like a new thing they started.
On the other side, as I mentioned before, we have 2 players who have been standing at the grand final stage and fell short in the end. The only thing that is still missing in Bobby's record is an actual World Finals win. They only came 2nd, and now they can still fight to make it into the World
Challenge is another way to get an
LCQ
spot.
And then
Got
also to get that last big thing under the belt.
Is it crazy that I'm already thinking about a potential rematch versus Humble? Because we waited years for Bobby's team to go up against Semantic's team, and when we finally got that matchup of Brawl Cup, it was a non-game. They got absolutely clapped. So, That's kind of a side goal for me. I'd love to see KDS make it a World to take on Humble yet again, because it always felt like that perennial NA versus EU argument. Even if KDS aren't the best team in NA, it might actually be these guys after today. It's fun to see those rivalries play out. And
all right, chat.
Most compelling storylines.
I'm gonna kill it here. I'm actually gonna go join the boys on the other side of the house and watch the rest of this. I'm gonna watch the final. So, Knight, thank you for joining me. Pizza, Person, appreciate you guys. Diane, and we'll be back home tomorrow and resume streams on Wednesday. Pizza, we're gonna connect soon for some crow pushes, my friend. Thank you, Mayhem. Thank you for hanging out and modding and everything you do. I appreciate you guys. This one sucks a little bit. Okay. Have a good day, guys. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the finals. GG. Peace.